Hey there, I am back. Today we have a brand new series, Becoming the Mentor of the Weakest Demon King. If you are new here, please drop a like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Evil Queenmaker is a tactical simulation game where you step into the shoes of a demon realm tutor, tasked with raising the absolute weakest young royal into the supreme ruler of all demonkind. The game received massive praise for its rich storyline and detailed world building, perfectly capturing the magic of those classic simulation games from back in the day. Naturally, our lucky main character today was one of those die-hard fans who absolutely sang the game's praises all over the internet. He spent his days posting rave reviews on forums and playing keyboard warrior, aggressively defending it against brainless, toxic haters. He was a deeply loyal fan, but why on earth would he end up calling himself a total fool? Well, that was until the game turned into absolute hot garbage. Did the developers get cocky because of all the early hype? In less than a year, the creators proudly rolled out a major expansion pack that completely shattered everyone's expectations in the worst way. They added a bunch of horrific endings with straight-up garbage logic that made absolutely no sense. Just reading the roleplay dialogue on the screen was enough to make players scream every swear word they knew. No, what the hell is this garbage? Is this supposed to be a joke? Instantly, the game's ratings plummeted straight into the abyss. Going from a top fanboy to a savage hater, our guy started flooding the boards with brutal, toxic reviews fueled by pure frustration. He complained that the demon queen he painstakingly raised ended up betraying him or dying a pointless, sudden death. And the worst part? They lazily crammed betrayal tropes everywhere. If you were going to ruin the story like this, why even release an expansion pack? They had already built a masterpiece that captured the peak of early 2000s simulation games. But wait, the developers actually replied. These guys usually ignored all criticism, but they suddenly commented back saying, "If you are so smart, we hope you can create a better ending for Evil Queenmaker yourself." Reading that message made the veins on his forehead pop and throb like they were at a disco. What the hell is this trash-talking bastard even saying? The moment those words left his mouth, his PC screen blasted out a blinding light. Before our guy could even squeeze his eyes shut, he was violently sucked into a vast, endless void. It took him a hot minute to blink his eyes wide open, only to find his mind completely scrambled. What on earth is this? Where am I? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his trembling body drifted past a massive, glowing red eye. A shadowy figure draped in pure, dark energy emerged from that giant eye, looking like a literal demon. Dumbfounded, he could only stammer out, "Wait, who are you?" But the entity just babbled absolute gibberish, and he definitely did not have a translation tool to make any sense of it. This bizarre nightmare finally paused when his eyes fluttered open to a massive, throbbing headache splitting his skull. But the first thing he saw was a colossal Renaissance-style gate that looked older than his entire ancestral line combined. By the time Nahen managed to stand up and regain his senses, his mind was racing with sheer panic. What is this? He cautiously touched the ancient gate, desperately digging through his memories. Am I dreaming? This feels way too familiar. I swear I have seen this place somewhere before. Finally, Nahen looked up to the top of the tower, and that crest hit his brain like a bolt of lightning. I have definitely seen that in Evil Queenmaker. But realizing that only sent a freezing shiver straight down his spine. Why is it standing right here, clear as day, in front of me? Now watch this. As an experienced gamer, it took him a split second to put the pieces together and realize his situation. This is completely insane. If I actually got sucked into the game, then this is that child's castle. Just then, Kane's voice cut right through his thoughts. "Oh my, are you Sir Nahen?" But hearing that name come out of the old man's mouth made him pause in suspicion. Who on earth is Nahen? Before he could even overthink it, his face paled as his brain finally connected the dots. He scanned the old butler standing in front of him, internally gasping, "Wait, is that not Kane?" He rubbed his eyes and listened to the butler's robotic dialogue again, asking if he was Sir Nahen. His inner voice screamed, "It is really happening." He is saying the exact same introductory line that Kane says to the player in the game. After Nahen stepped through the gate, Kane bowed at a 90-degree angle and continued reading his script to think someone volunteered to educate our demon king. We are truly so grateful. Ignoring the butler's endless rambling, Nahen remained completely lost in his own wild thoughts. If this is real, did I actually become the demon king's tutor? His brain involuntarily flashed back to that final message before he got dragged in, saying they hoped he could create a better ending with his own two hands. By now, Nahen understood the whole situation perfectly. Damn it, so that was their sick joke. Forcing me to make a better ending myself, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Putting Nahen's chaotic thoughts aside for a brief second, inside a spacious room, a quiet, hesitant voice broke the silence. "Cecily, how do I look?" The young girl quickly replied, "I tried to choose a simpler style, just like you suggested." Clinging tightly to her teddy bear, Seere hesitates and quickly denies it, saying it is not like she does not like it. Taking a deep breath, the little girl covers her blushing face. She speaks up. She is just a bit embarrassed. A reaction so adorable Cecily has to cover her mouth to stop from squealing about how cute she is. Once she regains her composure, she tilts her head and suggests that Seere might just be anxious about the incoming tutor. Seere eagerly asks if she really thinks so, and Cecily backs up her point by presenting a special treat she had the chef prepare just for her. Seeing her absolute favorite food, Seere's eyes instantly begin to sparkle like pure diamonds. It is pudding, but before digging in, she still remembers to politely say thank you. Cecily quickly turns away and mutters that it is nothing, though internally she is screaming and praying for forgiveness because her lord is just too cute. Suddenly, a sharp knock rattles the door, followed by a robotic voice calling out from the hallway. Without waiting for an invite, old Kane walks straight in to announce that the man who will become her tutor is waiting outside. Seere leaps down to the ground without hesitation, saying she understands, as she suddenly wipes away her innocence to speak with absolute seriousness. She heads to the audience room immediately, leaving Kane clutching his chest in tears over her sudden maturity. He wonders when Seere became so incredibly majestic, as she maintains her serious facade all the way to her throne. She is ready. But old Kane remains completely lost in a daze of absolute, blinding devotion. Truly a worthy demon king, he thinks, declaring that this loyal servant could die right now with absolutely no regrets. The wait is over as the door swings open, and now we get our first look at Nahen as he steps in to face Seere. He greets her, saying it is an honor to meet her, pulling off a perfectly elegant noble bow he somehow managed to copy from somewhere. "My name is Nahen." He quickly reviews the profile of the little girl before him, Seere, the only descendant of the former second-ranked demon king, Seere. But after a sudden war broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a devastating defeat, and Seere died alongside almost all of his closest allies. Because of this, Seere had to ascend the throne at just 5 years old, a sudden coronation that completely stripped away her childhood. Worse, the Devata family plummeted to the bottom rank of 72, and at this rate, even that low position is in serious danger. While deep in thought, Nahen is startled as Seere suddenly leaves her throne to run straight toward him. She suddenly bows a full 90 degrees and yells out a loud hello, leaving a stunned Nahen to stammer back a simple greeting in response. Seere quickly looks up and chirps happily, telling him to speak comfortably with her, because to her royal tutor, she is simply a student, not a demon king. Hearing this, even Kane, who is just standing by and watching, cannot help but nod in silent admiration. Impressed by her maturity, Nahen pats the little girl's head as a gentle reminder. He tells Seere to call him teacher from now on, promising to turn her into the supreme demon king as they work together. Though she does not fully understand what a supreme demon king is, her deep trust begins right here as she happily agrees. But wait, that hopeful mood does not last long at all, because Nahen is suddenly looking like he is about to meet the Grim Reaper. Collapsing, only 2 massive words echo in his mind: "I am doomed." Trembling all over, Nahen starts panicking over his own choices, questioning if he has lost his mind or if he is just possessed to actually agree to tutor Seere. Sure, he is a hardcore fan of Evil Queenmaker who cleared every single ending and knows every plot point inside out. Deep regret makes Nahen tear at his hair, even though he literally has all the game secrets memorized in his head. But simply clicking a mouse versus actually raising her in real life? Those are 2 completely different things. How can he teach a future demon king when he does not even know the first thing about magic? His mind spins as he wonders why he did not just politely refuse, questioning if it was his old instinct of wanting to be a teacher. Or maybe he was just too excited to meet Seere in person, or perhaps because he deeply understood the heavy pain she went through. No way. What simply cannot be done is impossible, so he must reject this job right now. But the moment he thinks about giving up, a strange, eerie light suddenly flashes deep inside Nahen's eyes. Suddenly, a burst of light explodes in his brain, sending fragments of old memories scattering as if tearing through his nerves and forcing him to realize something. The memory of the mysterious figure who dragged him into this game finally appears. And this actually helps explain some of his current confusion. Right now, this body Nahen possesses is that of a powerful archdemon, and his mind suddenly clears as if washed in holy water. With this immense power and knowledge, Nahen unleashes a dark aura, burying his doubts as he questions if he can actually do this. In fact, he can do much more, and his lips curl into a confident smirk. Perhaps it is even the most perfect ending he ever imagined. Dreaming is beautiful, but the second the idea sparked, He got completely trapped. But why can he only remember his in-game alias while totally forgetting his actual real name? The next day, Seere looks at the wild jungle around them and can't help but ask teacher, "Didn't you say we had a class today?" Outwardly, he patiently explains that she already has her own private classroom, but studying out in the open like this is way more comfortable than some stuffy room, right? But his real motive? Completely hidden. He keeps it to himself. Studying here boosts her focus, which adds extra stat points. Right at that moment, his eyes lock onto something Seere brought with her. He has never seen that doll anywhere in the game, yet he carefully asks her about it in his gentlest voice. "Are we going to study with him too?" she asks, as she proudly declares that Y is her absolute favorite friend in the world. He is pretty much speechless, but he still patiently tries to explain the pros and cons. "If I were Y," he suggests, "I would step aside so my friend Seere can focus." But hearing this, Seere immediately snaps and screams out that Y has no other friends besides her. From the corner of his eye, he spots Kane frantically shaking his head, warning him to back off and calm down. Clearly, there is a deeper story here. "Don't worry, we will find out later." He immediately calms his emotions and reaches out his hand to both the little girl and her plush bear, greeting Y as Seere's royal tutor. "We met last time, right?" he asks. "And even if class gets a bit boring, please help stay focused for Seere's sake." To make it extra convincing, he even shakes the bear's hand, instantly putting a massive, cheerful smile on Seere's face. Seere cheers that Y understands, letting him breathe a huge sigh of relief as he gladly announces that they can finally begin. Pointing at the chalkboard, he officially begins the lesson by introducing the basics of controlling and channeling mana. Seere quickly chimes in with a question, asking what happened to her scheduled lessons on the history of the demon realm. Kane told her she should only touch mana after finishing the basics, but our tutor smoothly shifts the blame, claiming Kane is simply way too old-fashioned and rigid. Poor Kane looks absolutely heartbroken seeing her excitement, but our tutor does not slow down, raising 4 fingers to keep his grand explanation going. He tells her that if she wants to protect herself and her people as the future demon queen, truly understanding her own power is absolutely vital. Because of that, he is going to teach her mana control, combat, and royal etiquette before anything else. She immediately copies his hand gesture, proudly reporting her progress. "That sounds amazing," she boasts, but she already finished all her royal lessons, leaving him completely stunned as he asks if that is really true. Thinking fast, he smoothly changes the subject, explaining that royal etiquette only matters if she actually puts it into practice. Outwardly he smiles, but internally he is screaming because if she actually studied this stuff, using polite speech with other demons makes zero sense. Right after, he rolls out a massive scroll covered in tiny, messy handwriting, leaving Seere staring at it in pure confusion as she asks what all of this is. He solemnly explains, "A training manual. It is designed to help her practice being a royal, and if she finishes all her assignments, he promises to reward her with delicious pudding." Seeing her light up, he silently notes that he will use absolutely anything she loves to keep her motivated, not just pudding. Affection points are absolutely crucial in this game, and he is going to use whatever it takes to max them out. Back to the main topic. Let's break down mana. Innate mana is the total raw power sealed inside your core, while usable mana represents the actual amount you can actively channel during a real fight. First, what actually determines how much mana you can use? Caught off guard by the question, Seere tilts her head and honestly admits that she has no idea. Having no other choice, he gives her a hint, explaining that demons, half-demons, beasts, and dragons all have special magic circuits inside their bodies. He asks if she knows what those circuits do, and thanks to his clear visual aid, Seere confidently blurts out the answer. "They let us use mana," she answers, and he immediately keeps the momentum going with praise and a follow-up question. "Exactly, it acts like a highway for mana to travel. So, what do you think happens if you have a lot of these circuits?" Without any hesitation, Seere blurts it out, "A lot of mana." She even takes charge of the conversation, asking if that means her usable mana is ultimately decided by the total number of circuits. Extremely pleased, he praises her twice as much, telling her she is incredibly smart and quick to learn. Seeing her face light up with a massive smile, he knows his teaching methods are working. After all, they do say that enough praise can even make a whale dance. He resolves never to hold back on praising her. Taking advantage of her focused mind, he immediately dives right back into teaching her the next theory. While innate mana is set at birth, you can actually build more magic circuits through sheer hard work. Once you have enough innate energy, training to expand your magic circuits will massively boost your overall usable mana. To make the lesson even more lively, Nyen swings his arm and performs a spectacular fire-breathing show. As the performance winds down, He smoothly delivers his conclusion to, Seere, you can use this much mana all at once. Her eyes go wide as she gasps in pure admiration right then, Master is so cool. Nahen proudly responds, and that is because I am your royal tutor. Meanwhile, Cain stands aside, completely filled with doubt. This does not look like the level of a tutor teaching a fallen demon lord. A calculating look slowly creeps into the old man's eyes. Even if he is an unnamed demon, he definitely has the skills to hold such power. Over on this side, Seere can no longer seem to hold back her absolute excitement. Can I really do that too, Master? Nahen smiles warmly and reassures her with absolute confidence. Of course you can, just practicing like this will be more than enough. Actually, there are still unspoken words, but he decides to keep them locked away from Seere. After all, you belong to the Devata clan. Having a clear goal now, the little girl copies Nahen's movements and promises, I will work hard. A tutor has finally appeared for Seere, the weakest demon lord. One day, this news spreads rapidly across the entire demon world. When the news reaches Andromalius, he snaps back in sheer annoyance. Even so, that is only the 72nd floor, right? Dantle instantly channels his inner capitalist. Stop worrying about that nonsense and bring me some information that actually makes money. Only Decarabia acts completely dismissive. He sneers, so what of it anyway? Still, there is no denying that while this piece of news is completely uninteresting to some people, it is highly intriguing to someone else entirely. Sichi lies stretched out in her bath, lazily questioning, really? What kind of jobless fool would actually take a job like that? Her nearby attendant quickly chimes in. It is someone named Nahen. Sichi does not even budge, continuing her questioning. Nahen? That is the first time I have ever heard of that name. Her attendant then expresses his embarrassment. I investigated, but found absolutely nothing. She instantly splashes up from the water, whispering interesting. Oh, you just know she is up to no good as she issues an order. It has been ages since I went out. Let us take a little stroll. Get ready. After a fun class, Seere returns to the castle with a burning look of determination. The homework master gave me might be really tough, but I am definitely going to finish it. Cecily, who had been waiting all afternoon, happily jumps up to greet her. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Snapped out of her thoughts, the girl blurts out hello. Right after saying that, Seere suddenly spins around as her brain starts racing. Wait, the homework master gave me. This leaves Cecily completely baffled, standing there with questions in her head. What is wrong with her? After a brief pause, Seere shyly asks. Without a single moment of hesitation, Cecily turns to her and says, yes, please tell me. Taking that as her cue, Seere tightly squeezes the scroll in her hand and raises her voice. Start cleaning up right now. This sudden command completely catches Cecily off guard, making her stammer. Your Majesty? She gestures toward the magic-powered brooms currently sweeping at full blast and tries to explain. But I am already cleaning up. Right after saying that, Cecily finally notices the object held tightly in the girl's hands. Wait, what? Hold on. The more she stares at it, the clearer the answer becomes in her head. Is that a training journal? Once she connects the dots, Cecily immediately gives Nahen a mental thumbs up. The royal tutor is truly a genius. Does he believe forcing Her Majesty to issue commands will help her get used to the majestic aura of a ruler? Might as well play along. She quickly adjusts her posture, stands up straight, and delivers her line. I understand. Your Majesty means I must pay closer attention. Your will is my command. Getting exactly the reaction she hoped for, Seere's face instantly lights up. Satisfied, she quickly turns on her heel to leave, but not without tossing back one last report. Now, I am off to study. Right out of Seere's sight, Cecily is covering her mouth, smiling like a sneaky little fox. Her Majesty is always so incredibly adorable. Seere happily skips across the courtyard, completely oblivious to the quiet whispers happening nearby. It must be, but that is. Just as she reaches her destination, the little girl speaks up to greet them, but her voice quickly shifts to a puzzled tone. Master? Cain, who has sharp eyes, immediately answers, Seere, you have arrived? Without a shred of doubt, the little girl proudly presents her training journal to report. Yes, I have just finished my homework on royal authority too. Satisfied, he gently pats his favorite student's head and makes a warm promise. You are done already? I must give you a reward for this. Nahen glances at the stuffed bear in Seere's arms and hesitantly offers a suggestion. What should I get you? How about we find a new friend for Y? Seere's eyes immediately sparkle as she agrees without even taking a second to think. A friend for Y? I would absolutely love. But before she can even finish her sentence, her eyes land squarely on Cain standing right next to them. Instantly, all the joy drains right out of Seere's eyes. She drops her head low, quietly correcting her answer in a sad, deflated voice. Actually, never mind. Without needing any more clues, Nien instantly pieces together the real situation. Just as he feared, the castle is completely broke, exactly like the game. Seriously, it is painful watching her stress over a simple stuffed animal. Since things are this bad, he has to step in. Squatting down in front of the little girl, he decides to be direct. Seere, what if I handle the castle's finances instead of Cain? Just until the day you can fully manage everything yourself. Seere is left dazed by this sudden proposal, while Cain, suddenly on the verge of being unemployed, quickly shows his panic. Royal Tutor, is this the reason you were asking about our finances earlier? Yon Hyo Yui doesn't turn around, simply calling Cain's name in a cold voice while watching Seere happily play with her new stuffed toy. Don't you want to keep seeing that? Cain's eyebrows knit so tightly they practically kiss when he hears that question. Though Cain remembers every single one of Seere's smiles, his shaky voice lacks confidence as he mutters that he wants to see it too. But Yon Hyo Yui cuts him off. I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about money. He suddenly places a hand on Cain's shoulder with some deep, heartfelt words. Don't misunderstand. I'm not taking over the finances because you're incompetent. It's just that everyone has different strengths, so please let me do what I'm best at. Though he's only been here for 2 days, Yon Hyo Yui confidently declares that Seere will soon stand at the peak of all demon kings. Midway through his grand speech, Seere tugs his shirt for attention. Having understood everything, she looks up with teary eyes and solemnly says, Teacher, I believe in you. In the meantime, Seere smiles brightly as she hands over this heavy responsibility, telling him to make tons of money, while Yon Hyo Yui curls his lips into a faint smile, quietly making a vow. Right, trust your teacher, Seere. Gold bars will be rolling into our pockets very soon. He quickly puts his calculations away and turns to urge, Seere now, let's start our lesson. This leaves Cain standing there with a jumbled mind, wondering if entrusting everything to Yon Hyo Yui is really going to be okay. During magic practice, Yon Hyo Yui guides her gently. Good job. You're doing incredibly well. Try moving your mana a bit more from there. Seere carefully controls the energy in her hands and replies, Yes, teacher. Before long, a small orb of light forms near her heart, and watching this raw magic radiate makes Yon Hyo Yui's heart skip a beat. She shouldn't have formed many mana pathways yet, but her magical power is already way beyond imagination. We are looking at some seriously broken potential here, completely unfitting for the weakest demon lord on the 72nd floor. She's keeping up so well that I don't even need to worry about her pace. Of course, he wants to push her further, but Yon Hyo Yui waves his hand and stops. All right, that's enough for today. Seeing Seere collapse onto the ground, panting, he sighs at how weak her stamina is, but he still offers a warm compliment instead. Great job, let's rest a bit before we move to physical training. Seere instantly regains all her excitement. Yes, teacher. Later, Yon Hyo Yui lets his mind wander into calculations again. Since she's running with that doll again, he decides to investigate his curiosity, asking Cain why Seere is so attached to it. The old butler hesitates before explaining that the stuffed toy was a gift from the previous demon king, Lord Seere, for her 5th birthday. This helps Yon Hyo Yui realize is that toy a keepsake from her mother. No wonder she cherishes it so much. Based on this, he starts crafting a more practical plan. Her mother's death is clearly a crucial plot point, but he'll only tell her the truth when she's strong enough to get her own revenge. Right then, a panicked voice interrupts, making head butler Cain turn around to demand answers. What's wrong? Eldon quickly holds out a slip of paper, reporting that a letter arrived from the lower floor, meaning the 71st floor. Cain takes the paper anxiously. What do they want now? Even without words, Yon Hyo Yui easily senses the butler's worry. Honestly, you can't blame Cain for worrying in this demon realm. A single floor difference is a huge deal, meaning a colossal gap in troop sizes and the actual quality of their armies, not to mention economic scale and resources. But as Yon Hyo Yui connects the dots, a devious smile creeps onto his face. Don't look so terrified, Cain, because this is exactly what I have been waiting for. A few days later, a carriage charges in with a loud shout to open the gates, prompting Yon Hyo Yui to whisper, Cain, relax, or you'll give them an easy opening to exploit. Though the butler wants to fight, he swallows his anger and replies understood. Watching Baphomet hold the reins, Yon Hyo Yui silently notes that this driver is no ordinary guy. He steps forward with a standard greeting, calling it an honor, which totally confuses Baphomet. Why would meeting a simple driver be an honor? Yon Hyo Yui plays dumb, asking if he's really just a driver, before sharpening his voice to expose him. You're taking this joke too far, Sage Baphomet. Hearing that legendary name, Cain turns pale and gasps. Seeing his cover blown, Baphomet smirks and asks how he knew, as a lazy voice speaks from inside the carriage. Fascinating. Without being asked, Seere pulls back the curtain and reveals himself. The moment she steps onto the ground, Cecily and her group instantly blush. Only Nahen manages to keep his cool and politely greets her. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Her Majesty Seere." She brushes back her hair with a seductive smile and praises him. To see right through Baphomet's disguise, "You must not be some ordinary guy," she says with a smug grin. But Nahen just smiles right back. How could an ordinary person possibly become the tutor of a demon lord, right? Seere bursts out laughing and nods in agreement. But while these two are playing mind games, poor Ken beside them is shaking in his boots. Oh my god, as the royal tutor, does he not realize how massive a one-floor difference in power is in the demon realm? Where does he get that arrogant tone, she thinks, as Nahen cuts straight to business and asks what brings her here. Seere snaps at him for being impatient and asks if they can talk inside, but he shrugs it off without hesitation. "Absolutely not, unless you have a good reason," he replies, leaving her completely stunned as she mutters, "What did you just say?" Nahen stands firm like a statue and coolly delivers his speech, saying he is sorry, but crossing this border means entering Sion Devada's territory. Even with a higher rank, you cannot just casually trespass onto the domain of another demon lord. "So I need to hear a proper excuse," he says, making Seere grind her teeth to keep from swearing right at his face. Seriously, can you believe she is letting this guy talk down to her like this? If this were the past, she would have killed him. But keeping her main goal in mind, she swallows her pride and makes up an excuse. "As the ruler of the 71st floor, I must discuss things with the ruler of the 72nd, she says, and Nahen casually nods along. "In that case, please come inside," he replies, leaving Baphomet impressed by how incredibly clever Nahen actually is. He is pretty clever, using Seere to remind me that even if Sion Devata is weak, he is still a literal demon lord. Nahen has no idea he is being praised, casually turning around to give Ken some orders. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness, as I am merely protecting my lord, so I hope you understand," Nahen says, before telling Ken to lead the way. The old man bows and offers to escort them to the guest room, but Seere stops and gestures to her subordinate. "Baphomet, wait here, it won't take long," she says, and he quickly nods and promises to stay put. Seere walks slowly into the hall, smugly mocking them by pointing out how many servants they have lost. Nahen cheerfully admits that it is bound to happen when their budget is tight, prompting her to offer some fake, mocking sympathy. "How tragic," she sighs, making Nahen scream internally and blame her for their money problems. But instead of showing anger, Nahen acts even more polite, telling her to make herself at home before she snaps back, asking when the brat will arrive. He instantly gets a strong urge to beat her to a pulp. She literally just called him the 72nd floor ruler, he thinks, while Seere plops down on a chair and brings up urgent financial issues. Her completely shameless attitude instantly sets off loud warning bells inside Nahen's head. "Are you trying to seduce me?" she sneers, telling him that unfortunately, he is just a cheap and easy guy. Nahen just smiles and completely crushes her mind games, saying since he manages the castle finances, she can speak directly with him. However, his firm and direct attitude only makes Seere's self-delusion grow stronger. Yeah, she really thinks he is head over heels and that men are just incredibly easy. Convinced she has the upper hand, she demands things that make the poor tea-serving maid tremble in fear. "Not long ago, a lot of my soldiers deployed to help the 72nd floor died fighting those human adventurers," she says. "So you now owe me massive compensation and must pay for all new recruits." Nahen does not back down and asks a sharp question. "Whose idea was it to deploy those soldiers?" he asks, and Seere proudly claims it was all out of her own pure generosity. How could the weak army of the 72nd floor stop human invaders on their own? "Right," she smirks. That is all he needs to hear, snapping that she is nothing but a cheap thug, leaving her completely stunned. "What did you just say?" she demands, mentally making excuses for him because she surely must have misheard. But his shameless smile tells her everything she needs to know, making her slam her teacup down in absolute rage. "How dare you speak to a higher-ranking demon lord like that?" she screams, stomping the broken cup into pieces. "You have lost your mind," she yells, filling the room with terrifying red mana, but Nahen just calmly pours fuel on the fire. "Why are you so angry?" he asks. "Is it because I called you a cheap, pathetic thug?" The poor maid drops to her knees in terror as Seere raises her voice even higher. "You knew and still dared to speak," she roars, while Nahen quietly shields his servants before starting their final verbal showdown. "Forcing a weaker demon king to accept your leftover troops and then blackmailing them. If that is not the absolute definition of a low-life thug, then what is?" Seere's eyes glow red like hot lava, signaling that this volcano is about to erupt. "Your arrogance truly reaches the heavens." Blinding waves of light begin radiating from her body, powerful enough to melt the eyes of anyone standing near. Sichi is ready to strike, but she still gives her grand introduction first, declaring that he brought this punishment on himself. With those words, a beastly torrent of magic surges directly at Nahen. Even facing absolute disaster, he just casually sighs. He says, "Oh dear, I originally wanted to settle this peacefully to save your face." Nahen does not say another word, simply snapping his fingers. The roaring fire arrows rushing straight for him suddenly bend at a bizarre angle and whip right back the other way. That completely absurd sight makes Sichi gasp in sheer shock. "My own flames." While she is still completely frozen in shock, Nahen calmly speaks up. He says, "Your Majesty Sichi, why don't we settle this by talking like two smart demons?" Watch closely, he locks eyes with her and slowly makes his pitch. He tells her, "Actually, I have a pretty amazing offer for you." Sichi instantly recognizes his glowing red eyes and that absolutely overwhelming, dominant presence. Yet she still sneers stubbornly, asking how he dares to make demands of her. Nahen does not even blink as he exposes her. He says, "You cannot refuse this, because it has everything to do with the seal on your body." This direct mental hit completely turns Sichi to stone. Her voice drops, dangerously low, as she demands to know if he has any idea what he is saying. Nahen smirks. He asks, "How could I not know about your Majesty, who was once ranked 12th, only to crash down after your power got sealed?" Her face instantly goes dark. She warns him that if he is just going to babble about common knowledge, he should shut his mouth. He asks, "Don't you want to conquer the upper floors?" Sichi freezes, panic flashing in her eyes. After all, the very ceiling stones binding your Majesty's power are scattered all across the floors ruled by mid-tier demon kings and higher. He declares with absolute confidence, saying, "Let us make a contract." The contract paper flies straight toward her as he promises to help her break that seal for good. Her face fills with a mix of complicated emotions. Skeptical, she demands to know how on earth he plans to help her. Nahen's gaze darkens. He cryptically says, "You just saw it." Sichi feels a cold shiver run down her spine as she senses his heavy power. "That was just a tiny fraction of my power." Her voice drops, laced with extreme caution. She demands to know his true identity. He boldly replies, "I am the master of the Demon King." Nahen's lips curl into a smirk. He asks if she will sign it. Sichi decisively replies, "I have finished writing my terms. Check them over." Nahen carefully reviews the contract terms with a serious look in his eyes. With this single document, he can completely fill the Demon King's castle treasury and secure their safety by sealing an alliance with Sichi. Article 1 states that Demon King Sichi will completely hand over her occupying forces within Sivandavada's territory, ensuring they suffer no losses while gaining massive profits. You see his confusion, right? The only reason she signed this despite the massive trap is because those bold letters begin appearing on the page. Article 2. Demon King Sichi will provide full military funding to the forces of Sivandavada. Article 3. Nahen promises to provide unlimited support to Demon King Sichi in absolutely any area she needs. Article 4. Neither Demon King Sichi nor Sivandavada can ever oppose each other's factions. The only reason Nahen is able to stay so completely calm through all of this is because of the clause stating he will back her up completely. Meanwhile, she is filled with deeply conflicted emotions as his current pressure is just too overwhelming. Even compared to her peak self in the past, she wonders if that tiny fraction of power he showed was actually just 1% of his true strength. A smirk creeps onto her face. She says this is a gamble worth taking, so go ahead and seal it with your blood. He pulls out a sharp blade to draw blood, replying with a simple fine. Nahen then presses his finger onto the contract to seal it. Both of their bloody prints leave a permanent mark on the parchment. The contract suddenly begins floating high in the air, radiating a bright, mysterious, and magical glow. His gaze softens with a complex look as he says, "I look forward to our partnership." Demon King Sichi boldly agrees with a firm nod. Nahen then turns and speaks in a remarkably gentle tone. He says, "Seere, Her Majesty Sichi will be helping us from now on." The little girl pauses in disbelief, asking if it is really true before bowing deeply. She politely thanks her, causing Sichi to quickly look away in embarrassment. She mutters, "I look forward to working with you too, kid." His expression instantly hardens. He notes that calling an allied demon king a kid means Her Majesty Sichi might need to relearn her basic etiquette. A shiver runs down her spine. She groans, "Fine. I get it. I will change how I address her." Blushing furiously, Sichi awkwardly mumbles that she looks forward to their guidance, her cheeks burning bright red with embarrassment. Nahen still keeps his calm expression and speaks slowly, "You did well. You really should have done that from the very start. Now I will explain how we will fulfill our contract." She pauses for a second, "A method to execute our contract?" His lips curl up into a slight smirk. That is right, Her Majesty Seere will also become my disciple. Her eyes immediately widen in sheer shock. Seere immediately demands with a highly skeptical glare, what kind of nonsense is this? Nahen still keeps his cool. I know your majesty was once a legendary demon lord, but her face quickly darkens at his blunt words. But as of right now, you are just someone with pretty mediocre power and influence. Sitting at the very bottom of the rankings, a totally nameless, weak demon lord. Seere instantly screams out in pure fury. You do not have to be so brutally honest. You are the one who needs help. And what is with that look? His face turns slightly complicated. Probably thinking that her growth has hit its limit, she believes reclaiming her sealed power is her only option. Nahen calmly declares with a highly determined gaze that Her Majesty is fully capable of becoming much stronger, leaving her standing there in complete disbelief. What? Is he lying? Impossible. Seere clenches her fists as tightly as possible to hold back her rising fury. Hold on. What if she could obtain his kind of power? Nahen looks at her with a rather complex expression. Even in the game, Seere eventually reclaimed her sealed power, and you just know she grew to become Seere's most trusted supporter from start to finish. If I actually decide to help her, she will definitely regain her former strength. Her voice drops as she warns him, you had better not play tricks on a demon lord. Nahen decisively turns to leave. I do not joke about these kinds of things. You must fulfill the contract terms first, so just go home for today. He keeps his calm demeanor. You can come find me whenever you have some free time. Seere's face immediately twists in pure anger. What? You expect me to visit you? I am a demon lord, so you should come to me. Seere's eyes suddenly darken. Master is mine. She has a totally wild look on her face. Nahen maintains his calm expression. You heard her. Nothing I can do. Feeling pretty tired and helpless, she sighs. Fine. Visiting once a week is enough, right? He flatly declares with absolute certainty. If you think that works, then let us go with that decision. Seere demands in annoyance. What do you even mean by that? Are you implying that I am desperate to see you? Nien's lips twitch with a highly mysterious smirk. Who knows? But we will find out pretty soon. Although the alliance with Seere is successfully established, there are still pending issues to resolve. Beta hesitantly speaks up with a highly doubtful look. This is absolute nonsense. Why on earth are we even stuck in this place? Varuna immediately speaks up with a highly provocative, mocking tone. If you are that miserable, why not just crawl back to your master like obedient little dogs? Her face darkens instantly. Who are you calling dogs? His expression immediately turns dead serious. Go on, keep talking. The soldiers under Seere are just as exhausted. Flan quickly bows his head with deep respect. I apologize, Vice Captain. I will discipline my subordinates properly. Varuna's voice drops with heavy authority. Spend your time training them right instead. Stop talking nonsense. A unified shout echoes instantly. Yes, sir. His expression turns rather complicated. Captain, are we seriously just leaving them like this? Chaos everywhere, and their training is a total mess. Lin's eyes immediately darken as she speaks up hesitantly, looking pretty anxious. What else can we even do? Besides, we already expected things to get quite noisy like this for a while anyway. A few days later, Nahen sighs softly with a pretty helpless face. Seere slams her hand on the table in a total rage. Are you trying to pick a fight with me right now? What do you mean you cannot teach me? Why are you only telling me this now? He speaks slowly with a rather helpless look. It is not that I cannot teach you, but right now I am busy merging your majesty's forces, so I simply do not have the time. Nien's lips slowly curl up into a highly scheming smirk. That is why I would be incredibly grateful if your majesty could lend a hand. She grits her teeth, suppressing her fury basically. He is just telling me to handle this myself. Just you wait. One day, I will make you pay. Nahen remains completely unfazed as she storms off. She is absolutely determined to get her revenge. Well, it is good if that serves as motivation for her. Nien's face shows a rather complicated mix of emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more favor to ask. Could you please take charge of the final finishing touches? He smiles and speaks in a warm tone. Greetings, Captain Lin Alagia, the royal tutor. Lin speaks up skeptically. Did you come here with Her Majesty for something? She still looks so adorable today. Nien's voice drops as he keeps a calm face. I came to check out the place where Seere will be learning swordsmanship from now on, and I also have a few things to settle. Varuna immediately scoffs with a light chuckle. Re-establishing the entire chain of command and taking back control is just something you happen to handle on the side? Neen looked and slightly knit his brows, speaking mockingly. Is not that obvious? Vice Captain Varuna. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Did you say obvious? Do you actually have experience leading an army? He decisively cut him off. I do not. Varuna's eyes flashed with interest as he threw out a provocation. I do not mean to look down on you, Lord Nien. But unifying soldiers from different factions is no easy task at all. Nahen maintained his gentle look. Is that so? Do you want to see how I handle this? His voice deepened with heavy sarcasm. I will keep my eyes wide open to learn from you. A moment later, everyone paused in sheer disbelief. At training ground number 3, a noisy chatter broke out. Is not that Lady Seere? It seems so. And Vice Captain Varuna is even with her. But who is that standing next to them? Nahen stared at Varuna with calculating eyes. Vice Captain Varuna was highly skilled and incredibly loyal, but that devotion was strictly for Seere. His eyes flickered with complex emotions. Now watch. So, to ensure the man would obey his orders from now on, Nahen decided to completely win him over right here. Just then, Epsilon appeared, asking respectfully, Lady Seere, what brings you here? Nahen gave a gentle smile. Nice to meet you. Epsilon, my name is Nahen, and I am Seere's master. He immediately shook hands politely, mockingly saying, of course I know you. You are the one who tore us away from Her Majesty Seere, right? Nahen spoke slowly with firm, unshakable eyes. I did indeed do that, but I truly believe it was the right call. After all, I took you all in when you had absolutely nowhere else to go. Epsilon's eyes instantly filled with pure terror, and his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. The royal tutor roared in fury. Do you really think you can just say whatever you want to us? Nahen's voice turned heavy, filled with raw authority. Your handshake is a bit too rough. He immediately squeezed with immense, crushing force. Epsilon backed away slightly, groaning from the bone-shattering pain. Epsilon, know your place. Nahen's face instantly turned dead serious. The master you must serve from now on is standing right here. Yet you dare try to act as my equal. Your master's master? Nahen remained completely calm. Is that really what Seere taught you? Epsilon asked, his voice trembling in fear. You dare insult Her Majesty Seere? Nahen paused briefly, then spoke in a highly mocking tone. Do you still believe Seere is your master? Nahen immediately picked up Seere, declaring boldly, look closely. Your master is not Seere, but Lady Seere standing right here before you. Epsilon's eyes wavered slightly. She is so adorable. Wait, no, this is completely wrong. Epsilon still resolutely declared, my only master is Her Majesty Seere, and no one else. Nahen praised him great spirit. His hand immediately gathered raw energy. If that is your wish, then so be it. Shockwaves of massive energy enveloped the area, crushing all the soldiers to their knees as Epsilon trembled in agonizing pain. Varuna gasped in absolute disbelief. Is this mana? Nahen loudly declared with a chilling cold look. I do not need a disloyal dog. I will gladly eliminate you, but I will give you one last chance. His voice dropped, heavy with immense power. Do you plan to keep denying reality and just disappear, or will you put your hope in a new future? Epsilon still resolutely declared, we have already sworn our absolute loyalty to Her Majesty Seere. Therefore we have no choice but to follow her orders, because we are demons. Hearing this, the corner of Nahen's mouth smirked with dark, deep meaning. With that level of loyalty, you will be quite useful to me. You must take full responsibility for those words. The surrounding space instantly returned to normal as Seere immediately spoke up with a highly dissatisfied look. You complete idiots. Why can you not just listen instead of making everything so incredibly troublesome for me? Do you not know that Lady Seere and I are allies? Epsilon hesitantly spoke up, Your Majesty Seere. But is that not just on paper? She decisively cut him off. Shut up, this is a real alliance. Seere kept her calm look and declared you are, well, you represent the unbreakable alliance between the 71st floor and 72nd floor. Got it? Epsilon was still in total shock. What, we are the symbol of the alliance? Her face instantly turned dead serious. I want this relationship to continue. Especially with the upcoming war, this alliance is absolutely, completely indispensable. After clarifying things with Nahen, Seere decisively got straight to the point now. Can we finally start our lesson? His serious, commanding voice rang out. Right after, Nahen knelt on one knee to stand at eye level with the little demon king before him. Seere, just for a brief moment, okay? But before he could even make another move, the little girl suddenly grabbed his massive hand tightly, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Nahen gave a forced smile as he asked her, Seere, I have to teach now. Can you let go of my hand? But the response he gets is incredibly decisive. Actually, no. A long silence passes first, and puffing her cheeks in an incredibly adorable way, Seere finally asserts her authority with a simple declaration she has no intention of letting go. This sight immediately makes him pause and reflect. Is this just childish stubbornness on her part? Well, there is no helping it. With zero hesitation, he decisively scoops the little girl up high, completely ignoring that nearby Seere is watching. You can already guess what happens next. She absolutely cannot stand watching this overly affectionate display in front of her. She screams out, you said you would train me, so when are we actually going to start? Turning to face Si-Chi, he reassures her with absolute confidence, "Don't worry, I can still teach you like this." Naturally, his words make her frown deeply. What is that supposed to mean? In response to her confusion, a dark, pitch-black mana suddenly erupts with every single word he speaks. Just like that, he instantly transforms this peaceful lesson under the warm sun into a living hell right before the eyes of Si-Chi. As freezing gusts of black wind sweep past her, his deep voice echoes through the entire area. "Just one strike. You only need to land a single hit on me." This blatant provocation makes the normally arrogant Si-Chi more furious than ever, snapping, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think this training is actually useful?" Shrouded in the dense mist of dark mana, he simply smirks with absolute confidence, as if he holds her entire fate in his hands. And watch this, without warning, Si-Chi suddenly drops straight to the ground. She shivers before the terrifying pressure radiating from the man in front of her. Driven down by his overwhelming strength, she can only lie there miserably, forced to listen to his evaluation. "One thing is absolutely certain, I am far stronger than the past emperor." With his aura continuously flaring, he lets out each word slowly, sounding like a literal demon crawling straight out of the abyss. He is even more terrifying than a true monster like Si-Chi. "So, try to break free from my mana and land just one blow." Her current state, pinned flat against the freezing stone floor, proves her power is nothing but a tiny puddle compared to his vast ocean. Knowing it is an impossible task, he does not waste another second. He turns away decisively, his mind already drifting to other matters. A strong, consolidated alliance is another form of power for Seere. While her individual strength is crucial, securing allies will make expanding her reach and global influence much easier in the long run. After considering this, he cannot help but deliver a mockingly sharp question. "Your Majesty, how do you expect to reclaim your authority if you are struggling under this tiny amount of mana?" Even though she is in a desperate struggle, it doesn't stop Si-Chi's screaming. "Are you mocking me?" she snaps, but seeing she has made no progress, his thick eyebrows just shoot up. "It seems like it is too much for you. Why not just give up?" he asks. And though struggling to catch her breath, Si-Chi pushes back. "Watch your mouth," she warns with a sharp glare, while his brilliant mind immediately begins to analyze her. Nahen easily spots the core issue inside her body and knows the solution. The seal on Si-Chi's power is at least at the middle realm tier. To survive there, she must adapt to the heavy pressure of dense mana. The corner of Nahen's mouth suddenly curls into a 45-degree smirk. As he plans his next moves, expanding her mana pathways in this grueling training is really just an extra benefit. Contrasting the dark energy radiating from him, innocent little Seere can't help but speak up and interrupt his train of thought. "Master." Si-Chi looks like she's hurting, Seere says, but he doesn't hesitate to explain. "That is the training's purpose. Watch carefully," he says, and Seere tilts her head in confusion. She looks up with sparkling eyes that look like aquamarine gems, asking, "Huh, but why?" Though Nahen only keeps his silent thoughts to himself. "Because down the road, this is the exact same training you'll eventually have to go through yourself." While the two share a quiet, peaceful moment. Just look at this insane contrast. Si-Chi is forced to scream her lungs out in the wide-open fields. Before long, sunset arrives along with Nahen's calm warning, telling her not to push too hard, considering her current age. By now, she is completely drenched in sweat, looking like she just walked out of a sauna. Even though she is totally exhausted, Si-Chi still snaps back. "Shut up." Her unyielding determination and incredible will to win showing as she struggles to squeeze out every single word. "Today, I'll definitely hit you no matter what," she declares, while he casually sips his afternoon tea and offers some playful encouragement. "I truly hope your hard efforts will bear fruit," he laughs. Though he plays it cool on the outside, deep down, Nahen quietly marvels that her 12th rank in the standings is definitely not just for show. Has she adapted already? He wonders, realizing he might get embarrassed much sooner than expected. After watching Si-Chi crawl around in the dirt all day, Seere suddenly speaks up. "Master, I want to learn too," pulling his attention away from his deep thoughts. "We already studied this morning," he replies, but the eager girl quickly asserts that she wants to learn even more. Looking deep into those glittering, incredibly sparkly eyes of hers, Yon finds his resolve instantly starting to waver. Trying too hard is usually worse than doing nothing, but really, how can a teacher refuse a look like that? So he makes a decision right then. "All right, I will teach you a quick advanced lesson based on this morning's study." Seere cheers happily at the news, and then Yon's long, slender finger snaps together with a loud, resounding crack. Just as she is struggling to stand up from that suffocating dark mana pressure, Seere suddenly feels entirely light, leaving her completely dazed. What just happened here? At the exact moment she stands fully upright, his deep voice calmly tells her to take a rest. She immediately collapses onto her back, completely throwing her refined image out the window just to finally breathe. Next, Yon drops to one knee in front of the little demon king to test her knowledge. He asks Seere to share what she learned today, and she eagerly raises her hand, shouting out that external mana is using the energy floating in the air. It lets me use spells that need far more power than my own mana veins can actually handle. That textbook answer satisfies him completely as he poses his next question. So how exactly do you catch that mana floating around in the air? Seere falls silent, thinking it over for a short moment. But in the next second, she confidently blurts out her answer. She says, "I ask it for help," which instantly makes Yon burst into a bright, hearty laugh as he agrees. That is actually a pretty neat explanation. But get this, she immediately spots a major flaw in her own answer. She asks, "But how do I ask for help when I have never actually talked to mana before?" He patiently explains it to her. He tells her not to worry because our own mana can speak for us, and to make it simple, Yon decides to visually demonstrate with this motion. If I slowly spread my mana out, soon, a brilliant light that can rival the starry night sky blooms in his hand, making friends with the floating mana floating all around them. He says I can draw it toward me, and from there, Yon slowly breaks down every single detail of the process for her. You can use your friend's strength to cast even more powerful magic, and with his demonstration finished, Yeon turns to Seere to ask a question. He asks if she wants to try it, and of course, there is no way she is saying no. Recalling exactly how Yeon did it, the little girl raises her hand perfectly, fully relying on her own absolute genius-level talent. She begins to control the energy within her body just as he instructs, slowly and gently spreading her own mana outward. Seere is supposed to be resting nearby, but the sudden disturbance from Seere's direction makes her sit straight up in shock. Sensing the immense power radiating from the little girl's body, Seere is left completely stunned. Is this really the mana of a 7-year-old? A tense drop of sweat rolls down her cheek, and Seere's determination suddenly surges higher than ever before. She thinks I must maintain this alliance at all costs, completely unaware that Yeon is paying absolutely no attention to her thoughts. Yeon is busy praising the girl while giving her next instruction. Very good. Now try drawing your mana back in. And she obediently replies with a quick nod. Just when everything seems to be going smoothly, she suddenly jolts at the very last second. Wait, this feels so weird. Yeon explains this with a simple smile, telling her that the strange sensation is actually the raw mana floating in the surrounding air. He doesn't stop this sunset lesson here, as Yeon pushes even deeper into the magical instruction. Normally, you wouldn't have enough mana for this spell, but try mixing a bit of your own energy with all the floating mana you just gathered. First, I want you to imagine a bright, blazing fire burning deep inside your mind. In the next second, Yeon masterfully unleashes an ignition spell, causing the flames to twist and take the shape of a miniature skull. Though because it's just a simple demo for Seere, the fire is tiny and lets out a soft, adorable growl. With the demonstration complete, he naturally doesn't miss the chance to let the little girl practice. He tells her to give it a try, but right at that moment, a stuttering voice suddenly interrupts. Wait a second. Seere glares at him with tightly knitted brows, completely baffled as she directly questions Yeon. What on earth are you actually teaching this child? He calmly asks if there is an issue with that, which successfully leaves her struggling to formulate a coherent response. She stammers that it's not exactly a problem, but it takes Seere a moment before she can finally force the next words out. She gasps that it's a lost form of ancient magic, leaving Yeon completely surprised inside as he wonders if this counts as magic. But keeping that thought to himself, Yeon acts cool and dangerous, admitting that he is quite impressed she managed to recognize it. She absolutely cannot hold back her curiosity now, demanding to know how on earth he even learned a thing like that. Yeon simply shrugs his shoulders and gives a casual reply, saying who knows, but anyway, we have a lesson to finish here. Not bothering to continue his conversation with Seere at all, Yeon bends down toward the little girl now. Seere, can you do exactly what I just did? She confidently nods, yes, and without wasting a single second, the sweet girl tightly closes her eyes and begins whispering as she pictures the blazing flame. Hard work and talent truly pay off. Seere quickly grasps the key concept and ignites her magic. The demon script carrying her fire energy instantly materializes right in front of them, manifesting directly in the open air. A second later, Seere successfully summons a flaming skull just like her teacher, and naturally, Nahen praises her for doing a great job. Even as Sichi clenches her fists in annoyance, Nahen remains busy giving instructions to his young disciple. There will be times you must draw on the surrounding mana like this, so you need to practice absorbing and refining it as much as possible. Got it? After finishing his lecture with Seere, Nahen turns his cold, sharp gaze directly toward the silent Sichi. Your Majesty, Attempting to retaliate against me should only happen during real training sessions. She instantly pulls her hand back, casually pretending to look around. I would never do that. After a brief moment of internal chaos, Seere finally speaks up and makes a direct request. Please teach me that ancient magic too. Too bad she is not Seere, so Nahen shuts her down without hesitation. I refuse. Hearing this, the hot-headed Seere instantly loses her temper and fires off a rapid sequence of questions. Why the hell not? Why? Why? You literally said I am your disciple too. She completely throws away her pride, speaking with total, desperate honesty. Because I do not trust your majesty enough to teach you this magic. However, shortly after giving that cold response, his mind begins to scheme again. Wait, you see that smirk? He realizes he can actually profit from this. Flaunting a devious smile, Nahen suggests if we become a little closer, I might consider it. Hearing this, her cheeks instantly turn an unusual shade of bright red. Clearly, Seere completely misunderstands his words as she stammers out, "Do we really need to become closer?" Her hands clench so tightly that they begin to shake. Her sheer determination to grow stronger forces her to make a very difficult decision. Fine, if that is your condition, but this is only so I can become stronger. The atmosphere instantly shifts 180 degrees as Seere turns around, shyly asking a question with a stuttering voice. Alright, so what exactly is your type? Leaving both master and disciple thoroughly confused, Nahen cannot help but ask, why on earth are you bringing up my ideal type right now? Even at this point, she still has no idea how completely off track this conversation has gone. Asking, is there some kind of problem with that? If we want to get closer, I obviously need to know your preferences. With a completely pale face that screams speechlessness, Nahen desperately rushes to correct her misunderstanding. That is not what I meant. I was talking about building trust between floor 72 and floor 71, leaving Seere completely stunned. What? Cue the awkward silence. Realizing she made a massive fool of herself, she timidly responds, her confident voice instantly deflating into a quiet mumble. Is that what you meant? You should have said so earlier. Just forget it. Forget everything I just said. Letting out a long, heavy sigh, he shakes his head and replies, it is fine, as long as you understand now. Next time, bring me an offer that I simply cannot refuse. Meanwhile, being just a sweet little kid, Seere remains completely clueless, unable to comprehend a single thing about the drama that just played out. Huh? It does not take long before night officially falls, completely blanketing the entire mansion grounds in darkness. Amidst the deep darkness lit only by a sliver of moonlight, Nahen sinks into silent contemplation. According to the memories he inherited, this character is actually an ancient high demon. That explains exactly why he knows advanced techniques like ancient magic in the first place. Slowly, he begins pulling up familiar images and detailed information about the game Evil Queenmaker from his mind. Even back in the game, the true nature of these high demons was rarely ever revealed. They were merely described as legendary, mysterious entities from ancient times, possessing immeasurable, godlike power. Oddly enough, this body of his seems to be actively on guard against other high demons. Sighing heavily, Nahen decides to put his mysterious identity aside for now. There is absolutely no point in wasting mental energy on things he cannot understand yet. Besides, he has a mountain of immediate problems to deal with. He will just take them on one step at a time. Carefully examining every single document in his hands, he quickly begins formulating a concrete plan. First, the most urgent issue at hand is expanding his territory. Leaning back wearily against the solid frame of his chair, detailed analyses continuously flash across Nahen's mind. They are not ready to invade the human world yet. Since floor 71 belongs to Seere, that is skipped. That leaves only floor 70, currently ruled by the demon king Andromalius. With Seere's assistance, they might stand a chance, but a direct frontal assault would cause heavy casualties. Is there a smarter approach? Just as he hits a major wall with his plan, something completely unexpected catches his eye. Wait, is this? And just like that, time flies by like a wild wind, and the next morning arrives in a flash. Right on cue, Seere's adorable voice rings out. Master! Having stayed up all night planning, it takes a moment for him to snap back to reality. As she shuts the door, Lynn reports on Seere's actions. My deepest apologies, Lord Nahen, but Her Majesty absolutely insisted on coming along, cradling the tiny girl close in her arms. Of course, Nahen is not unreasonable enough to get annoyed over this. It is perfectly fine, Commander Eolara. Thank you for coming. I know it was short notice, and you must be very busy. Li Neem Trin speaks up. Next you said you wanted my opinion, so without wasting another second, let us get straight to the point. Exactly. I want to discuss expanding our territory, which leaves Lynn quite stunned. Expand our territory, she asks. Then, Lin directly emphasizes every single word about the situation they are facing. If your plan is conquering the 70th floor, it is going to be incredibly difficult. Even with the help of Seere, we are still pretty far behind in terms of military power. Given her own line of work, Lin knows their chances of winning inside out, so she earnestly advises him, if you are planning an all-out war, I highly recommend you think it over. But before she can even finish speaking, Nahen hands her a document, catching Lin's attention. Now, watch how calmly he handles this as he slowly speaks up. It sounds like you think it is possible if we avoid a head-on battle. Trungjia's gem-like golden eyes flash with brilliant light, radiating a pretty deep confidence, as if he holds everything right in the palm of his hand. He asks her what she thinks, and Lin nods in agreement. Commander, I think this is quite a strong move. We will need to launch some covert operations. I will handpick an infiltration squad myself, Rahin chimes in. I will also discuss this with Lord Epsilon, she says. Though some worry still lingers in her mind, even so, I am a bit concerned about potential friction. His calm voice reassures her it will be fine. They will surely listen to us now, as Lin begins outlining the plan. If that is the case, we should first organize the newly recruited rookies into a separate legion, which leaves Rahen sounding a bit stunned. A separate legion? She gently explains that doing this will help resolve any minor friction or complaints within their ranks. Lin seems quite certain not only that, but it also secures the rookie's loyalty to Her Majesty Seere. But Rahen still remains rather cautious. How so? She asks, as she lays out her sharp reasoning. If the soldiers see a legion created especially for them, they will definitely look upon Her Majesty more favorably, forcing him to nod in agreement. That actually makes a lot of sense. On top of that, Rahen suggests a new mission where they can just force Seere to fund it, asking, what do you think? Seere, her sweet little voice rings out. I am fine with anything, she chirps. As we cut to Seere wearing a pretty annoyed expression, I will also help with the operations on the 70th floor. She grumbles in irritation. What is with that look? Do you not trust me? Nahen quickly tries to defend himself. No, that is not it at all. He quickly swallows his wandering thoughts. It seems the relationship between the 70th and 71st floors is just as terrible as it was in the game. Suddenly, Seere runs from her seat, catching Nahen off guard. Seere, where are you going? The innocent girl approaches Seere to copy her. Let us work together on this. His heart completely melts at Seere's pure innocence, as she adds, people say things are much easier when we do them together. She looks at the little girl with deep hesitation, but Seere is utterly helpless. It is incredibly exhausting dealing with someone who is just so pure and innocent. Then Nahen has to step in and rescue Seere, but Seere, if you do that, Y will get dirty. She immediately sits on Y. Why? He gently kneels beside Seere to comfort her. It is fine, we can just wash it. Why do you not go bathe with Y too? The little girl looks pretty sad. Yes, she says. Then Nahen turns to Cain. Please watch over Her Majesty. And the old man respectfully bows. Seere does not miss the chance to tease him. You seem pretty used to dealing with kids, do you not? Nahen's face instantly darkens. It is not that I am used to it. He suddenly gets quite serious. I only think and act in ways that make it easier for Seere to accept things. That is all. But he also retaliates on the spot, I assume. Her Majesty Seere usually acts without thinking at all, does she not? She barks back in absolute fury. Hey, when did I ever do that? He simply snaps his fingers to make a signal. Let us pause the training here and resume our previous conversation. Seere stands up to stretch the 70th floor. Is it? I will help as much as possible. Nahen is slightly confused. Why would you do that? She only gives a pretty casual reply. If I said it is because we are allies, you would not believe me. Am I right? Seere smirks. The truth is, we have actually been preparing for war ourselves anyway. You can feel the tension spike here as Nahen's face turns serious. I knew war was coming, but not this early. Anxiety slowly creeps deep into his heart. This major event was not supposed to happen for a very long time. Has the timeline actually changed because I rushed my own plans? Nahen quickly accepts her offer. I have no reason to turn you down, so how exactly do you plan on helping us? Seere crosses her arms and questions him back. Wow, you really have no shame. What do you want me to do? He stands face to face with her. Since you are already prepared, why not just go all out? Seere seems to completely disagree with that. What? That would put us at a massive disadvantage, but Nahen calmly reassures her, do not worry. Her Majesty will not suffer any major losses. She finally realizes his plan. Wait, are you telling me to just play along with your little act? Nahen claps his hands loudly in admiration. You are pretty sharp, as expected of Her Majesty. But Seere cannot even smile. I know that is a compliment, but why does it sound so sarcastic? She grumbles back in frustration. Why should I trust you and act as bait? Do you actually have some kind of mastermind plan up your sleeve? He immediately summons a piece of paper. Take a look at this. C takes it and flashes a pretty satisfied smile. So Andromalius publicly criticized Aaron Raiders in front of everyone, and now their relationship is completely fractured? Aaron Raiders is one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. Citri stares at the paper, looking quite pleased. I knew he was an idiot, but I never expected him to be this brainless, Citri says. Knowing him, he will never apologize. This is a brilliant opportunity. Nahen agrees, saying he will pull the man over to their side. But the sharp-witted Citri notices something else is up. She asks him, you are telling me this because you already have a solid plan, right? Nahen casually shares his plan, saying he will send someone the man cannot possibly turn down. Rin instantly pops into Citri's head, and she realizes, I think I know who it is. Then Citri gets down to business, asking about the split. Nahen offers a pretty fair deal, a clean 50-50 split on both territory and money. How does that sound to you? She is slightly surprised, admitting that is unexpected. I honestly thought you would demand a bigger share. Nahen frowns slightly, and jokes we are allies, after all. Deep down, he knows exactly what is truly at stake in this partnership. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a pretty small price to pay. But Citri finds his casual attitude annoying. Didn't you say you wouldn't believe me if I said that? Nahen merely shrugs and gives a half-hearted reply. Believe it or not, that is up to you. As she speaks, Nahen flicks Citri with one hand, making her scream out loud. To make matters worse, he is still laughing. Let us get back to training, Your Majesty. Citri yells out in absolute fury. You have really gone too far this time. Afterward, Nahen heads back inside the castle. Seere comes running over, clutching her doll Widney. Calling out to her teacher, she gets scooped up and praised. You look all clean now, Seere, he says. She cutely nods, yes, but then his eyes catch something very unusual about her hair. Did she dye her hair? Nahen wonders. Cain steps forward with a deep bow, explaining that unlike other demons, the Devata clan can store external mana in their hair. That is exactly why they hold such an overwhelming advantage when using magic. The old butler had figured this all out on his own. When you taught Her Majesty how to use external mana the other day, she must have subconsciously stored it by pure instinct. Nahen's face completely freezes. Storing mana? Now this is wild, because that mechanic never existed in the game. He lowers his voice, asking if her hair returns to normal after using it all. Cain bows respectfully again. Indeed, former Demon King Cecily stored so much external mana that more than half of her hair turned bright red. Hearing this, Nahen quietly turns his gaze back to the little girl. If she can store external mana, then even Seere can now cast high-tier spells that would normally drain huge amounts of mana. Nahen gently pats Seere's head, telling her that she needs to practice gathering external mana regularly. Seere happily cheers in response. Yes. Nahen's expression turns serious as he asks Cain where the commander is. Right now, she is somewhere on the 70th floor, ruled by Andromalius. Rin stands on high ground, scanning the distance to observe her target. Then she begins moving, leaping gracefully across the rooftops. Rin ponders as she moves. They are far better than she expected and caused zero trouble. Did Lord Nahen already see through their entire power? Alongside Epsilon, she keeps up the high-speed movement. Together, they leap into the air, quickly shifting over to another location. Rin lands lightly on a massive tree branch. The others find their own hiding spots to keep a close watch. Zeta softly whispers over the comms. That wooden cabin right there, nothing about it looks suspicious. Epsilon, however, still seems a bit confused. But why did we come here? Right after that, Rin explains the goal to him. Her Majesty wants the 70th floor. To pull that off, we have to convince Aaron Raiders to join our side. Varuna looks a bit hesitant, wondering if that is even possible. She drops down to the ground, stating they are soldiers and must simply follow orders. Rin then leaps forward and signals the attack, sending all four charging straight toward the cabin. Just as Varuna gets close, a voice rings out from the shadows that is close enough. Two figures step out of the cabin, instantly cranking up the tension. A cold-faced woman demands their names, giving Rin a pretty bad feeling. Aaron's people are clearly far more well-trained than she anticipated. Then, a massive set of legs steps outside. So you are the messengers of King Sion Devata. The man who appears is indeed Aaron Raiders, puffing a cigarette in his mouth. He asks who among them is the representative. Rin finally pulls off her disguise, revealing her face as she replies, "It is me." Aaron's voice suddenly changes. "Wait, are you Rin El Razar?" The other two with him instantly lose their confidence. "One of Cecily's four swords? I thought you all died." Rin calmly replies that she threw away that title a long time ago. "Now, I am merely the sword of Her Majesty Seere." Inside the house, Aaron sits to talk, asking if Queen Seere really intends to seize the 70th floor. "Do you honestly think that is possible?" Rin firmly cuts him off. It is absolutely feasible. But Aaron still seems pretty skeptical. How can I be so sure about that? Yet, looking at her face, there is absolutely no trace of worry, because Queen Citri and I are more than enough to take down someone like Andromalius. He rummages through a small box, chuckling quite confident, aren't you? But since you are the one saying it, I will believe it. Aaron takes a drag, but war is another story. Even if you combine the forces of the 71st and 72nd floors, you are still no match for the 70th floor. And is that not exactly why you are here? You need the help of a demon who knows this place like the back of his hand. Lynn crosses her legs, playing her cards close to her chest. I can't show you my full hand just yet, but I will tell you one thing. Standing right by, Her Majesty Seere is someone that 100 warriors like me couldn't even touch. Aaron's gaze completely freezes. Wait, what did she just say? Deep down, a cold dread begins to claw at his heart. Could one of the legendary four swords, warriors feared as equals to the Demon Kings, actually admit this? But Aaron forces a loud laugh. You really do have quite the sense of humor. Commander El Razar, Lynn replies with absolute, unwavering seriousness. Do you think I'm joking? Do I look like the type of person who plays around in a place like this? He casually shoots back. If an absolute monster like that actually existed, you wouldn't even need my help, would you? That person could easily wipe everyone out. Besides, we can't risk drawing the attention of the upper floors just to seize control of floor 70. Her eyes turn pitch black and bottomless. If you don't believe me, go ahead and report this secret meeting straight to Andromalius. But remember this, you won't escape the bloody aftermath either, Count Aaron. The Count's throat goes completely dry. Are you threatening me, or just testing my resolve? Unlike those other fools, I've seen the terrifying power of the Four Swords with my own eyes. Now, here is the moment of truth as he's forced to make a brutal choice. Fine, just tell me what you want. Lynn cuts straight to the chase. Allow the forces of floor 71 to march through your territory, and when the time comes, help me hold back Andromalius. Aaron asks curiously so Seichi can sneak in and deliver the final blow. In response, she lays out the rewards for playing along. You'll be rewarded with power and wealth that perfectly match whatever you bring to the table. Instead of holding onto a rotting rope, I'm handing you a brand new steel cable. So, are you going to take it? Back at the base, Lynn reports her massive success, earning some well-deserved praise. Fantastic work, Captain Lynn, but she refuses to take any of the credit herself. It was only easy because of your brilliant advice, sir. Nahen humbly brushes it off, saying it was all thanks to her own stellar reputation. Lynn quickly changes the subject, asking when they will finally march. But Nahen simply replies very soon. You must be exhausted, but stay sharp and be ready. She nods with absolute discipline. Yes, sir. Seeing Lynn linger, he asks if something is weighing on her mind. She hesitates for a second, then asks if she can raise a quick question. Nahen slams his pen right onto the desk. A lowly tutor? That is quite the fancy term for a royal tutor. Lynn refuses to back down, arguing that the position is insulting compared to his true mind-blowing abilities. She keeps pushing, asking why an absolute beast like him would choose floor 72, the literal bottom of the barrel. Logically speaking, it makes absolutely zero sense. Nahen sighs with a hint of helplessness, asking if she thinks he has some dark, hidden agenda. Like plotting a bloody coup, perhaps? Lynn answers calmly, admitting that the exact thought had indeed crossed her mind. Nahen falls silent, realizing she is dead serious about this. If he tells her the actual truth, she will think he is completely insane, but a lazy excuse will never satisfy her. And get this, he actually decides to tell her the absolute truth because it sounds fun. That is why I love this game. Lynn's eyes widen in total shock. What did you say? Nahen lays all his cards on the table. A demon king raised by my very own hands, the absolute weakest and most despised of them all. His eyes gleam with manic excitement. She will rule the entire demon realm one day, and nothing is more thrilling than that. Lynn is hit with yet another massive wave of shock. Do you mean all of this is just for your own amusement? Nahen's voice drops slightly, admitting that while it started that way, he has grown genuinely fond of this place over time. But a split second later, his warm smile returns. For starters, Seere is easily the most adorable demon king in existence. She gasps in surprise, but Nahen keeps listing them off. We have Cain, a fiercely loyal and steadfast aide, and Ree, whose warm heart keeps this entire castle running without a single hitch. Cecily is incredibly sharp and efficient, and M is easily the best chef in the entire demon realm. Vice Captain Varuna can be quite rebellious, but his skill and loyalty are completely unquestionable. And finally, there is one more exceptionally powerful, talented, loyal, and incredibly beautiful person. Captain Lynn, Nahen says with complete and utter nonchalance. I'm simply stating facts. So why are you so shocked? Her cheeks begin to blush crimson as his eyes soften with genuine warmth. At the end of the day, I truly love Floor 72 and every single person who lives here. Nahen thinks to himself how incredible it is to see these legendary figures in person before delivering a final promise that shakes Lin to her core. So never worry, unless you throw me out first, I will never turn my back on you. Finally, a relaxed, beautiful smile breaks across her face. Thank you for answering my incredibly rude question. But Nahen immediately shakes his head. Rude? Not in the slightest. Your ultimate loyalty belongs to Seere, not to me. He beams a bright smile, adding that it only proves she is more loyal than anyone else. You only ask because you are deeply worried about Seere, right? Feeling a bit guilty, Lin whispers how grateful she is for his understanding. Nahen then dismisses her, urging her to get some well-deserved rest. Lin leaves with a light heart, feeling an immense weight lifted off her shoulders. Her Majesty truly has an impeccable eye for talent. Moments later, Seere bursts into Nahen's room, yelling for her master, catching him completely off guard. Seere, class hasn't even started yet. Why are you here? The girl innocently replies that she just came to play, asking what he is doing as Rahen looks over the documents. I am just reviewing the financial books. Finding it pretty interesting, Seere asks if she can join him, and he generously agrees. Of course. A new plan immediately flashes in Rahen's mind since she is right here. Why don't we learn a little bit about economics? He asks. Seere dives straight into the lesson. The reports say their crops were completely ruined by adventurers invading from the human realm. He starts asking for her thoughts. That is right. This is a petition asking for aid because they are completely out of food. What do you think we should do? Seere quickly chimes in that they should just hand out food, since they have leftover grain and meat from last year's reserve. Rahen presses her. Should we just give it away for free? Her eyes turn pretty sharp and determined. No, she says. We can donate a small portion, but the rest should definitely be sold at a very low price. And here is where our clever tutor drops a question that completely freezes Seere in her tracks. What if the poor farmers literally have no money to buy food right now? What do we do then? Rahen begins to write on paper, explaining that in times like this, we can use a system called which makes the girl pretty curious about this new concept. The grain return system, he says, drawing a quick diagram on paper so Seere can easily visualize it. Farmers borrow grain at a very low interest rate, then pay it back during the next harvest. Rahen explains this with a warm smile. That way, the food crisis gets solved, and since we are not giving it away for free, the castle loses absolutely nothing, right? The girl finally gets it. That is right. But just then, someone knocks at the door, and Rahen tells them to enter. What is going on? She steps inside with a very respectful bow, apologizing for interrupting his important work. But it is time for Her Majesty's snack, she says. Rahen happily agrees, telling Seere to go get her snack, making the young girl's eyes instantly light up as smiles. Is it strawberry cake today? Seere asks, completely thrilled because she absolutely loves cake. But right as she is leaving, she turns back, leaving Rahen pretty curious. What is it? He asks. Grinning from ear to ear, she begs him to eat with her, but quickly steps in with a concerned reminder. Your Majesty, are you really planning to share your own snack? Seere hesitates, her voice stammering as she mutters, Well, what I meant was. Realizing she forgot her royal honorifics, Rahen just smirks. Of course, he says, feeling quite thrilled deep down in his heart. He secretly thought Seere would never share her snacks with anyone. Looking at her warmly, Rahen says, In that case, I will try this cake you love so much. She keeps urging him, saying it is super delicious and to hurry up. Putting his paperwork aside, he happily follows after them. But wait, here is where the cozy tutor vibes suddenly come to a screeching halt. Out of nowhere, Cain appears holding a highly mysterious letter in his hands. My lord, here you are, he says, as Rahen looks quite surprised. Elder Cain appearing so suddenly usually means something serious is going down. It is a letter from floor 71. Rahen takes it and reads the contents intensely, before slowly cracking a very satisfied smile. Everything is fully prepared. It looks like today's little snack is going to taste absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, over at another palace, someone else just got the news and they are absolutely furious. Seiichi declared war, he bellows, furiously slamming his hand against his chair. How dares some weak little brat from floor 71 challenge me? The one speaking is the arrogant demon lord of floor 70, Andromalius. That woman Seiichi has completely lost her mind. A nearby subordinate quickly steps in to advise caution, but that only makes him even more annoyed. Careful of what? He barks. She is just a pathetic loser whose powers are completely sealed. Yet, the subordinate refuses to back down, still pleading with him. But she was once a high-ranking demon lord, sire. Even without her raw power, she is still incredibly cunning. Andromalius quietens down a bit. So you think she is making a move because she has some secret plan? What else could she possibly rely on? Another advisor in the room speaks up, mentioning that he has a few theories. Now curious, the demon lord tells him to spit it out. Count Aegon Vermilion steps forward to share what he gathered, explaining that there are pretty hot rumors of an alliance between floors 71 and 72. On top of that, spies from floor 71 report that Seere has been frequently visiting floor 72. Aegon theorizes that she is definitely plotting with them. Andromalius just bursts into a loud laugh, mocking how cute it is that she is relying on a trash heap like floor 72 to declare war. Aegon is the only one keeping a dead serious face, warning that floor 72 might be quite small, but we cannot ignore them. They still have Seere's legendary 4 swords. Furrowing his brows, Aegon adds that rumors suggest their newly hired royal tutor is a pretty formidable opponent. Andromalius scoffs with absolute disdain. What? He laughs. A mere royal tutor? Do you honestly expect me to believe that? If he were actually that good, why would he waste his time on floor 72? But Aegon keeps pushing. I do not know his exact motives, but one thing is certain. He is the mastermind who put together this alliance between floors 71 and 72. The smile completely fades from Andromalius's face. He actually managed to sway Seere? Aegon nods in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, which is exactly why we must settle this war with absolute finality. Seeing that he finally has the Demon Lord's full attention, Aegon lets out a dark smirk. We should launch an all-out offensive right from the start. If we crush them with our overwhelming military might, neither Seere nor the legendary 4 swords will stand a single chance. Aegon leans close to Andromalius and whispers, there is one more thing. Can they speak in private? Andromalius listens in quiet silence before telling his subordinate to go ahead and speak. Hearing this, Andromalius's face breaks into a grin. He says he really likes his way of thinking, so they will show those arrogant fools on floors 71 and 72 the real gap in their power. But then, his sharp eyes quickly notice that someone important is completely missing. He asks, did Count Aaron Raiders not show up? Aegon reports the situation, confirming that indeed, not just the Count, but his entire faction is completely absent today. Furious, Andromalius yells, drag that brat Aaron Raiders right here to him immediately. Suddenly, a soldier rushes inside from the outside, shouting that something terrible has happened. Still, in a massive rage, Andromalius snaps back. He demands to know what the noisy fuss is about. Terrified, the soldier delivers the shocking news the army of Demon King Seere is setting up camp right outside the castle gates. Andromalius is completely stunned. What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Rage boils within him as he mutters, don't tell me it's that bastard Aeon. Instantly, Aegon steps up beside him and begs for their emperor to give the command. Their massive army is already gathered and fully prepared. Just say the word, and they will march right out to sweep those pests away. Everyone in the grand hall erupts with fiery passion, shouting in unison to destroy that foolish Seere and the traitorous Aeon. Andromalius hesitates no longer and immediately delivers his decree. Fine. Send out all our forces and wipe every last one of those arrogant pests off the map. Meanwhile, young Seere is getting fully geared up in heavy battle armor. She fidgets uncomfortably and complains, teacher. This feels so suffocating. Rahen gently comforts Seere, telling her to bear with it for now because this heavy gear might just save her life. She obediently nods. Once finished, he lifts Seere up in his arms, promising that if she behaves, he will treat her to a delicious slice of cake when they return. She happily cheers that she will be good. Rahen then looks around, asking where the captain is. The butler reports she has likely started her move. He urges everyone to move quickly since it is time for them to head out. Seere follows him, while Ken stays behind with a respectful bow. Wishing them luck, Rahen carries the little girl toward the portal where Deputy Captain Varuna is waiting. Is everything ready? Varuna nods. Pointing at the massive portal, Varuna explains that Her Majesty Seere has already prepared a temporary warp gate for them. This gate will teleport them directly to floor 70. But right before stepping through, Rahen sighs, muttering that she definitely gave them a fake item. Varuna is completely startled, gasping in shock. But Rahen generously lets it slide, telling him it is nothing, and steps into the portal first with Seere. But wait. Look at this, 3 masked figures are secretly watching them from the shadows, completely unnoticed. The middle one is Duncan, leader of Andromalius's elite Tenebrous squad. He sneers, wondering if these absolute fools are completely brain-dead. They left the entire castle wide open now. They will pay the price. Gripping the rooftop, Duncan abandons all stealth and steps out in the open. He barks an order to slaughter every single soul remaining inside, and his subordinates shout back in agreement. Varuna asks with deep worry, is it truly all right to leave the Demon King's castle completely unguarded like this? He nervously warns that Andromalius has a deadly assassination squad under his command, but Rahen cuts him off, smiling that Varuna's prediction is spot on. But then, Rahen adds with supreme confidence a petty sneak attack like that is going to be completely and utterly useless against them. Just then, one intruder gets kicked, flying before even touching the entrance. The other assassin watches in sheer panic, eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Ken holds another intruder by the collar and coldly notes that he does not recall inviting any guests. He sternly demands to know who they are, leaving Varuna completely shell-shocked by the sudden display. Varuna wonders how the old butler even noticed them in the first place. But Ken simply replies that some things can be hidden, while others cannot. Nearby, another assassin crashes down from above as Cecily happily sweeps the area, casually brandishing her broom. She reports to the butler that they have finished cleaning the area, while Ree steps out, adding she handled two herself, but wonders what happened to the door. Ken can only offer a sheepish smile, explaining that it has been a while since he fought, so he overdid it. Mark walks over carrying an assassin, smiling warmly. Is everyone all right? A tiny rat tried to sneak into the kitchen. Their gazes instantly shift to the last surviving assassin, who is shaking violently. While the servants are perfectly fine, their uninvited guest is definitely not having a good time. Back when Sivan Devata was alive, Rahen knew these servants were hand-picked for their deadly combat skills to defend against any stealth assassinations. It is just that they have not fought in so long, leaving almost nobody aware of their true, overwhelming power. Varuna watches Rahen's back with absolute awe. He admits that while he did not like Rahen at first, his perfect tactical coordination has completely won him over. He has no choice left now but to fully recognize Rahen as a brilliant commander. Varuna begs Rahen to give them orders, but Rahen stops him, pointing out that Varuna is mistaken. Confused, Varuna asks for clarification. Rahen speaks with absolute seriousness. The one Varuna must swear his loyalty to is not him, but Sivan Devata, who is standing right here. Varuna bows deeply, promising to remember his words before asking Her Majesty to command him. Hearing this, young Seere giggles and playfully mimics him. She asks her teacher to be their temporary commander. Rahen gently smiles, replying that if this is what Seere wants, he is more than happy to accept. After a quick calculation, Nahen issues his order. Captain Rin should have reached Aaron Raiders and his forces by now. Varuna, go join them and provide support. Varuna stands at attention and salutes in agreement. Meanwhile, a curious Seer asks her teacher where they are heading, so Nahen explains they are off to meet Empress Citri. Seer beams with pure joy, shouting that she loves Citri. On the battlefield, soldiers from both sides clash in a brutal, blood-pumping melee. Citri watches in complete disbelief, noting that Aaron Raiders is far more capable than she ever expected, since they made it this far completely unopposed. Baphomet agrees, amazed she successfully recruited someone with that much massive political influence. But then, Baphomet hesitates, noting that the man's terrifying information gathering, execution, and resourcefulness are deeply alarming. Citri agrees he is dangerous, making Baphomet grow even more anxious. Suggesting they act immediately, Baphomet is quickly shut down as Citri snaps back with a stern warning. Baphomet, if that were possible, do you think I would sit around idle? Never cross him one wrong move, and the 71st floor ends up just like this ruined wasteland. She calmly crosses her arms, stating they simply need to do their own job, take what belongs to them, and get out, prompting Baphomet to bow respectfully and comply. Watching the chaotic war unfold below, Citri calls it a pretty grand beginning right before an urgent alarm blares that Aaron Raiders has successfully breached the castle. Andromalius grits his teeth in rage, muttering this war was never supposed to go this way, and that traitor Aaron Raiders deserves worse than death. When a panicked servant begs him to flee, the Demon King just smiles wickedly. Enough, let him come. With this in my hands, they will all die. And right on cue, a devastating slash of light completely blows the heavy doors apart, making a grinning Andromalius laugh at their perfect timing. He glares intensely at Captain Rin and her elite army storming into the chamber, mockingly welcoming them before coldly demanding his guards to stop standing around doing nothing. Go greet our guests, he commands. Rin coldly unsheathes her blade, mocking that the hospitality on the 70th floor is pretty pathetic. Andromalius tries to mock Aaron, asking if one elite sword can save his life. He arrogantly boasts that he will personally tear them to shreds, but Rin instantly blurs forward. Sorry, but save that for your next life, she snaps, instantly clearing her path. Andromalius barely blocks her swift strike with his massive mace, trembling from the sheer force as he glares at the arrogant brat's big mouth. Pulling back his weapon to build momentum, he yells to test her limits. With a roaring swing, he slams his mace down with all his might, but Rin easily leaps aside to dodge the blow. Impressed, Andromalius admits she is fast, proving her title as one of the four swords is not just for show before launching his next attack. Without warning, he violently grabs the head of his own advisor. Before the poor servant can even react, Andromalius brutally crushes his head, leaving Rin completely horrified by such mindless, savage cruelty. Laughing triumphantly, he declares the real fun is just beginning, as a massive, multi-headed beast begins to tear its way out of the dead corpse. Rin is stunned. A hydra? Andromalius commands the beast to bite her. Now here's the crazy part, the hydra lunges, but Nahen suddenly appears, casually noting things are finally starting to heat up. Seere spins around in complete shock, asking why on earth he is here, but Nahen simply replies he came to check on her, leaving her deeply anxious about everything. She explains she did exactly what he asked, but wonders if Aaron Raiders and the Four Swords can truly defeat Andromalius without any extra help. Nahen confidently assures her they will, before handing a confused Seere over to her. Dumbfounded, Seere asks what is happening, but Nahen calmly explains that a chaotic battlefield is simply too dangerous to bring a kid along. He hands his little whale summon over, smiling and telling her to play with it. Seere clings to him sadly, crying that she wants to go with him, but a sudden, strange sensation makes Nahen freeze right in his tracks. He looks down at his trembling hands, realizing this bizarre energy spike definitely should not be manifesting here right now. Sensing the tension, Seere asks with deep concern if her teacher is doing all right. Turning on his heel, Nahen states that Captain Rin might be in serious danger, forcing him to leave immediately. Promising he will be right back, Nahen instantly vanishes, rocketing off like a bullet straight towards the heart of the enemy castle. Seere watches the empty space in shock, unable to even register his movement. Exactly how strong is this guy, she wonders, while Baphomet whispers that this is their perfect opportunity. Seere sharply cuts him off, telling him to shut up because this is a test to see if they will honor their alliance. She warns him not to play tricks, demanding he show Seere the same respect. Baphomet immediately obeys with a soft yes, Cecily. Seere watches the girl's satisfied expression with pure amusement. Oh my god, does Cecily really like it that much? But of all things, why a whale? Now watch this back in that fierce battle. Casualties keep piling up on both sides. Varuna quickly realizes things are looking pretty bad. Just a second of distraction, and Andromalius sends him flying. Varuna crashes into the wall as Aaron panics, while Andromalius bursts into wicked laughter. Terrified faces look absolutely amazing, Aaron jurs. But Aaron snaps back sharply, yelling for him to shut up. Andromalius raises his voice with arrogant pride, mockingly telling them it is over and to keep struggling because that is all they can do. It is over. At the same time, Rin is also desperately struggling to survive against the massive beast. This is definitely no ordinary hydra, as its power easily rivals a high-ranking demon king. Something is seriously wrong here. Rin watches helplessly as the gaping maw lunges at her. Is this where it all ends? She closes her eyes in pain, whispering her final words. Your Majesty, I am sorry. But then, nothing happens. Rin slowly opens her eyes in confusion, wondering what is happening. And here's where it gets crazy. She is shocked to see the Hydra writhing in sheer agony. What is happening? In just an instant, Andromalius is brought to his knees before Nahen. He weakly asks who he is, but Nahen only throws him a freezing glare. Nahen warns him to surrender, leaving Andromalius freezing amidst the surging magic, his eyes filled with absolute shock. What just happened? More importantly, where is this absolutely massive amount of mana coming from? A cold shiver runs down his spine as old memories resurface, feeling exactly like the pressure he felt from the rank 1 demon king, Bael. Andromalius forces a dry laugh, desperately trying to hide his growing panic, as he questions why someone so strong would join such a pathetic faction. Nahen coldly tightens his grip, telling him he talks too much. Sensing his clear disadvantage, he immediately changes his tune, begging Nahen to name his price, offering money, fame, and anything he could possibly desire. Nahen's eyes flicker for a brief second as he repeats the words, and Andromalius nods frantically, grasping at a sliver of hope. Andromalius quickly agrees, telling him to just ask, while Nahen slowly raises his head, whispering about the pinnacle, leaving the demon completely confused. What? Nahen's voice remains low but steady as he demands the highest seat a demon king can ever reach, coldly stating that such a pinnacle is completely impossible for someone of his pathetic tier. Andromalius, The demon chuckles dryly, realizing that is why he joined Devata. Nahen slowly raises his sword as an overwhelming surge of pure bloodlust violently erupts around them. I have absolutely no intention of forgiving you for playing around with ancient powers that you cannot even begin to control. Andromalius grinds his teeth in rage, cursing this utter nonsense. In a true struggle for power, victory is absolutely everything, no matter the cost. His voice drops low as his eyes turn mad with desperation. I do not need your forgiveness. Before he can finish, Nahen's razor-sharp blade tears through space, engulfing Andromalius in a chilling flash of light. Nahen turns around, his deep voice carrying over the entire battlefield, declaring that this war is officially over. Soldiers of Andromalius, drop your weapons immediately because your master has fallen. He scans the entire area with cold, unyielding eyes. Surrender now and your lives will be spared, but there will be no mercy for those who continue to fight. The remaining soldiers stand completely shocked and panicked. Seeing Lord Andromalius defeated, Nahen lowers his sword as his voice grows even colder. I repeat myself. Seere stares into the distance with total disbelief, wondering how it is already over when he just left. But then again, since it is him, it actually makes sense. Cecily immediately cheers in excitement, calling out to everyone that it is her master's voice. Rin immediately bows her head in deep regret, apologizing to Nahen for letting her guard down during the battle. He gently shakes his head, his voice calm as ever, telling her not to blame herself since she simply has not been on a battlefield in a while. Nahen furrows his brow, quietly calculating. After all, dealing with that situation might have been too much even for Commander Rin. That energy definitely belongs to the true rulers of the demon world. It is pretty frustrating that I cannot identify them due to the gaps in my memory as an archdemon. More importantly, this event never even happened in the game. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly changes the subject. By the way, Seere is the one who defeated Andromalius. You get what I mean, right? She immediately catches on to Nahen's underlying intention. Understood, she says, promising to make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut. He nods in satisfaction, saying he will explain everything later. Nahen turns to Varuna standing nearby, telling the vice commander to handle the cleanup with the count while he goes to check on Cecily. He quickly bows to accept the order, saying, "Yes, sir." Rin suddenly remembers another important matter, asking where Her Majesty is right now. Nahen answers naturally that she is currently with Lady Seere, causing Rin's facial expression to instantly darken. You mean she is alone with another demon king right now? Nahen maintains his usual calm composure, calmly clarifying that she is actually an allied demon king. Seere is smart enough not to do anything reckless, but Rin still cannot shake off her deep anxiety. It was true, but before Lin could even finish speaking, Dantalion spun around to leave, saying, "See you later." In the absolute blink of an eye, his entire figure vanished right past the tent. Baphomet looked around the battlefield in total disbelief, completely stunned. Slowly, he began to report the current status of the war. Every single soldier on the 70th floor has already surrendered. Seere's eyes widened in sheer shock. What? This shouldn't have ended this easily. Suddenly, the little girl tilted her head as if sensing something. Wait, what? Cecily's eyes lit up instantly. Master is coming, she whispered. Startled, Seere snapped her head toward the girl, demanding to know what she meant as she unleashed her magic to sweep the area. I can't feel a single soul, Seere muttered. But the next second, Cecily happily dashed forward as Dantalion materialized, casually asking her if she had fun. The little girl nodded eagerly, saying yes she did. Seere could only stare at him in complete disbelief, asking how he was already back. But he remained totally calm, telling her she could get the full report from Commander Lin. With that, he pulled out an item and handed it to Seere. Take this, he muttered. She accepted the handoff with a totally blank stare, asking what it was. Dantalion casually replied, it's the head of Andromalius. Just say you were the one who took it. Seere's eyes went wide with pure confusion. Wait, me? You did all the heavy lifting, she stammered. So why should I take the credit? He just smirked because we are allies. Beside, Cecily and I are leaving now. Just make sure the war loot is split evenly, 50-50, he added. Seere could only watch in silence as his figure faded away. That smile of his really makes me uneasy, she sighed. Back at the palace, under a clear post-war sky, Kane stood at the entrance, slowly hammering nails into the gate. Right at that moment, a sudden flash of light erupted across the quiet courtyard. Kane immediately spun around and bowed, welcoming back Her Majesty and Lord Dantalion. Dantalion glanced at him, asking if the gate was broken. Kane scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a little trouble controlling my own strength, Dantalion chucked softly. Sounds like you had to deal with an uninvited guest, he said. Good job. The old man's face instantly shifted into a serious look. He congratulated Dantalion on conquering the 70th floor. Striding into the Great Hall, Dantalion calmly replied that it was only the first step. Following closely behind, Cain noted that they would be busy preparing to relocate the Demon Lord's castle. He waved his hand dismissively, saying they could take their time. But get this, both Cain and Cecily completely froze in their tracks at his next words. I plan to hand the 70th floor castle over to Seere, Dantalion said. Cain's eyes went wide. What? He gasped. The little girl also spoke up, completely baffled. Master, you're the one who actually killed Andromalius, she said. So giving all the credit to Lady Seere makes us lose too much. Cain frowned, his expression deeply doubtful. Her Majesty is right. A castle is the ultimate symbol of conquest. Are you really saying we should give even that to Lady Seere? Dantalion remained as cool as ever. Officially speaking, yes, he replied, stopping by the hall's massive window. Right now, we need capital more than territory. Our current financial situation is simply too unstable for us to be self-sufficient. His gaze darkened. Until we get much stronger, he said, I let Seere take the credit for killing Andromalius so we don't draw any unwanted attention. He turned to Cecily, his eyes glittering with calculation. Besides, with Seere officially ruling the 70th floor, who has to take the blame if anything goes wrong? Cecily answered instantly, without any hesitation, Lady Seere. Dantalion nodded, quite satisfied. Exactly, he said. And Seere is fully aware of what she is getting into. She needs to prove to everyone that she is still a formidable player. Cain stared at him, totally stunned, asking if he planned all this out. A faint smile touched Dantalion's lips. Of course, he replied. I am not some easygoing charity. I would never give anything away for free. He slowly picked up Cecily, saying he would focus on her education and their internal affairs for now. His voice grew a bit more serious. We have to replace our outdated gear and fix our cash flow. There is just so much to do. His gaze darkened, noting that they also needed to find the one backing Andromalius. Cain bowed, grasping the plan. Understood, sir, he said, before hesitating for a brief moment to ask another question. How are you so incredibly sure that you could recruit Aeon Jaders? Dantalion's expression remained perfectly relaxed, as if it was nothing special. Oh, that? Dantalion chuckled softly. It was just pure luck, he said, while quietly matching the moment to his old game memories. It was just a random side event that popped up in the game sometimes. Cain could only knit his brows, completely lost. You call that luck? The old man watched Dantalion's retreating back, his eyes slowly filling with a deep, growing respect. I have seen his brilliance from the very start. He is the one who must remain by Her Majesty's side. Dantalion kept walking, calling out that he was leaving the gate repairs to Cain anyway. The old man immediately bowed, acknowledging the order. Carrying Cecily, Dantalion spoke softly, saying that now the crisis was over, they could focus on her training and lessons. You must learn the proper duties of a ruler. I am not the actual master of this castle. Dantalion patted the girl's head, his voice softening as he said the master was Cecily von Devada. Her eyes sparkled, saying she loved his lectures. Hingomi likes it too, so she is going to learn everything. Sarah suddenly remembers something, tilts her head, and asks her teacher what happened to Ra. He pauses for a split second before quickly answering that no, he is just testing the girl. Nahen looks at the little girl and asks if she plans to sleep with Hingomi, making Seere nod happily before he wishes her a good night. She immediately calls out, telling her teacher that he needs to sleep too, leaving Nahen looking quite confused as he replies that he will sleep in his own bed. No way. Seere shakes her head in firm refusal, holding onto his hand as he wonders if she clings to him because she lost her father too young, or did she simply find some emotional stability in him, leaving Nahen with no choice but to let out a pretty helpless sigh. Giving in, he tells her they can sleep together, gently pulling the blanket over Seere before leaning his back against the headboard. He decides to stay by her side until she drifts off, while outside, a quiet, pale light gently blankets the ancient building. Dantal tightly grips his armrest in absolute shock, and honestly, can you blame him? He just found out Andromalius is dead. Could Seiichi have broken that seal, he wonders, as Leonard steps up behind him to suggest she likely succeeded by teaming up with the 72nd floor. After all, the last sword of Seere's 4 blades is still there, causing him to frown as his eyes turn pretty cold. If that is true, he is next. Anbus immediately warns him with a pretty serious look. They must prepare thoroughly, so Dan thinks for a moment before deciding they need to send a letter to Decarabia on the 68th floor. Anbus is slightly surprised, asking if he is proposing an alliance, but Dantal just chuckles in pure disgust. Do they really have a better choice? Dantalion asks as he slowly stands, his voice heavy despite his rival's absolute trashy personality and sheer stupidity. Pure force. Andromalius's raw strength is still far superior to mine. If I just sit here doing nothing, I'm the next one to fall, he coldly barks, ordering him to stop complaining and prepare the letter. Decarabia won't have any reason to refuse, so Anbas quickly bows to accept the command, calling him Your Majesty. Ree gently brings the tea tray to his room, announcing that the tea is ready, but she freezes completely the moment the door opens. Oh dear. Her eyes soften at the sight before her, realizing that both of them must be absolutely exhausted. She smiles and quietly closes the door, wishing them a good night. But soon Nahen is nagged by C about taking a whole week just to divide the assets. Try it yourself, she snaps, challenging him to do it. She had to rush over here at the break of dawn right after finishing, handing C the completed ledgers showing the split territory and soldiers. Now only the wealth remains, and as he glances at the documents, he nods in quite a bit of praise. Praising her work, he notes that the land and troops are divided very fairly, with absolutely no tricks involved. But she has a proposal, asking if they can choose their treasure first, since they let him keep the castle and the head of Andromalius. She just shrugs it off with a frown, claiming she doesn't care as long as everything is divided evenly. He smiles, considering the deal done, but still makes sure to advise Sichi pretty carefully. Knowing she will be busy managing their new territories, he insists she must still drop by once a week. If she slacks off on training, all their efforts will go down the drain, prompting her to grumble unhappily before leaving. She reminds him that she is also a proud demon lord who always keeps her word, while Nahen's eyes light up as he looks at the massive pile of paperwork. Sorting out the post-war details is his main priority, and he absolutely has to finish these instructions by tonight. A bit later, a knock sounds from the door, and once he calls them in, Cecily steps forward with deep respect. She tells Nahen that they might have to cancel the Empress's lesson today, making him look up in sudden worry, asking what happened. He asks if something happened to Seere, and here's where his heart absolutely drops as he hears she has got a fever. Wait, what? Sick? Sinking into guilt, Nahen wonders how she got ill when she was completely fine yesterday. Or did the stress of war do this, he wonders, while Cecily tries to calm him down after seeing his dark expression. She reassures him that it is likely just a common cold, as children Seere's age often get sick pretty suddenly. Nahen sighs in relief, agreeing that she is right and that since Seere is still a child, getting sick is perfectly normal. She nods with a warm smile, reassuring him that she will fully recover after a day or two of rest. Feeling a bit lighter, Nahen thanks her and asks her to take really good care of the little girl. But the absolute second Cecily leaves, he sinks right back into intense misery, calling himself a complete idiot for not anticipating this beforehand. Reminding himself that this is reality and not some game, he rushes to finish his work so he can check on Seere. As the sunset fades into a gentle glow, he keeps his promise and visits the sick girl as soon as possible. He asks Seere how she is feeling and shows her the doll she loves, prompting her to sit right up and call out. "Teacher," the little girl says as she hugs two teddy bears with pure joy, thanking him. But to make Sue happy, Nahen goes ahead and conjures up all kinds of different stuffed animals. "Actually, we are not done yet," Nahen tells her. "I still have this one, and this one too." The pile of plushies stacking up on the bed completely overwhelms Seere. "Teacher, that is enough," she says. But it turns out this is all just her dream. "Teacher, there are so many dolls," she mutters. This time, Nahen really is right there by her side, but she has already drifted off to sleep, holding just a single teddy bear. "Huh," Seere mutters, still lost in her dream world, talking about having so many dolls. Nahen does not wake her up, gently placing another teddy bear right next to her. She must be dreaming, and he wonders what kind of dream she is having. At least it looks like her fever has finally gone down. Maybe Seere will be back to normal by tomorrow. He decides to work right here to keep an eye on her. But the moment Nahen pulls up a chair near the bed, she suddenly opens her eyes. "Teacher," she gasps, startling Nahen so much his heart skips a beat. He quickly comforts her, asking if she is awake and how she is feeling, while Seere just smiles. "I am fine. Did you worry about me?" she asks. Nahen gently pats her head, telling her of course he did, and promises to stay right there while she sleeps. But the little girl gets curious about the pile of documents he brought along, asking if she is allowed to take a look at them too. Nahen shakes his head in disapproval, telling her no, she needs to rest today, and they can look through them together tomorrow. Getting better is the most important thing right now. Besides, Seere, it would be a real shame if you are still sick tomorrow and miss out on pudding, right? That pudding warning hits her like a total shock. Classic move. Seere finally agrees to listen, and Nahen whispers a gentle goodnight. Cain shyly steps into the dining hall, politely apologizing for interrupting Nahen's meal. My lord Nahen, Commander Elza has submitted the loot inventory report, Cain says. Nahen waves his hand dismissively, telling him to bring it over, while the old man sneaks a glance at his face. Are you looking for something specific? Cain asks. Nahen does not bother hiding his intentions, confirming there is indeed one item on the 70th floor they absolutely must secure. In this game, equipment is easily one of the most critical elements. It boosts character growth efficiency, making it an absolute must-have. And get this, it is a hidden piece Nahen only uncovered after reaching the 40th ending. Nahen flashes a satisfied smile. Unbelievable. Who would have thought an item this overpowered would be hidden in the early stages? After confirming the exact item, Nahen carefully instructs the old man, Cain, make sure we keep this piece entirely to ourselves, then select some suitable loot from the rest to hand over to the commander. Cain nods in understanding, but the moment he looks down at the paper Nahen handed him, the old man freezes in utter shock. He cannot help but ask, excuse me, my lord Nahen, but are you absolutely sure you marked the right item? Nahen cuts a piece of meat and confirms, yes, as soon as Tri agrees, I will retrieve it. On that paper was an item Cain never in a million years expected Nahen to actually need. Understood. Very well, Cain says. After a short wait, Seere finally gets to see the treasures from the 70th floor, gasping at how sparkly they are and how every single piece glows. Nahen slips his hands into his pockets, smiling as he says, now this is exactly what I was talking about. Lin arrives with the checklist to double-check the inventory, asking what he said. Nahen just shakes his head, replying it is nothing. Nahen looks around the 70th floor vault, nodding with excitement. Seriously, look at this. This is only half of the haul, making it a massive jackpot. Is everything stored safely? Nahen asks. Lin nods in confirmation, telling him Demon King Si-Chi was highly cooperative, making the entire operation go incredibly smoothly. Just then, a few guards approach and bow respectfully to Seere, welcoming Her Majesty. The little girl quickly salutes back. Yes, well done, she replies. Moments later, a chest is carried over and placed right in front of her as they present the item checklist. This is the exact item Lord Nahen emphasized we must retrieve. Please verify if this is the correct piece, they ask. Once Nahen spots the sword, he smiles. Found it, he praises them, saying it is indeed the right one, the blood tear sword. When mana flows into its blood-red gem, it looks like it is weeping tears of blood. That is where it gets its dramatic name. In the game, equipping this blade boosts character growth efficiency 5 times over. While Nahen is not sure if it works the same in reality, it is bound to be extremely useful. Holding the broken sword, Nahen recalls all the crucial details he read about it in the past. It boasts the absolute highest attack power in the early stages, and since it grants the user access to unique magic, it is incredibly efficient. Seeing him study the blade so closely, Seere leans in with curiosity, asking what it is. Nahen just smiles and holds it out to her. This is a gift for you, Seere, Nahen says. Her face goes completely blank with confusion as she wonders why. Since it is broken, Nahen just chuckles and reassures her it is fine because it can be fixed. He knows exactly where the broken blade fragment and the gem are hidden. He puts the sword away and promises Seere they will go fix it once they finish checking the inventory. Her eyes widen as she asks what happens next. How will it look when it is fixed? She asks. Nahen rests his chin in his hand, smiles, and tells her it will be incredibly sparkly. Lin, standing nearby, asks if she should summon a blacksmith. Nahen simply shakes his head, telling her that is not necessary. This sword cannot be repaired that way. Do not worry about it. Let us inspect the warehouse first. Since Seere loves shiny things, her eyes remain completely glued to the glowing chests. Behind us, they are dividing the loot, so transfer this list to the armory. This stuff will be used to resupply the soldiers. To her, everything looks absolutely beautiful and sparkling. This one is so gorgeous, and that one is sparkling too. Nian notices her excitement and gently asks for her opinion. Nian asks Seere, do you see anything you like? But Seere shyly declines, no, I do not need anything. He just smiles, patting her head while reassuring her, do not worry, everything here belongs to you anyway. If you want something, just take it. Without hesitation, Seere points directly to the most stunning ruby crown resting inside the chest. Seere picks the crown, which is exactly what Nian expected, probably an instinct from her bloodline. He then offers another invitation. Since you are done, want to go somewhere with your teacher? Seere looks around in complete bewilderment and asks teacher, why are we here? Nian smiles as he introduces an abandoned mine shaft. This is where we will find the pieces to complete your sword. Stepping deeper inside, the little girl shivers. It looks so deep. How will we find them? Together, the teacher and students slowly make their way forward. Nian reassures her, I know exactly where those pieces are, so these forks in the road will not be an issue. They arrive, but the darkness ahead makes Seere complain, I cannot see a thing. Nian raises his oil lamp, promising, do not worry. I will find it in no time. Nian rummages through the cluttered mess, muttering to himself, it should be right around here. Then, he gasps, found it. Seere stares at the fragment in bewilderment. Is that really a sword? He grins. It does not look like much right now, does it? Nian steps toward a rugged stone wall. Of course, this is not all of it. And right here is where things get really interesting. He channels a massive surge of mana, and a hidden door finally swings open. It reveals a beautifully engraved doorway, meaning only one final obstacle remains. Nian beckons the young girl to come closer. Come here, Seere. She stares at the door, letting out a soft gasp. Do we really just have to go through there? Nian mutters, pretty much. Let me carry you from here. There is a tiny obstacle blocking our path. Right on cue, the stone guardian awakens, spreading its wings to block them intruders. You shall not pass. Seizing the moment, Nian teaches the girl some rare lore. Gargoyles are a pretty scarce breed these days. Take a good look while you can. Completely unfazed, Seere leans in and whispers, teacher, that statue is actually talking. Insulted, the monster snaps, how dare you? But Nian just shuts it down, you are too noisy. The beast completely freezes. What? Nian glares at the beast, his voice sharp, do not interrupt Seere while she is learning. But the moment it spots the terrifying familiar towering behind Nian, it panics, instantly dropping to its knees. I will serve you, master, please go right ahead. Honestly, even Nian is caught off guard by this. Well, that was incredibly sudden. A massive gargoyle that has lived this long could actually be quite useful. Before heading inside, Nian commands, wait here, behave, and I will take you in. Without a single complaint, the massive creature instantly obeys, yes, master. Inside, a massive ruby stone floats right in the center, leaving Seere completely breathless. Nian then summons her broken sword, hovering in the air. Now, here is the coolest part. Nian places the pieces on the altar, and the crystal bursts with a blinding light as they watch. Once repaired, the blade is reborn as the legendary Blood Tear sword. He grins, how does it look? Since Seere has never seen anything glow like this, she whispers, it is so beautiful. He chuckles, patting her head. This is my gift to you. Her eyes widen in pure amazement. What? Really? He nods, of course it is. Unable to hide her absolute joy, Seere cheers, thank you, teacher. The unique Blood Tear sword boosts base stats and significantly amplifies mana or blood absorption. Back at the castle, Seere immediately brags to old Kane, look at this. Teacher gave me a gift. The old man stares blankly at her hands. Why on earth is it a sword? Behind them, Nian just smiles. It is time Seere started sword training anyway. But then, a massive shadow looms behind Nian, scaring Kane half to death. So you did not just bring back a sword from the 70th floor. Is that a gargoyle? Nian grins, offering a suggestion. Exactly. What do you think about naming him Gatekeeper Aegon? The old man is slightly taken aback but starts doing the math. He seems way too massive to guard the Demon King castle. But Nian shakes his head. No, not the castle. He is guarding somewhere else. Kane's eyes widen. What did you say? Nian points at Aegon's massive frame. He is absolutely perfect for scaring off those annoying, weak little pests. Don't you think so? Kane actually agrees, realizing that the gargoyle is a perfect fit to be stationed near the teleportation portal. After getting the old man's okay, Nian turns to the beast with a blunt threat. Did you hear your orders clearly? If you turn out useless, I will discard you whenever I want, so give it your all. It nods, too terrified to resist. The beast promises I will keep that in mind. Turning back to business, Nian says, I heard you have a report. Let us discuss it in the office. Inside his office, he frowned and asked him back. Have Dantalion and Decarabia made contact? Ken clasped his hands and gave a quick nod. Yes, if the 69th and 68th floors form a massive alliance under these conditions, it will be extremely difficult to handle. He rested his chin on his hand in thought. Starting a direct conflict right now would be incredibly tough, but they could not just sit idly by and watch this alliance take shape. Then I guess we only have one option, he says. Hearing this, Ken hesitantly asks if he already has a master plan ready. Looking serious, he shares his strategy, explaining they will disrupt Dantalion's faction. But Ken still feels a bit worried. But Dantalion's faction is incredibly powerful, and unlike Andromalius, they are certainly no fools. He simply asks back, Ken, isn't Dantalion's faction famous for having a massive number of merchants? Ken pushes up his glasses and nods. confirming that they believe commerce is the key to rising through the ranks. That is exactly what he's planning to exploit. And you have to admit, since trust is a merchant's entire lifeblood, breaking it would ruin them completely. Dantalion's faction will collapse from within, pure chaos. Ken, however, is still extremely worried. But they have built that trust over countless years of trade. How could it possibly crumble in just one night? He stands up seriously, saying, Ken, I never said we would destroy it in one night. Training our forces will take at least 5 years, so we will slowly sabotage Dantalion's trade policies over time. He already has his next moves carefully figured out. Using the build I ran back in the game, we will become their competitors. Ken's jaw drops. Competitors? Really? He nods to reassure him, saying they will do business on the 70th floor, but we will not operate openly. After a moment, Ken timidly asks, I understand, but are you planning to use Lady Citri again this time? He chuckles and shakes his head, saying it is cooperation, not using her. Ken bows, wondering if Lady Citri will truly take the risk, but he has his own calculations. No need to worry about that. It will be an offer far too tempting even for Citri. Ken sighs in relief and asks what they will sell, wondering if he has a product ready. With a sly grin, he promises it is something that will drive merchants completely crazy. He will sell what the demon realm lacks. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, rumors are spreading through Soto. Have you heard the latest news? Inside a local tavern, the whispers grow louder as someone mentions that lately, there are almost no guards left around. An adventurer who just came back through the portal said so. You mean the demon guards? Is that really true? Dan waves him off with a sly grin. Don't you trust me? This is our golden ticket. Let's hunt some demon beasts and make a ton of gold. Luke casually replies that he also heard sheep clan horns are highly valuable lately. Ree, sitting across from them, eagerly volunteers, saying she knows where they gather, and since there are many lambs, getting horns should be easy. Luke mutters to himself, wondering if this really is their big break, but then he quickly agrees with his friends anyway. All right, let's head to the demon realm right now. We are about to get rich, and just wait until they actually step outside. The massive crowd is way bigger than normal, showing us that those rumors about the missing guards are absolutely true. Suddenly, a heavy hand slaps Luke's shoulder, with a stranger saying, Hey buddy, I happen to hear you mention knowing the sheep clan's location. Mind if we join you? The man stands there alongside a girl, introducing himself as Riku Bana and her as Melissa. Before Luke can even reply, Dan quickly sizes them up and whispers, Wait, look at those badges on their shoulders. They are both a rank adventurers, so just say yes, because if we make trouble, we might vanish without a trace. Luke nods in agreement. Sure, you can come along, they say. Riku chuckles, calling it a smart choice, before telling everyone to move out. Meanwhile, a nearby duo argues at the gate. The boy criticizes his companion, asking if she is really not going when this is their ultimate chance. If you want to make a living as an adventurer, you can't just ignore the demon realm. The girl backs away and mutters that he is completely clueless. Lately, not a single adventurer who entered the demon realm has ever made it back. Meanwhile, the group of 5 is pushing deeper into the territory, with Luke pointing out they just need to cross the next hill. Riku looks around suspiciously, muttering that it is incredibly strange for the guards to just vanish like mist. He warns them to stay alert, wondering if they abandon this floor. Luke asks in confusion about what he means by floor. Riku nods and briefly explains that it is a famous theory that the demon realm has multiple layers. Luke's eyes go wide. Oh, so it is like some kind of massive tower. But a sharp whisper from Ree makes everyone dive for cover as she tells them to hide, pointing out a member of the sheep clan just ahead. Riku peers out greedily, confirming it is the real deal, while Luke is just as eager to start the hunt immediately. But before they strike, Riku wants to set clear ground rules, proposing that his side gets to take the horns. What if you guys keep the rest? He immediately gets upset and reaches for his sword. But wait, a sheep's value is pretty much entirely in its horns. But Melissa rushes forward to make him reconsider, telling Luke that he still has his whole future ahead of him. Or just listen to Rikwin if you want to go home in one piece. He starts hesitating and curses himself. Did they plan this whole thing from the start? I had a really bad feeling the moment they asked to come along. There's no way the 3 of us can beat A-rank adventurers blessed with divine power. In the end, Luke has to compromise. Fine, but in return, Rikuin, you have to handle the fighting. But of course, he immediately starts going back on his word. He claims he never wanted their help anyway, but before he can even finish, the ground shakes violently. Luke rushes to support a heavily injured Ree. What is this? An earthquake? Is everyone okay? As the tremors grow worse, Rikuin starts swearing because his prey is about to escape. What the hell is going on? At this rate, All the sheep are going to get away. Right then, Agon ambushes them, saying he found the last coward. See that? Riquin gapes in pure shock, wondering if it's really a gargoyle. A worried Melissa quickly pulls him, warning that if it really is a gargoyle, they need to run right now. But she cannot budge him. He is totally frozen in place. Riquin tries to rush in and help, but Den already charges ahead. Luke tells them to leave him and run. Once they get outside, he asks in frustration, what's wrong with you? Her voice is pretty shaky. Guards, tell me, what are your orders? Captain Lin stares seriously and coldly at the group in front of her. Her only order is to capture them, and the guards quickly drag everyone away alive. Right nearby, Melissa and Riquin are thrown into a cage, making him wonder if demons actually choose not to kill humans. At the castle, Lin reports that over the past month, they captured 276 humans and locked all their cargo in the warehouse. Xu gasps in surprise, noting that it is quite a lot. But for Nian, this is still not enough, and they are still falling a bit short. Clasping her hands, she is also surprised by this strategy, admitting she thought connecting with the human world was a weakness, but never expected him to hunt them instead. He smiles warmly, refusing to take all the credit. This was only possible because of Aegon and our alliance with the 71st floor. Secretly, Nian knows that for a perfect ending, there is nothing he won't do. In this game, humans are pretty much worse than useless bugs. Showing them mercy brings absolutely zero benefits. Meanwhile, Lin brings up a serious concern of hers, warning him about something. Even though pulling the guards back worked as a pretty great bait, the residents of the 72nd floor are getting more and more anxious because of those humans. Hearing this, he has to consider other options, knowing that if the people's trust begins to waver, everything is pointless. Lately, the number of captures has also been dropping, yet we still need quite a lot more humans. If that is the case, we will change our plan. Nian grins slyly, asking Captain Lin if she knows anyone who can control minds. She seriously shares her thoughts, pointing out there are plenty of beings who can easily manipulate human minds, which is exactly what he needs. Really? So for the final step, we will make them eager to return. Ready for this? They already know over 200 people are missing, but they still have not blocked the teleportation portal. At the Soda Adventurers Guild, some frustrated guys confront the receptionist, complaining that they also have to make a living. But Angela can only reject them on orders, saying they are sorry but it is the guildmaster's command so there is nothing they can do. Nearby, others start whispering. Another adventurer sighs, complaining that it is happening again and asking if they really want to go to the demon realm that badly. That guy is an A-rank adventurer, so rewards from normal quests probably are not enough for him anymore. Suddenly, a weak cry echoes through the hall. Begging for help, Luke stumbles inside, completely exhausted with no strength left. Everyone asks, "Luke, what on earth happened to you?" He walks inside filled with terror, explaining that he just escaped the demon realm where all the missing people are being held by guards. Luke desperately begs at the reception desk, where Ree and Den are also standing, crying out that they absolutely must save them. She tries to help him calm down, telling him to take a deep breath first. Everyone in the office sympathizes with Luke, urging Angela to go easy on him since his teammates were captured and he is obviously not in his right mind. Suddenly, a man rushes out from inside. Audenby steps forward to question the young adventurer, demanding to know why the demons are capturing humans. His face goes completely pale as he stammers out that he has absolutely no idea. He claims he was in no state of mind to investigate, but Aiden coldly presses on, asking if he is absolutely sure he knows nothing. Luke cannot hide his anger, asking if he is seriously doubting someone who just barely escaped with his life. Aiden sighs, admitting that he does have some doubts, while his analytical gaze completely sweeps over the boy. How could a lowly C-rank adventurer like you manage to escape the demon realm all by yourself? And on top of that, your heartbeat sounds exactly like that of a liar. He smirks, exposing Luke's hypocritical face. Things are getting pretty interesting. His racing heartbeat finally calms down, almost as if someone else was pulling the strings. But wait, I smell a truly disgusting stench. He points his sword directly at him. Have you been brainwashed by those demons? Luke just sneers mind control. Is that what you think? Finally, Luke reveals his true face, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. Just as expected of S-rank perception, but Aiden strikes first, brutally slicing his body completely in half. Right after, he gives the girl some serious instructions. Angela, warn the other guilds, tell them they absolutely must not enter the demon realm. She nods quickly, yes, Guildmaster. Then, he seriously warns the villagers, listen up, everyone. The teleportation portal of Soder City will be completely shut down, no matter your objections. But a sudden, blood-curdling scream echoes from outside. Guildmaster Aiden spins around to ask what is going on. The messenger gasps for air, sir. The guilds from the other territories are here. The Dohan fortress of the Northern Alliance is marching out in a furious rage, shouting to charge in and take those filthy demons' heads now. Just look at how greedy everyone gets. Germanum, the capital of the Bism Empire, is rushing to the portal, declaring they won't let those brainless fools steal their prize. Naturally, the Babylon Merchant Guild from the Holy Kingdom of Philly is joining too, declaring God is on their side to slay the demons. A few days ago, Lin reported to the office, informing Lord Ren that the brainwashed humans were ready. Ren nodded, waiting for the show to begin very well, lure those adventurers inside. Before that, he remembered a familiar name, telling them to make sure they lure them to Tutor City in the Holy Kingdom. There is a pretty troublesome human there. Lin was shocked. A troublesome human? He just nodded, muttering as he recalled the past. In the game, a few formidable enemies appeared in the human realm, and one of them is the Guildmaster of Tutor City, the greatest assassin, Aiden Glan. But he made sure that Aiden Glan would always be one step behind in responding. Watching from above, Varuna is amazed, asking his commander if he sees them pouring in. Lin replies with total confidence, of course. This is Lord Ren's plan. A complete success. Honestly, the more I see, the more impressive he gets. Lin props up his hands, looking down at the human army to complete the strategy. We must also play our part. Varuna smiles. He waves his hand in agreement. Yes, I know. Then, Varuna glances back, ordering his men. Did you all hear what she said? Use the Mananet cannons to capture as many as possible. The soldiers salute loudly. Yes, Vice Commander, let the hunt begin. And here is where the trap springs. Just as the adventurers let their guard down, the sky suddenly turns pitch black. A massive Aegon suddenly appears in the sky, shocking everyone. The gargoyle crashes heavily onto the ground, letting out a terrifying, earth-shaking roar. Master's orders. I will completely annihilate every single one of these intruders. As the human army falls into absolute chaos, Lin seizes the opportunity from above, shouting to fire the Mananet cannons at their broken formation. Varuna, commanding the fortress, orders everyone to load and fire. Massive nets fly through the air, trapping the soldiers below, who instantly break out into loud, chaotic shouting. What is this? It is just a net, rip it apart. But very quickly, they realize they cannot even budge. These nets are made of giant spider silk. Angered, they curse at the filthy monsters, but suddenly, someone rushes from behind to attack the beast. The adventurers feel like they just found their savior. Shouting loudly, Lord Rosenberg rallies them, telling them to follow him as he cuts a path. The soldiers charge right behind him. Watching from above, Varuna grows anxious, knowing that Aegon alone will not be enough to stop him. Lin frowns, realizing they need outside intervention, and decides he must go deal with the other targets first. Already gripping his trident, Asura aims below. Leave this to me, Commander. He deploys into the battlefield, refusing to repeat past defeats where he could not even transform. Never again. Asura immediately dives straight into the heart of the raging battle to fight. Joseph senses a sudden surge of energy right behind his back. Before he can react, Asura impales him with a single, devastating thrust. He laughs coldly with pure disdain, warning that mere bugs should not muddy the waters. Without stopping, Asura swings his trident again. The terrified adventurers scramble to escape, but looking at them, his eyes are filled with nothing but absolute, freezing contempt. Keep running if you want to survive, though it is already far too late anyway. Pulling back his trident, he finds genuine amusement in watching them scramble like insects, telling his troops to let them run before rounding them up. Understood, sir. After trapping the massive human army, Ren praises them endlessly, noting it was minimal losses for maximum results. Not bad at all. Lin humbly declines, taking all the credit, saying they only followed their master's plan. Ren laughs heartily, but you are the ones who executed it successfully. He also praises the other squad leaders, Captain Feng and Vice Captain Zeta. You both did incredibly well in your first battle with the 5th Corps. Thank you for returning safely, and I look forward to your future achievements. The two bow deeply in respect. Thank you, Master. Ren nods, turning around to instruct them to go take care of the cleanup now. With everything finished, Nien returns to his office. He immediately smiles at the girl on the platform, asking if Seere had been waiting long. Waving him over, Seere tells Nien that she just got there and only started eating her pudding. Walking up the steps, Nien dotes on Seere while speaking to Cain, instructing him to compile all the information for the Demon Realm merchants. The old man nods in agreement. Understood, Cain replies. Nien then orders him to select the 200 captives with the highest market value and release the rest, leaving Cain wide-eyed in shock. What? Cain gasps, asking if they are really going to free the humans they worked so hard to capture. Cain asks if he plans to negotiate with the human nations. Massaging his temples, Nahen calmly replies that they must squeeze out every ounce of value from these prisoners. But Cain strongly objects to the idea. He begs for forgiveness for being so blunt, explaining that it is far too early because they are still way too weak to make moves against human nations. He warns that there are a few human kingdoms they must actively watch out for. First is the Holy Kingdom of Felix, the only religious state around. Second is the Bism Empire, the sole nation to actually declare itself a true empire. Finally, there is the Northern Alliance, formed by 7 major northern cities. Hearing this, Nahen has to admit that Cain has a solid point. Nahen agrees that those humans are pretty troublesome, but avoiding negotiations altogether would be a massive mistake on their part. Besides, they are in no position to mobilize an army right now. Sitting nearby, Seere chimes in curiously, asking why that is. She thought those humans were incredibly strong. But watch how Nahen patiently explains that those humans were the ones who invaded their demon territory. The blame lies entirely with the captured humans. Second, every single kingdom has a duty to protect its own citizens. Nahen smiles and continues. The main point is that they, the victims, are offering to trade human lives for gold. What happens if their leaders refuse? Whether they are kings or emperors, they would instantly lose the trust of their own people. Seere gasps in surprise, asking if public trust is really that important. Nahen nods, patting her head and telling her that she must absolutely keep this in mind. For a great demon lord, maintaining the very foundation of your power is far more crucial than anything else. Cain listens closely to the explanation, slowly wrapping his head around the brilliant plan. Very well, Cain says. He will select the 200 captives with the highest market value regardless of their background or status. Then Nahen makes one more request. He asks Cain to also bring him a few blacksmiths, specifically the most skilled ones he can find. Seere is instantly curious again, asking why he needs blacksmiths and what he plans to do. Nahen smiles, keeping things completely secret. He says it is a product based on what they learned from humans, which only makes the little girl even more curious. Something learned from humans? Seere asks if it will actually sell. Nahen just smiles, saying it probably will. Over in the BMK Empire, the High Table receives the latest news. The Emperor exclaims in disbelief that those beasts are demanding a ransom for the hostages. Clow grunts that he never thought he would live to see the day he received a letter like this from lowly demons. He asks if that place is not supposed to be a mere playground for adventurers. His ministers begin offering their own thoughts, saying that because they do not fully understand the situation in the demon realm, they can only make educated guesses. One advisor notes his fear that a significant change has occurred over there. The Emperor's brow furrows deeply in response. Clow asks if he means those demons have actually developed the ambition to conquer the human world. If that is true, then those absolute fools have basically declared war on them. Clow demands to know how much those monsters want for the hostages. A minister steps up, announcing the exact ransom demanded to release those 20 people. They want 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and around 2 tons of iron. Clow rests his head on his hand, muttering that they are asking for quite a lot. You have to wonder, considering the low number of captives, they are clearly looking down on us. Shouldn't we strike back and punish them instead of giving in? But the Marquis quickly objects, urging His Majesty that for the sake of their citizens' lives, he absolutely must agree to the demon demands. Clow glares back with complete exhaustion, asking Marquis Levin why to explain exactly why they should do that. Marquis Levin respectfully explains his thoughts. Since this massive disaster only happened because the Adventurer Guild decided to act on their own, they have absolutely no justification to retaliate. This only serves to further enrage the Emperor. He snaps back, asking if justification even matters when their opponents are literal demons. Marquis Levin grimly warns the Emperor that this is exactly the core problem here. They have yet to accurately gauge the current military power of the entire demon realm. Furthermore, among the adventurers who participated, there were many who were rank A or even higher. As His Majesty knows, a single A-rank adventurer possesses combat skills on par with an officially knighted imperial warrior. Yet, even top-tier elites like that were easily captured, with absolutely nobody managing to escape. Furious, Klaus slams his hands on his desk in rage. Are they not a mighty empire? He cannot believe they are actually being forced to yield to the demon world over something like this. Levin tries his best to stay calm while explaining the harsh reality to him. If rumors spread that the Emperor abandoned his own subjects to die, he would never regain public trust. Clow has no choice but to swallow his pride and compromise, ordering a message to be sent. Tell them they accept the deal, but command the military to focus all efforts on closely monitoring every single move of the demon realm, because one day, Clow vows to repay this absolute humiliation. Back in the castle, Cain happily reports to Nien that while some nations are still hesitating, the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, and the Northern Alliance have all agreed to negotiate. Hearing this, Nien smiles with massive relief. I really thought they would reject this. He hands over the letter with a strict order: bring the prisoners to the portal area tomorrow morning. The letter makes it very clear that we are doing the exchange right there. And when you meet the human messengers, tell them this. Nien looks cold, pure threat. If they do not agree to our terms before this weekend, the rest will be executed. The demon artisans are gathered together. Everyone is utterly confused. Why did the Demon King summon all of us here? I have no idea. But did you not come from floor 71? The other guy shakes his head. I only came because I was told to. Very quickly, they finally make their appearance. They are here. The arrival of these two groups leaves everyone completely stunned. Wait a second. Are Lady Seere and Lady Si-Chi walking together? And is that not Lady Seere's own master right there? Si-Chi crosses her arms, clears her throat, and gets straight to the point. Welcome, artisans from every floor. You must all be wondering why I gathered everyone here today. She grabs a large cover cloth, pulling it back to reveal the items carefully laid out underneath. Just watch how they react now. The amazed artisans immediately crowd forward to get inside. Where on earth did you get these? Can I take a closer look? Every single blacksmith is utterly mesmerized. There is absolutely no doubt about it. These are absolute masterpieces. Si-Chi slowly announces these are all swords taken from those human adventurers. The artisans gasp in pure shock, never imagining humans could forge such things. What an eyesore. She glares down at the dwarf craftsman and casually continues, that is exactly why I have gathered all of you here today, analyze all this different human gear, and then copy them with the same level of quality. Everyone stands stunned by this threatening demand. What is that? Analyze them? Are you saying our own work is inferior, so we actually have to copy those pathetic humans? She smirks. You catch on fast. Now that you get it, go start researching right away, and stop wasting precious time and resources on making such useless garbage. The dwarf artisans begin muttering. What did you just say? How can Lady Seere's own master speak such absolute nonsense to us? But he quickly corrects them. This is not nonsense. It is the simple truth. They whisper among themselves, wondering if he even knows what the truth means. Finally, Nen has to show them a real demonstration. Let me ask you one simple thing. If you take a sword you forged yourself and strike it against a human-made blade, he raises his hand to mimic a heavy clash, asking which blade breaks first. This is where it gets good. The panic on their faces is priceless as he barks his next order. I am not telling you to copy them blindly. Analyze their gear and forge something entirely new using your own unique style. You do not want to be outdone by the very humans you absolutely despise, do you? They exchange glances and murmur, human gear is definitely high quality. But even so, we still hate copying their trash. To think we actually have to study human garbage. While the others are still hesitating, one guy suddenly raises his hand. I will do it. His neighbor gasps, Dung Grick. He touches the blade and mutters to himself for a long time. However, since I do not know their process, analyzing this will take some time. But he nods in agreement. Do not worry about that. I will give you all the time and resources you need. Then he turns to ask, Seer, your majesties, how about we make this blacksmith the leader of the project? The little girl raises her hand in agreement. That is fine with me. Si-Chi does not object either, not a bad idea at all. With both of them approving, Dungrick is officially recognized as the leader of this project. He then places a token on Dungrick. This badge I am giving you right now will grant you full authority to command all the other blacksmiths. The other artisans immediately begin to murmur and protest. Wait, master, you cannot just make random decisions like that. I have far more experience than him. The leader should be decided through a proper meeting. But he simply shouts for silence once Nen decides. No one can change his mind. A true leader must be someone who dares to take action and shoulder the responsibility. Yet a coward like you, who does not even have the guts to try, dares to talk about leadership? More importantly, are you defying your own master's command? The complainers immediately shrink back in absolute terror, quickly explaining, no, of course not. That was not my intention at all. He further warns them not to step out of line. Disobeying Dungrick is exactly the same as disobeying the two majesties standing right here. So if that ever happens, he warns in an ice-cold voice, you will be executed on the spot. Dungrick slowly speaks. This humble servant obeys your command. Behind him, the other artisans also drop to their knees in deep respect. Intimidation successful. He has officially completely shut down the stubborn dwarf faction. Sichi cannot help but tilt her chin up in pure arrogance. I did a pretty great job this time too, right? Too bad her little show completely fails to catch his eye, as he only focuses on Seere. You did wonderful. You did not even tremble at all. Seeing herself get completely ignored makes Sichi absolutely furious. Hey, why are you ignoring me like that? His reply is delivered in a tone that only belongs to Nahen. You are not a child anymore, so are you really that desperate for praise? She snorts coldly, throwing the question right back at him. Would it kill you to praise me a little to boost my spirits? Hearing her complain, Ryu-min helplessly gives in with a sigh. Fine, fine. You did an amazing job, Ryu-min says. Now can we finally talk about our business deal? Hearing this, Sichi hesitates for a moment before speaking up. Right. Did you say you are going to use my name as a shield? She raises her warm teacup, savoring every word to make things clear. On paper, Her Majesty Sichi is the absolute ruler of Floor 70. In return, I will provide you with top-tier weapons and a share of the profits. You will not even have to lift a single finger in the actual day-to-day business. A light drop of sweat rolls down Sichi's cheek as she hesitates, finally bringing up the most crucial part. What is my cut? Instead of giving a straight answer, Ryu-min throws the question back, asking if she has a number in mind. After another brief pause, Sichi slowly throws out a percentage that she considers relatively safe. How about 50%? But since Ryu-min's side is doing all the heavy lifting, he shut her down. You are a robber. Forget it. I will find someone else. Standing nearby, Seere puffs out her cheeks and chimes in Her Majesty. Sichi is a total thief. That instantly sets off Sichi's notoriously hot temper. Hey, do not forget you are using my name to run this entire operation, Sichi snaps. But Ryu-min does not back down at all, casually stating his next move. I guess I will just have to find another way then. You can practically feel her absolute panic right here. Wait, she stammers, how about 10%? But Ryu-min is completely done playing nice. His intense aura flares up decisively, locking in his firm choice. Still as thick-skinned as ever, aren't you? If I give you 10%, forget about the weapons. Sichi flinches, completely intimidated by his overwhelming pressure. Sichi stammers at his threat, her thin lips pressed tightly together as her brain frantically calculates all the pros and cons. Profit always comes with high risk, and sales will fluctuate. But this is Ryu-min's elite venture, and his weapon quality is guaranteed to be on a completely different level. After weighing her options, Sichi finally makes up her mind to agree to his terms. Fine. I will lower my share. Just keep the weapons in our deal. Hearing her surrender, Ryu-min instantly retracts his suffocating aura back into his body. Now we are finally talking business, so let's settle on 5%. It sounds low, but the actual cash Your Majesty receives will be incredibly massive. Even with the deal sealed, Sichi cannot help but feel highly skeptical of his master plan. How can you be so sure? We haven't even started yet, she points out. This immediately earns her a dramatic, mock sigh of disappointment from Ryu-min. It is heartbreaking that you do not trust me, especially after everything I have shown you. A flood of his past achievements flashes through her mind. Nodding slowly, she realizes he does not need to say another word. Fine, I will trust you, so let's sign the contract. But are you absolutely sure you can successfully copy the gear manufactured by those puny humans? Hearing her deeply skeptical doubts, Ryu-min immediately reassures her with absolute confidence, as if he holds the entire world in his hands. It is totally possible. We do not lack skill. It is just about demand. The exact reason behind his supreme confidence flashes through his mind. This strategy was one of the most effective, proven meta builds back in his gaming days. As Sichi stamps the binding contract, Ryu-min's deep, calm voice begins to echo slowly throughout the massive, silent room. To a powerful demon lord, standard-issue weapons mean absolutely nothing anymore. Consequently, weapon research in this realm has been heavily neglected for ages, and that is exactly why our military gear lags far behind what humans are producing today. Wearing a friendly smile that is completely different from his cold look earlier, he starts breaking down the exact details of his brilliant strategy. But a demon lord cannot settle every single battle using nothing but raw, personal strength. That is exactly why upgrading the equipment levels of your army is incredibly important. That is why Your Majesty accepted my deal in the first place. Since we already possess the research data, we will easily catch up to their standard in no time. Hearing his rock-solid reassurance, Sichi swallows her doubts and speaks up, despite still feeling highly conflicted inside. That is a relief. Take this. Ryu-min knows her too well, so he adds a quick warning. If you still have doubts, you are totally free to pull out of the deal. His blunt threat instantly panics her again as she stammers. Wait, when did I ever say that? Why would I ever throw away an opportunity to equip my demon army for free? But Ryu-min ruins her dreams in the next second by stating nothing is free. Just look at her face. Sichi is totally stunned, her mouth hanging wide open in pure shock as she gasps out, "What? You just said you would hand them over to me. We already signed the contract, so are you seriously going back on your word now?" Folding up the signed contract, Ryu Min looks her dead in the eye, making her realize the terrifying reality of lending her name. "The profits and gear your majesty receives are simply a lease fee for your title, because you will be the one bearing all the massive risks. If this entire business crashes and burns, Her Majesty Sichi is the one whose reputation gets completely destroyed." Her face instantly turns pale with rising fury. Only now does Citri realize, way too late, that he has been completely set up. Wait, what risk? Don't tell me it is you. But even if he realizes it, it is already too late. Nahen wears a sinister grin, ready to teach his opponent a harsh lesson in how the world actually works. Nothing in this world comes for free. Your Majesty, Citri, while those negotiations are going down in that breezy room, the atmosphere in the dungeon is far more suffocating. Clutching her knees in pure fear, R anxiously whispers to the boy sitting next to her, "Den, what do you think happened to Luke? Can we really survive and make it out of here alive?" In response, Den tries to reassure her, telling her not to give up hope just yet. R suddenly gasps as a chaotic shift occurs right at that moment. The cell door swings open, and a demon guard barges right in, grabbing the brown-haired boy. The kid is obviously not going to go quietly, struggling with everything he has got. "Let go." I said, "Let go of me." Even as Den is dragged away, he remains remarkably calm, telling them to loosen their grip a bit. Meanwhile, R struggles to hold back her fear as she demands to know, "Where are you taking us?" But right at that moment, a very familiar voice echoes through the corridor, "Wait, stop right there." And look who decided to show up. Nahen himself has personally come down to check on them. He asks, "What are your names?" The girl stammers out, "R," while the boy next to her hesitates. "It is Den," the boy replies. In the next second, Nahen's golden eyes narrow as he slowly speaks. "By any chance, do you two know anyone named Luke?" Instantly, both Den and R forget all their fear, raising their voices to snap right back. "Are you kidding me? What kind of sick joke is this? You guys are the ones who dragged him away in the first place." Responding with an incredibly calm voice, Nahen asks, "So he was captured along with the two of you?" Bursting into a hearty laugh, he pieces the clues together and finally understands the whole situation. "Yes, of course. So that is exactly what went down. Was he active in Tutor City?" Not wanting to waste a single second, Nahen immediately gets straight to the point. Nahen moves to his next step. "Kane, get me paper and a pen." After sketching, he shows R and Den the drawing. "Do you recognize this person?" Thanks to his outstanding drawing skills, Nahen's portrait is detailed enough for them to realize who it is. But why does he completely ignore the kid's confusion? Furrowing his brows slightly, Nahen turns to question the butler standing beside him. "Kane, during that adjustment campaign Captain Lin carried out earlier, was this man present on the field?" Hesitating slightly from surprise, the old butler still answers respectfully, "Yes, we did send him to Tutor City." While everyone else is left completely dazed, Nahen is grinning like a madman. You know he's already cooking up a wild plan. What an unbelievable stroke of luck. Then, he firmly instructs his men, "Once you finish up here, bring these two straight to my office." And without a moment of hesitation, Nahen turns on his heel and heads back up the long stone steps. During the long walk back, Nahen slips deep into his analytical mindset. We must be just as vigilant against the forces of the human world as we are against the demon kings on other floors. Because in the game, if human hostility reaches a certain threshold, 3 legendary heroes will spawn. And one of them is exactly the person I am thinking of right now. This legendary warrior is none other than the Sword Hero. As someone who has personally played through the game Evil Queenmaker, Nahen knows exactly how these characters react. If it were aimed, he would never let a human get mind-controlled. By the time he sits down in his usual chair, his mind cannot help but marvel at how everything is unfolding. Who would have thought I could eliminate one of the main heroes without even lifting a single finger? And just as he settles into his seat, Kane's voice echoes outside the office, "Master Nahen, I have brought them in." He remains deep in thought, his gaze shifting to the 2 teenagers standing behind the butler. After all, support characters like Den and R are incredibly valuable. The potential they showed in the game is truly outstanding. It would be a complete waste to just sell them off as common slaves. Even though they technically belong to the opposing side, Nahen decides to extend an offer work under me. Naturally, this leaves Kane completely bewildered as he stammers, "Master Nahen, what are you saying?" But Nahen simply replies in his usual calm tone, "I simply cannot hand them over to Seere. If she keeps humans by her side right now, it will only trigger a massive backlash from the others." Kane stammers, admitting that Nahen is correct, that is true. But why would the Imperial Tutor take in such lowly humans? Nahen simply responds with absolute calmness. I know what I am doing, so you do not need to worry about it. But he is not done yet. He unleashes a terrifyingly dominant aura as he throws down an offer that sounds more like a non-negotiable demand to Den and R. How about it? I will not only spare your lives, but I will also pay you handsomely for your skills. Then, he casually shrugs, making sure they also fully understand the alternative. Of course, feel free to refuse, but you will just be thrown straight back into the dungeon with absolutely nothing changed. Den furrows his brow as he asks a very reasonable question. What will happen to us if we get locked in the dungeon? Nahen does not mind explaining the harsh truth to them. You two will be sold as slaves to suffer for the rest of your lives, or end up just like your friend, because he is already dead. Just look at their faces on this beat. The eyes of both Den and Ree stretch wide in absolute shock. Den looks so furious that he looks ready to jump forward and bite Nahen to pieces. How can you say something like that with such a straight face? He snaps. You are the ones who dragged Luke away in the first place, Den yells, but Nahen does not even look annoyed, calmly replying, yes, but we were not the ones who destroyed him. Then, a wicked smile spreads across Nahen's sharp face as he mentions the powerful guild leader of Soto City. I only sent Luke to run a quick errand, and it seems that human ended up destroying him. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you, Nahen says, as Den starts trembling violently, completely unable to believe things turned out like this. Was Luke really destroyed by Lord A. Den? But, they wonder, as Nahen calmly tells them, make your choice and work under me. But they still have to face the hard facts. Den immediately voices his strong hesitation about working under a ruthless demon, but Ree suddenly cuts him off, directly asking Nahen if he will truly let them live if they comply. It is unclear what is going through the young girl's mind, but Ree makes her final decision, stating that she will do it. Her decision shocks Den. Are you out of your mind, Ree? He screams, but she calmly asks, what about it? He said he would let us live, and even promised to pay us, she argues. But Den gasps, do you actually trust a demon? Ree coldly responds. What is the difference between a demon and a human anyway? She asks, her shaking hands clenching tightly. Rye directly voices the painful truth she always faced. If you are poor, they will just ignore you. If you are weak, they will despise you. You know exactly how they treated us. Unable to hold back her emotions, tears stream down Ree's face. I do not want to die, and I will never become a slave, she declares. I will grab onto any chance I get to survive, she says, pausing briefly before continuing with absolute determination in her voice. Even if it means making a deal with a literal demon, she says, while Den grinds his teeth so hard that the veins on his jaw bulge. Now here is the turning point, seeing both Luke's tragic end and Ree's firm choice. Den quickly makes up his mind. I am in too, he says. Just keep your promise, so what do we do? It is not any heavy labor, Nahen tells them bluntly, before adding that they must train, because right now they are completely useless to him. Raising his hand with a calculating smile, Nahen sets a strict deadline, telling them, you have 3 years to prove your worth to me. If you cannot do it, then just accept reality. You have no future here. With Den and Ree recruited, Nahen shifts his focus to tutoring the little demon lord, starting with today's swordsmanship lesson. Seere cheers with absolute excitement, shouting that she loves swordsmanship, while Nahen searches the memories of this body he has possessed to see if he can teach her. The original owner was actually quite good at this, so he can at least teach the little girl the absolute basics. Nahen then raises his voice, telling Seere, before we begin our lesson today, he lays down an obvious rule. You must hold the sword with both hands, he tells her, leaving the teddy bear-dependent girl looking completely and utterly bewildered. But what about Whitney? She asks. Nahen confirms. Yes, if you want to join, you must temporarily set it aside. Knowing how much Whitney means to her, Nahen cannot help but fall into deep silence. After all, it is her late father's keepsake. Letting go will not be easy for her at all, he thinks. But to his surprise, Seere suddenly asks a question. If it is only for a little while, it is fine, right? She asks. After a brief pause, a surprised Nahen agrees. That is right. You only need to set it aside while we train, he says. Nahen is quietly shocked. She must trust him deeply to be willing to put Whitney down like that. Showing her clear resolve to start training, Sivan Devata sincerely promises her beloved white teddy bear, I will be right back, so please wait for me just a little bit. The lesson begins as Nahen adjusts her grip on the weapon. I will start by showing you the basic stance, he says. Hold the sword like this, Seere, he instructs, and watching his demonstration closely, she asks a very reasonable question. Is this correct, teacher? She asks, while Nahen uses his possessed memories to realize her terrifying potential. He asks if she has ever trained before, and with an excited smile, the girl honestly replies, "No, I have not. This is my first time, and you are my very first teacher," she says, as he quietly evaluates her. She holds the blood-tier sword with absolute ease, and her posture is already flawless. Truly worthy of a demon lord, he thinks, quickly focusing back on the actual training. Today we will focus entirely on basic swinging, which serves as the core foundation of all swordsmanship styles. Watch closely now. Relying on the deep muscle memory of the physical body he now possesses, Kusuke easily swings his weapon down with effortless yet devastating power, instantly capturing a starry-eyed gaze of absolute admiration from his young disciple, Shia. Wearing a gentle smile, Kusuke softly tells her, "Did you get all that? Now it is your turn, and your teacher will be standing right here to watch you." Shia shows absolutely no hesitation, responding with pure excitement, "Yes, master." Immediately after, her heavy boot stomps firmly onto the stone ground as she raises the sword's hilt high, perfectly mirroring the exact battle stance that Kusuke had just shown her. Wait for it the moment she focuses. A terrifying wave of magic suddenly erupts from her body. Without a shred of hesitation, she delivers a decisively devastating slash that leaves Kusuke standing there in utter shock. Even though he has seen plenty of wild events, Kusuke still stands there with his jaw drop the blood-tier sword. He never expected it to appear like this, completely unlike the game. Completely unaware of how much she has just shocked her teacher, Shia obediently asks Master, "Is this right? Is this how I am supposed to do it?" But all she gets in response is Kusuke's stammering voice. Staring at the deep crater Shia just carved into the ground, Kusuke hesitatingly stammers out, "You did great. Anyway, I think we should end today's lesson here." In his head, he firmly decides from this moment on, they are absolutely going to train using wooden swords. Right at that moment, the little girl seems to remember something and speaks up. Oh, by the way, releasing a terrifying aura, Shia brings up a question that sounds more like a demand. It seems humans have entered the castle, and she even saw a woman among them. Does her master want to explain what is going on? Kusuke flinches as his brain immediately kicks into overdrive, trying to spin a somewhat convincing explanation for her. Those brats are just being raised to be my underlings. This sudden excuse leaves Shia totally stunned, completely caught off guard as she gasps out, "Wait, what?" Seeing that she is starting to believe him, Kusuke quickly seizes the opportunity to seal the deal. "They are not my disciples, they are just self-taught, and I only teach you." To his surprise, Shia's face immediately drops as she recalls something, sadly talking back to him. "You are lying, you teach Shichi too." Kusuke immediately breaks into a cold sweat, desperately trying to calm his tiny, jealous disciple. That is just a business transaction, and keeping a good relationship with her will help you out later on. Though Shia understands, she still sadly seeks reassurance on one final, burning question. "So, master, does that mean you will always belong to me, and be my master alone?" Kusuke never expected her to be so worried about this. After a silent pause, he gently replies, "Of course you are. You are my only disciple." That simple confirmation instantly puts Shia at ease, making her giggle happily, just like a kitten getting its belly rubbed. "Really?" Kane, standing nearby, finds it hard to interrupt the warm atmosphere, but he still has a task to report. The old man steps closer and whispers a few things, leaving Kusuke completely stunned as he thinks, "Wait a minute, is Shia's birthday coming up already?" The more Kusuke thinks about it, the more stressed he gets, finally letting out a heavy sigh. "I have got some things on my mind." Shichi, currently pinned to the floor by his crushing pressure, remains completely speechless, helplessly looking up at him with pure despair. "Do you really have to bring that up right now?" Kusuke gently snaps his fingers, calmly replying to her, "Do I seriously need to pick the perfect time to talk?" Finally, she is released. Shichi stands up, dusts off her clothes, and asks, "Fine. What is it? Let your big sister hear all about it." Kusuke scoffingly snaps back, "What big sister?" His sudden swearing completely stuns her for a few seconds before she proudly plays hard to get. "If you are going to nitpick everything, I am not listening anymore." Fearing his only confidant is leaving, Kusuke quickly blurts out, "It is about Shia." Upon hearing that very familiar name, Shichi instantly snaps back and regains her focus. Her mind immediately begins analyzing the situation. Did something happen between them? Did they have a massive fight? What if he decides to quit because of this? A highly underhanded plan to poach him instantly pops into her head. This could be her perfect chance to hire Kusuke. Before she can even finish her thought, Kusuke cuts her off. "Well, her birthday is coming up soon." Shichi lets out a loud, disbelieving gasp. "A birthday? Do not tell me you are stressing out over a birthday present for her." This overly dramatic reaction completely confuses him. "What is with that disappointed look on your face?" Shichi realizes she made a slip-up and quickly forces a laugh to cover it. What is wrong with my face? Knowing exactly what she is scheming, Kusuke crosses his arms and warns her. Do not get any funny ideas. I am not leaving the 72nd floor. Knowing she cannot rush things, Shichi changes the subject. Fine. More importantly, Shia likes plenty of things, right? Dolls, pudding, even a fancy birthday cake. Kusuke is not happy with any of those ideas. Is not that way too simple? Shichi immediately catches on, smirking as she nudges his shoulder. Ah, so you actually want to give her a truly special gift? Unable to vent his frustration, Kusuke patiently tries to explain. I am Shia's first teacher after all. But deep down, he is quietly holding back his true thoughts. To reach the final ending, boosting her favorability is just as crucial as helping Seere grow. Dropping her playful smirk, Shichi seriously suggests another gift, noting that for girls, cute and sparkly things are the absolute best. Just look at how Lord Nahen grabbed that crown from the storage room. Recalling the moment, he strokes his chin, analyzing the detail. He is right, even if it is too big for her to wear. Seeing him pleased, Shichi smiles and pushes her suggestion, so she just needs to resize the crown to fit the little girl. Grunting in agreement, he coldly offers her a compliment, saying he can easily leave that task to a master craftsman. It is quite rare for Shichi to actually come up with a decent suggestion. Too bad this compliment backfires, only making her more furious. She snaps back, what does he mean by rare, anyway? But Nyan does not care, totally lost in his own thoughts. Since the crown is in Seere's room, sneaking it out is a must to keep it a surprise, making the ignored Shichi scream even louder. Hey, are you even listening to me right now? Too bad she cannot break into his mind. Nan ponders if he should sneak it out, while the repeatedly ignored Shichi completely loses her temper and yells out. Look at this night scene. Bright moonlight floods the hallway, illuminating Nan's familiar, powerful steps. Tiptoeing ahead, Nan asks Cecily right behind him if she is absolutely sure Seere went to grab a snack. She chuckles softly to confirm. Yes, she is currently eating some pudding the chef gave her in the dining hall. Cecily has happily volunteered to assist in Nan's surprise gift mission. They soon arrive at the girl's room, Nan gently pushing the door open with a soft click. Just then, Seere runs over from a distance, happily calling out to her master. Since Nan is sneaking around, he jumps in panic and stammers, asking if she is back already. That's perfect. Seere innocently speaks her mind, saying she felt like her master was heading right to her room anyway. Frowning in absolute surprise, Nan asks her how she could possibly know that. The girl leaps into his warm embrace, answering that she can easily feel his mana. At that very second, Nan feels a piercing, icy glare coming from behind. It turns out Cecily is silently cursing him in her head, grumbling that he almost blew their cover because of his clumsiness. Looking up with sparkling, curious eyes, Seere suddenly asks what brings her master all the way here tonight. Hesitating for a moment, Nan offers a totally awkward excuse, claiming the weather tonight is just so beautiful that they should go on a walk together. With that, Nan turns around and guides Seere the other way for a quick walk, giving Cecily a quick wink to handle the rest. She bows respectfully, while Nan gives a reassuring nod to let her know he has got everything under control. Even though his excuse was totally made up, luck is on Nan's side. The moment Cecily steps outside, she gasps at the gorgeous full moon. Gently patting the little girl's head, Nan smiles and asks if she really likes pretty, sparkling things. Swinging her legs in pure excitement, she confirms that she loves them. Hearing it directly from her makes Nan sigh with massive relief. It is a good thing he decided to modify that crown as her special birthday present. Suddenly turning a bit emotional, Nan gazes up at the moon, softly reminding Seere to always take care of her health. She must not fall sick like last time, so if anything gets tough, she should always confide in him instead of forcing herself to endure it alone. Seere does not seem to catch the heavy emotion in his voice, replying with her usual innocent charm. She happily states that she loves him and his lessons, so nothing is hard. That simple confession is more than enough to deeply touch Nan's heart. Giggling, she happily adds that she is totally fine, begging him to teach her even more, and her bright, pure energy instantly lifts Nan's spirits. He gently gives her one more soft reminder, saying that in return, she must promise to tell him if she ever gets tired, because resting is just as crucial as learning. Hugging Quisney tightly to her chest, Seere loudly gives him a firm, confident promise. Her dazzling smile is so bright, it easily outshines the gorgeous full moon hanging in the night sky. Nan quietly prays that Seere will never lose this pure, innocent heart of hers, but then he suddenly catches a quick movement behind him. Cecily pokes her head out of the bedroom window, giving him a big double thumbs up to signal mission accomplished, and Nan immediately turns back to Seere. He suggests they head back inside. By the next morning, Nan's familiar voice is already echoing on the 70th floor. Greeting Dungreek, after a long time. The old man looks up in surprise and asks what wind blew Lord Nan all the way here. Skipping the useless small talk, Nan gets straight to the point. He wants to order a custom piece of handiwork for Seere, keeping the original elegant design but shrinking the size down quite a bit. Clasping his hands respectfully, Dungreek replies that he happens to know a skilled blacksmith for the job, asking when Nan needs it completed. Letting a playful smile play on his lips, Nan holds up a single finger mysteriously, requesting it in 1 week and stressing that it must remain an absolute secret from her. Suddenly, remembering another critical matter, Nan casually asks how their secret research has been progressing. The room is packed with exquisitely crafted weapons, yet their creator stands there, surprisingly hesitant to answer questions about his own field of expertise. We analyzed and researched day and night, finally making a prototype, but it is still at a pretty embarrassing stage. I am too embarrassed to show anyone. But he does not act like a greedy boss. Simply smiling and patting his shoulder, he tells him softly, "It is fine. Take your time and do it right before showing me." Grick bows deeply, promising he will succeed. As he walks away, he leaves one last parting word: "I will be looking forward to it." The sun rises high, casting light across the castle, as Neen walks cheerfully down the long hallway. With Seer's gift fully prepared, he only needs to set up the birthday party. Suddenly, a soft crying sound cuts through his thoughts, and he quickly turns his gaze toward the noise. What is going on? He sees Cecily and the other servant frantically trying to comfort sobbing Seere. "Your Majesty, look here." Lord Neen just stepped out for a second. Sweating bullets, they try to comfort her, suggesting they eat some pudding while waiting. But the little girl only responds with choked, painful sobs. "No, this is too funny." That single word from Seere instantly shocks everyone in the room, because she just said no to pudding. Suddenly her crying softens. Seo looks up, murmuring "teacher," before suddenly crying out loud. Her voice carries a mix of sorrow and pure joy. Calling out "teacher," her tiny body rushes forward to hug Neen tightly. He is slightly confused but gently comforts. "Seer, teacher is right here." "But what happened? Why are you crying?" Cecily quickly runs over to explain everything. "Her Majesty came looking for you, completely unaware you were out, which is why she ended up like this. It seems she thought you had left forever." He feels quite helpless, but Neen is not annoyed at all, instead smiling warmly to comfort Seere. "I only went out for a quick errand. I am sorry for leaving without a word. Let us go inside first." After a while, he lets her sit on his lap, asking in his usual gentle voice if she has calmed down a bit. "I had no idea you would be this terrified. I was careless, but what was worrying you so much that you cried?" Remembering this, Seere tears up again, crying out, "I was scared you would leave." Finally, Neen understands her fragile state of mind. He patiently reassures her once more, telling her, "So that is what scared you. But you do not need to worry. I will protect you until you grow up strong and take that throne." Unexpectedly, his words backfire completely. Seere prepared to cry even harder, her voice sounding incredibly pitiful. "So when I take that throne, will you leave me?" Caught completely off guard, Neen cannot answer right away, only thinking to himself. It is true he is striving for the end to return home, but he absolutely cannot tell Seere that truth. Though he knows he is lying to a child, he has no choice but to say, "Of course not. I will always stay by your side." Seere, unable to believe it, she asks if it is true. Seeing her calm down a bit, Neen smiles and reassures her. "Of course. Now, let us go eat some pudding." Seere pauses for a moment before softly replying yes. Yet deep down, she senses the lie. It is the first time her teacher has ever lied to her. She lets him carry her, but her thoughts spin endlessly. Once he achieves his goal, he will definitely leave her behind. And here's where it gets dark. Her emotions turn toxic, manifesting as thorny vines of raw, selfish desire. "You are my teacher, so you must stay with me forever if I just try even harder." Out of Neen's sight, Seere smiles, but her eyes hold a bone-chilling coldness. "You will not leave me, right? I will never let you go. I will never let you leave." 1 week later, on Seere's birthday, the grand castle hall is filled with the respectful chatter of the guests. Her Majesty Seere arrives. Wearing a lovely pink gown, she holds Whitney high with one hand while holding Neen's hand with the other. Smiling as guests call out, "We sincerely wish you a happy birthday, Your Majesty." "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." Seere giggles softly and replies, "Thank you, everyone." That innocent look completely melts Lynn's heart as she sighs. "Isn't she adorable?" Varuna, rummaging through his pockets, casually agrees. "Indeed, Commander." He then steps forward, respectfully presenting a red ribbon. "Your Majesty, this is the gift the Commander and I prepared." Seere gasps in surprise. "A gift?" Even though it is just a small accessory, it is more than enough to make her smile brightly. It is so beautiful. Knowing its value, Than-U blushes as she replies, it is really nothing special. Whispers quickly start spreading through the crowd. Presenting such a cheap gift to Lady Seere is a bit too humble. The guests shift their focus. Lord Sichi, can we look forward to your gift? Showing no fear, Sichi smirks and claps his hands. Of course, bring it in. Immediately, shock sweeps across the entire banquet hall. What on earth is that? Is that Her Majesty Seere? Neen covers his face, too embarrassed to look, while even Seere lets out a surprised gasp. Sichi proudly introduces his incredibly grand gift, a massive, life-size statue of Seere cast entirely in pure, solid gold. A demon king has to know how to project absolute majesty, so how do you think I did with this gift? It is actually pretty cute, but Rahen just stands nearby, nodding and speaking up. You are not wrong. I had no idea you were actually capable of such admirable thoughts. His dripping, sarcastic tone immediately drives Sichi absolutely insane with anger. Hey, are you actually praising me? But the real surprise here is that Seere absolutely loves this brand new gift. Giving a big thumbs up, she says, thank you so much, Sichi. I really love it. Hearing that, the proud demon lord blushes in pure embarrassment. If the kid likes it, then all my preparation was totally worth it. Now, Sichi sets up Rahen to show off. Let us see your teacher's gift now. He nods slowly and gives the order, Dung Grek, bring it over. The blacksmith quickly carries a wooden box forward, bowing low to present it. Here it is, Lord Rahen. Our hero smiles warmly and praises his loyal blacksmith. You have worked incredibly hard on this. Turning to the birthday girl, he says, Seere, I think you are going to love this. Right away, the kid gets incredibly hyped up. She turns to her butler. Wait, Kane, hold this for me. The old butler looks at the snow-white bear, completely stunned, Your Majesty. The entire hall gasps in absolute shock. Did Her Majesty just hand Winnie off? Is this really happening? But Seere does not care about the crowd at all. Her sparkling eyes are locked on the box, filled with pure, breathless anticipation. Can I open it now, please? Of course, Rahen cannot say no to that adorable face. Go right ahead, open it up. The moment the lid pops open, a brilliant, blinding light erupts from inside, reflecting beautifully in Seere's wide, sparkling blue eyes. A gorgeous crown adorned with fiery red diamonds now sits perfectly on top of her beautiful, flowing silver hair. Seeing it fit so perfectly, a warm smile slips into Rahen's voice as he speaks. Seere, happy birthday, kiddo. Clutching her hands to her chest, she beams with pure, unhidden joy. Thank you so much, teacher. Rahen hugs her close, gently asking if she is really that happy. She giggles and nods. Gently patting her head, Rahen secretly notices something. The more she trains her magic, the redder her hair seems to get. This is a clear sign that her body is finally adapting to storing massive amounts of external magical energy. But suddenly, Rahen spots something. Wait, Seere, hold still. The girl looks up, completely confused. What is it, teacher? Look closely at her head. Rahen is panicking. A tiny horn is actually starting to sprout right now. Kane, look, Seere is growing a horn. Is she okay? The butler just shrugs. Why are you shocked? A demon king having horns is totally normal. After all, Lady Sichi has horns too. Honestly, I sometimes wonder what you actually did in your past, Master. Rahen is still reeling. Great. Is this another hidden plot unlock? Letting out a heavy sigh of relief, he admits, I really thought she was getting sick or something. Seere beams happily, shouting out, I am not sick at all. Reassured, Rahen gently pats her head, thanking his lucky stars. But Kane frowns, offering a crucial warning. Lord Rahen, those horns are extremely sensitive, so you must be incredibly careful. Rubbing his neck awkwardly, he nods. All right, I got it. If Kane is warning me this seriously, I need to stay vigilant. Later on, outside the palace, Dung Grek reports, Lord Rayen, I have prepared everything exactly as requested. Rahen inspects the blade with absolute satisfaction. Excellent. Now where is our prototype? Dung Grek hesitates for a second, claiming he is ready, but his hands tremble as he pulls out the sword. Is the master really going to test this thing right now? What if it fails? Sensing his panic, Rahen reassures him failure is perfectly fine. He offers some gentle encouragement. Sure, a success is great, but we can learn from failure, and that knowledge is what eventually drives us to true greatness. Smiling, Rahen takes the weapon, telling him to relax. Dung Grek finally breathes a little easier. Yes, sir. Examining the blade closely, Rahen notes that the craftsmanship looks top-notch, but he still issues a cautious warning. Seere, this is getting dangerous. Please step back a bit. The three onlookers quickly step back to safety. Rahen calmly raises the sword. The blade flashes with cold light, and he unleashes a devastating, powerful slash. Beside him, Dung Grek is sweating buckets, unable to tear his eyes away. Rahen inspects the sword with a grin. Dungrek, you did an absolutely amazing job. Both of them instantly celebrate in pure excitement. You actually did it, Dungrek says, beaming with pride. We just need to adjust the sharpness a tiny bit, and these will be ready for sale. I need you to craft the rest of the arsenal just like this. I am putting a lot of faith in you, my friend. Bowing deeply, the blacksmith promises to do his best, as Seere eagerly runs over. Teacher, are we finally going to start working on that project now? Rahen nods with a grin. Yes, we can finally begin. Lively chatter fills the air as one patron asks, Hey, Bennett, have you heard the crazy news yet? Now, let us head down to the 69th floor together, where rumors are spreading like wildfire about some insanely rare weapons being sold. Come on. Wei, news without solid proof is not real news, it is just baseless gossip. But Wei refuses to let it go, insisting it is much more than that. Apparently, they are selling authentic human weapons. Bennett remains completely unimpressed, even if true. They are probably just spoils of war with a very limited supply. Wei leans in closer. Whispering, actually, I heard they are even crafting their own custom gear too. Bennett remains pretty dismissive, scoffing that anything forged in the demon realm is bound to be total garbage. Yet Wei still stubbornly stands his ground, pushing back on that claim. What if they actually match the quality of human weapons, he asks, but Bennett just brushes it off, saying there is absolutely no way. Wei makes up his mind, saying it might just be a rumor, but he is going to go check it out anyway. Bennett actually starts to reconsider on par with human gear. If that is somehow true, it is definitely worth an investment. So, he agrees. Fine, he says. I will tag along with you this time. But do you even know where we are going? Before long, Bennett's startled voice echoes loudly down the corridor as he panics, looking around and asking Wei if they are seriously standing inside the Demon King's castle. Wei calmly confirms the situation, explaining that this business is actually being run by the Demon King himself. The doors slowly creak open, revealing 3 figures waiting inside. Sichi steps forward to welcome them, thanking everyone for making the long journey here. Shocked to see them here, Wei mutters that he had absolutely no idea Her Majesty Seere would be joining them. Bennett whispers a quick reminder, asking if the famous alliance between these 2 demon kings is somehow news to him. This clearly is not a business run by Empress Sichi alone. As both men observe carefully, they sense the atmosphere getting a bit tense. Sichi confidently gives them a firm guarantee, stating that the gear she is bringing them consists of weapons they forged themselves. She promises, on her title as Demon King, their quality absolutely matches human weapons. Hearing this, Bennett is quite taken aback, thinking that risking a Demon King's reputation means they must be incredibly confident. The Empress then lays down her conditions, stating she will only share this information with those who are ready to seal the deal. If you are not interested, you can walk out that door right now. But if you choose to stay, you must commit to trading with us. Talk about an intense threat. Her heavy aura makes it crystal clear that anyone who hears the details and tries to back out will not be leaving this room alive. Wei nervously asks her if that is meant to be a direct threat from Her Majesty. Sichi calmly replies that she is merely giving them a friendly warning, leaving Wei extremely hesitant as he asks Bennett what he plans to do. The demand is pretty extreme, but Bennett does not hesitate. He will stay. Hearing this, Wei ultimately decides to back out while he still can. Wishing Bennett luck, Wei leaves. Meanwhile, Bennett reassures himself that this is a prime opportunity to build a solid relationship with 2 powerful demon kings. A moment later, after the crowd thins out, only 20 people remain. Sichi smirks, noting there are only 20 left, wondering why everything is going so smoothly. Nen sighs in annoyance, telling her not to get too smug because they are only just getting started. He quickly steps forward to introduce himself, announcing that he is Nen, the teacher of Sivan Devata and the mastermind behind this entire business. This leaves Bennett completely stunned, wondering if this is not actually Empress Sichi's business after all. Nen frankly confirms that while Empress Sichi is indeed involved in the venture, he is the sole mastermind who actually planned and executed every single detail. Bennett's jaw drops in pure disbelief. Wait, let me get this straight, is this guy seriously using a literal demon king as his puppet? Cutting straight to the chase, he presents them with 2 distinct offers. First, he will grant them exclusive distribution rights for all their gear across the entire demon realm for the next 3 years, though he quickly adds a major catch. They will be taking a 60-40 profit split in their favor, leaving Bennett quite puzzled by the ratio. Bennett agrees that 3 years is reasonable, but questions the split, prompting Nen to cheerfully explain that both sides must share the burden in a joint venture. Actually, with a 30-30-40 split, they are getting the absolute biggest share. Sichi secretly fumes at his sheer shamelessness since she only gets a tiny 5%, while Bennett quietly says he understands. He knows that managing raw materials and labor is highly complex, but walking away with 40% of human-grade weapon sales would still yield them an absolutely massive fortune. To build trust, Nahen pulls out the weapons for a direct demonstration. But this only works if quality is guaranteed, presenting a human sword on the left and theirs on the right for comparison. The crowd immediately goes wild over the truly incredible craftsmanship, while Bennett smiles contentedly at the thought of monopolizing these top-tier items for the next 3 years. Bennett mutters that Wei was totally wrong this time, quickly doing the math and asking how many units they plan to supply. Nahen answers that they will provide 400 swords a month, meaning 20 for each person. This makes Bennett a bit concerned, pointing out that such a low number seems rather small to build a business. With a warm smile, Nahen reveals that while they are quick with calculations, they are preparing an entire equipment line, not just swords. Bennett asks in utter disbelief if he actually means full armor and helmets, prompting Nahen to snap his fingers, conjuring a detailed supply list right in front of them. He confirms that they will be supplying almost every type of standard military gear to them. Nahen breaks down the details, listing swords, spears, axes, protective gear, helmets, along with complete sets of both light and heavy armor. Bennett is absolutely thrilled, realizing this is more than enough to launch an incredibly massive business empire. Nahen quickly promises, "Fine, I will deliver the rest once they are fully developed." Watching things play out, Seere instantly regrets his move, wondering if he should have pushed for a better deal, but worrying that more pressure would just get him locked out completely. Ban suddenly remembers to ask, "By the way, Lord Nahen, what is your second proposal?" Nanthum silently sizes him up, noting how this guy stood out from the very beginning. Nahen asks him straight up what his name is, and Bennett introduces himself, though he very quickly realizes Bennett is a name with real weight. In the game, this man was always the leader of a massive merchant guild, with proven skills and an absolute top-tier reputation. Pulling him to his side would be a genius move, so Nahen continues to outline his terms clearly. Not everyone has to accept this offer, since supply is limited anyway, and Bennett immediately catches the hidden warning behind those words. That means its trading value is completely off the charts, and we can already see some buyers hesitating while others prepare to risk it all. He figures showing them is better than any explanation, so Nahen looks up and tells the group he will be right back. Seere awkwardly stammers for him to watch his step, while Seere just gives a quiet nod, telling him to go ahead. Following him down the stairs, the group cannot help but wonder why they are heading into a dungeon, whispering about what kind of goods await them. Nahen gets straight to the point, introducing the second offer by revealing they captured these specimens all the way down on floor 72. The group is completely stunned to see actual humans locked behind those heavy iron bars, their desperate cries echoing through the damp, dark cell. "Please let us out. This is wrong," they beg, leaving Bennett completely bewildered as he asks how humans could possibly be down here. "Are you proposing a slave trade?" Bennett asks, but Nahen calmly confirms it, praising Bennett for being sharp and saying he only selected the useful ones. The future supply won't be stable, so Nahen leaves the final decision entirely up to them to choose. "There is real risk here, so I will not force anyone. Only those who want to trade should stay, and the rest can leave right now." Bennett weighs the risks, knowing humans are incredibly hard to control even as slaves, especially since most demons look down on them with pure disgust. But a sly grin crosses his face, because for those in high positions of power, this is a completely different story. This is definitely an absolute goldmine. One by one, the buyers speak up, shouting that they are in, demanding a share for themselves. Scanning the remaining buyers in front of him, Nahen notes that only 5 of them have stayed behind, calling it a perfect number. He directs their attention toward the cowering prisoners, explaining that these physical specimens are absolutely perfect for backbreaking manual labor. Then he points to another corner holding attractive prisoners meant for entertainment, before showcasing a third group designed purely for elite defense. Their combat skills easily rival regular knights, and the buyers murmur that if they are truly that strong, they will be incredibly useful. Suddenly, one of the captives slams his hands against the iron bars, roaring in rage about being used as slaves for some filthy demons. He screams with absolute fury, asking if they honestly expect him to rot away as a mindless slave for the rest of his life. He begs them to just kill him instead, making Bennett instantly uneasy as his fears about how hard humans are to control come true. Bennett is sweating bullets thinking trouble is about to start, but watch how calmly Nahen handles this rebel. As Nahen takes a cold breath, a glowing curse mark suddenly flares on the back of the rebel's neck, making the man panic. He continues to scream, swearing that he will slaughter every single piece of demon scum standing in front of him. But a split second later, his head completely explodes into nothingness, leaving Bennett utterly paralyzed with shock as terrified screams instantly rip through the prison block. Nyan calmly explains that he engraved a triggerable curse on the back of every single slave, which can be fully customized by their new owners. If you are still worried, I can even throw in a full brainwashing service for free. His eyes flash a terrifying shade of crimson as he asks for their final decision. And later, Wei stares at the massive shipment in shock, asking Bennett where he got this merchandise. He casually sips his hot tea before replying. He managed to sign a supply contract with Floor 70, and inside Bennett's general store on Floor 69, Wei carefully inspects a flawless sword and gasps. This quality is absolutely insane, so Wei begs Bennett to let him buy a few of these top-tier weapons. Wei asks double the price, but Bennett regretfully admits he would love to do it but simply cannot. He explains he is bound by a strict exclusive sales contract, even though the deal only lasts for 3 years. Wei asks with deep regret if Bennett really secured an exclusive deal on such high-quality goods, but Bennett just turns to leave, hinting a massive market shift is coming. He warns Wei to prepare himself, before walking over to the young man to check on their progress. He asks Bach if everything is ready on his end, and the young man tilts his head, confirming that everything is perfectly in place. Bennett is pleased, telling Bach to spread rumors about the upcoming auction across the entire demon world, targeting only the high society elites. Bach questions if he is absolutely sure about this gamble, but Bennett just chuckles, saying the elites might actually welcome the excitement. Those with power always crave new toys. And meanwhile, Nan steps into the room to deliver an urgent announcement. Lord Ren, there is a letter here from Bennett. Taking the letter, he comments. A slave auction? He certainly has some pretty interesting ideas. Bennett invites us to check it out whenever we have time. Since the supply is pretty unstable, he figures this is a rock-solid plan. Ren agrees. Indeed, he knows how to use his brain. But just going to watch feels like a waste. He wonders if he should bring those 2 kids along. A few days later, at Bennett's store on floor 69, Seere steps in with eyes sparkling with excitement. This place is. Seeing so many shiny things, Nan takes her hand and promises that there are definitely even more sparkly things waiting inside. Over in another corner, Ri and Den whisper to each other in shock. Who would have thought that cute little kid is actually the Demon King? Wondering why they were brought along, they watch as Bennett, representing the shop, bows deeply. Welcome. He welcomes Your Majesty Seere, while Nyan asks if they have any decent magic items in stock, prompting a quick nod of approval. Bennett invites them down to a hidden lower level right in the middle of the shop, before curiously asking him if those other 2 are actually humans. Nyan quietly reminds him that it is none of his business, and realizing he crossed a line, the shopkeeper quickly apologizes. And now, we get to see the real mysterious vault downstairs. Leading the way, Bennett steps into a room packed with incredibly rare artifacts, leaving Den completely stunned as he asks if all of these are magical. Ri stares in awe as well, guessing these must be high-grade, maybe even top-tier treasures. Stepping up, Nyan offers that if these help with their studies, they can each pick one out, leaving both of them absolutely shocked. Hearing that, Ri does not hesitate to ask if she can have a glowing ring she spotted. Nyan carefully examines the glowing ring in her hand, noting it is an impressive ancient artifact designed to store mana, since humans cannot naturally generate magic themselves. He praises her choice, leaving Ri quite curious, while Nyan suddenly notices Seere looking closely at him in silence. Wondering if he did something wrong to make her look so jealous, Nyan quickly bends down to ask Seere if she would like to pick out an item as well. Happy to be included. The little girl beams with pure joy. Yes, please. Seere runs over to pick a shiny necklace, her eyes sparkling as she tells Nyan that she loves it because it is the brightest thing here. He inspects the pendant and smiles in approval of its protective magic, then points over to Den and tells Bennett that he will settle the payment on floor 72. He also asks Bennett to recommend a suitable magic tool for Den, to which the shopkeeper politely agrees. Quickly calculating their remaining time, Bennett notes that if they leave right now, they should arrive at their destination perfectly on schedule. Telling Seere it is time to move, he turns and tells Rai and Den to follow closely behind him. Whispering quietly, they both realize he is genuinely looking out for them, just before we follow their group right into a high-end auction. On stage, the energetic announcer declares that the next item up is perfect for their exclusive entertainment. With this brand, they will never dare turn on their masters' human slaves. We will start the bidding at 5 gold coins. Watching this, Black and R are absolutely shocked, thinking to themselves that this is clearly a warning aimed right at them. Ren stands back, praising the merchant for boosting profits through auctions. That is a pretty smart move. Standing nearby, Bennett Seere asks, "But master, why don't you just sell those humans? They look quite valuable." Ren explains, "I need my own subordinates too, just like you have R and Cecily." The girl asks why. He answers they are valuable precisely because they are human. Can you trust me on this? Seere smiles, yes, master, I do. Ren then turns to ask his other two disciples, tell me, do you regret taking my hand? As the two of them plunge into a quiet, heavy silence with heads bowed, the auctioneer on stage yells out, is anyone else going to bid? And sold. Meanwhile, R and Black stare at the poor souls locked inside the iron cage, thinking that could have easily been us. After a moment, they both answer Ren at the exact same time, that was the best decision of my life. Me too. Ren is highly pleased, telling them I am counting on you. Time skips are always the best. And check her out now, Seere has grown up quite a bit with stunning, silky white hair. You've gotten much better at storing your mana, Seere. The older Seere turns around with a bright, happy smile. Master, you are finally here. Ren notes how hard she has been training, and suggests changing their study location today. Curious, the girl asks if they are heading somewhere exciting. He just smiles and replies, I am not sure it will be fun, but this is definitely a lesson you must learn. Hearing this, Seere hesitates slightly. If it is about official work, master, can you just… Ren immediately cuts her off with a serious warning. Do not be lazy, Seere. Chastised, she complies. Right, she says. Under the warm glow of the palace sunset, Nahen turns to his young companion and asks if she knows what today is. Seere shakes her head and asks what is so special about today. Nahen explains that their 2-year exclusive deal to trade equipment has officially ended today, causing Seere to gasp as the realization finally hits her. She wonders if the other party reached out to renegotiate the contract, but honestly, she does not think they even need to sit down at the table. Nahen asks why, and she explains that their equipment is already famous throughout the entire demon world. They do not need to rely on middlemen anymore, when they can easily handle their own distribution networks. On top of that, plenty of other merchants are getting pretty tired of watching one single guild monopolize everything. If we throw those hungry merchants a bone, they will gladly offer us much better deals to win us over. Hearing such sharp, logical analysis, Nahen is incredibly pleased and praises her for showing some absolutely brilliant judgment. She is right, breaking the monopoly now is the smartest move, though they should still offer tiered perks to keep their old partners happy. He adds that this is also the perfect moment to scale up their human slave trade, leaving Seere quite curious. Seere mentions hearing that the human world is in complete chaos right now, prompting Nahen to explain the legendary Northern War between the Northern Alliance and the BMK Empire. This is the kind of massive event where you can throw alliances aside, making it a prime opportunity to expand their power. And check this out, there is actually a much bigger reason at play here, asking her if she remembers his words when they first planned this venture. Seere recalls her master, saying he would destroy Dantalion's reputation, and looking at him now, he does not even try to deny it. Exactly, the groundwork to conquer the 69th floor is set, and it is finally time for them to make their move. Moving inside the palace, Nahen stands before the visiting merchant group representatives to deliver his announcement he will not be renewing their exclusive contract. 5 years was plenty of time for them to make a profit, and the merchants can only nod, saying they understand. But Nahen immediately follows up by offering them a brand new deal, sliding a secret document forward and telling them to take a close look at it first. All they have to do is spread a simple rumor, and in exchange, he will supply their guild with even more top-tier equipment and human slaves. Bennett finishes reading the document and nervously looks up, asking Lord Nahen if this scandalous information is actually accurate. Nahen narrows his eyes, coldly asking if Bennett is seriously doubting his word after all the trust they have built up together over the years. Bennett hears that low voice and freezes, shivering as he nervously stammers out a reply. He quickly insists that is not the case at all, while secretly panicking that spreading this rumor will make Dantalion ruin them, though crossing Lord Nahen is far worse. Sitting nearby, Seere tilts her head and calls out to her master. She asks why he is doing this when he has so many other buyers, but Nahen simply replies that they have a history, so he is giving them first dibs. Bennett catches the hidden threat immediately, realizing that if they refuse this deal, Nahen will simply cast them aside and find himself some new pawns. He simply cannot say no, especially since trading with this terrifying man has become their merchant group's absolute greatest asset. In fact, it is highly likely that Nahen had designed this entire scenario to play out this way from the very start. Swallowing his fear, Bennett quickly agrees that they will get the job done, prompting a satisfied Nahen to express how much he looks forward to their continued partnership. Sichi crosses her legs, casually asking if that massive piece of gossip is actually true. Dantalion might be a total snake, but she knows he is definitely not the type of guy to be careless with his own business. She pouts, telling him he should have shared such a massive bombshell sooner, but Nahen just crosses his arms and tells her she should visit more often. Besides, her training progress has been looking pretty stagnant lately anyway. Flustered, Seere angrily snaps back that she can finally stand on her own 2 feet, demanding to know if he even understands why she avoids visiting his palace on the 72nd floor. She glances over at Seere and instantly freezes, choking back her words because of that terrifyingly quiet little girl sitting right there. Staring at the girl's seemingly innocent face, Seere can only sigh in defeat and agree to drop by the castle a lot more often. When she asks what her next move should be, Nahen cryptically tells her to just act normal and let the cracks form on their own. Meanwhile, on the 69th floor, in the Demon Lord's castle, Dantalion reads a damning newspaper article exposing his fake sales and revenue manipulation, throwing him into an absolute rage as he screams out, demanding to know who the hell leaked his secrets. You see, wholesaling weapons from his local forges straight to the merchant guilds has always been one of Dantalion's most profitable, core businesses. But lately, thanks to all that insanely high-quality gear circulating down from the 70th floor, his sales have taken a devastating, direct hit. He cannot believe anyone in this world is capable of crafting such top-tier weapons. Piles of his unsold inventory are just gathering dust in the warehouses. But instead of cutting down on production, Dantalion decided to cook the books to make it look like everything was selling out, believing that keeping his clients happy, even at a massive loss, would pay off in the future. But Dantalion completely loses it, screaming in rage. This makes it look like I'm trying to embezzle the payments. Below him, his 2 guards desperately try to calm him down. There is no sign of any internal leak, so we will uncover the truth soon, Your Majesty. However, we have a far more urgent crisis. Dantalion shakes with absolute rage and snaps back an urgent crisis. Andras reports that their trading merchants are demanding contract terminations, while the blacksmiths are hunting them down for overdue payments. Hearing this, Dantalion clutches his head in pure frustration. They want what? Damn it. Where on earth am I supposed to find that much cash now? His worried subordinates keep shouting out different ideas. First, we must pacify the merchants. Perhaps we should liquidate our stockpiled inventory just to secure some immediate capital. The financial loss from doing that will be massive, but we really have no other choices left. Leonard, who had been completely silent until now, steps forward to report. Your Majesty, that is still better than losing all of our trade routes. If we cannot maintain our army due to this budget deficit, Cecily will bare his fangs at us at any moment. Dantalion then grits his teeth and tells them contact Decarabia. I will borrow some emergency funds from them. It is better to swallow our pride and rely on those of higher rank than to be devoured by that woman crawling up from below. And get this, once he reads the paper, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. Knowing this outcome beforehand, he mutters to himself, "You are struggling exactly as I expected. What a beautiful sight to behold." Inside Dantalion's brand new office, he hands the documents over to Seere while explaining his scheme. Knowing Decarabia's greedy nature, no matter how tight their network is, they will milk him dry to his very last penny. The sharp young girl quickly adds, as for Dantalion, he will do absolutely anything just to survive. He will never let go of his only remaining lifeline. Despite understanding the plan, Seere still has some doubts, but teacher, how did you know Dantalion was hoarding goods in his warehouse? Dantalion casually shrugs it off. But the real truth is a secret only he will ever know. After all, he already knew how this plays out from his past gaming days. Seere does not pry and shifts the topic. Those humans turned out to be much more useful than I expected. Dantalion immediately acts hurt. Seere, do you not trust your teacher's eye? Startled, she waves her hands in panic to deny it. I don't trust you? That is not what I meant at all. Seere suddenly stops. She wants to say much more, but she forces herself to swallow her words. It is just that you pay far too much attention to them. Being thick-skinned, Dantalion playfully pats her head. Even though you have grown, you still act like a child. Seere, no matter what anyone says, I am still your teacher. Blushing deeply, the young girl looks up. Is that really true? He confirms it with absolute certainty. Of course it is. Having comforted her, Dantalion steers the conversation back to business. Their alliance is bound to crack sooner or later anyway, but it would be much better if we speed up the process. Right? What do you think, Seere? Without any hesitation, she chimes in, I believe this intel is perfect for sowing absolute chaos. Dantalion smiles, ready to set his grand trap in motion precisely. That is why I need Commander Rin to handle a task for me. Could you bring her in here for me, Seere? Shortly after, Rin arrives at the 72nd floor of the Demon Lord's castle to report. I greet you, Your Majesty. You summon me? Sitting casually on her throne, Seere politely gestures for her to rise. Commander Rin, the young girl cuts straight to the chase without wasting any time. Dantalion has pleaded with Decarabia for aid, so the 68th floor is sending a delegation to the 69th. Rin catches on instantly if they meet. It will ruin everything. While Dantalion brings a sword over to her, Seere's calm voice continues to echo through the hall. Indeed. And that is why I want you to eliminate them, Commander Rin. She places the heavy burden of her expectations upon Rin with that very blade. She stares intensely at the weapon handed to her, and speaks up in sudden realization. This blade was not crafted by our forces. Judging by the quality and the engravings, it was forged on the 69th floor. Just watch how Rin quietens down as a terrifying realization sends a cold shiver straight down her spine. She knows this whole plot is another of Master Dantalion's traps. Rin instantly stands tall and pledges her absolute loyalty. I will complete this mission, my lord. Though her spoken words are brief, her mind quietly adds a promise. This is all for her lord, who has finally stepped up as a true sovereign. With the orders delivered, Seere immediately chirps up for some praise. Teacher, did I do a good job? Naturally, Dantalion is never stingy with compliments for his favorite disciple. Well done. You are finally starting to look like a proper demon lord. Seizing the perfect opportunity, she boldly makes her demand, then give me a reward. Dantalion rubs his chin as if lost in deep thought. A reward? All right, what kind of doll do you want this time? His nonchalant attitude completely irritates. Seere, not a doll. Snapping back, she storms out in frustration, leaving a completely clueless Dantalion shouting after her. Seere, what is going on? Since you did not reply, I had to dig into the reason myself. Is this the kid going through her rebellious puberty phase or what? Meanwhile, over at the teleport gate linking floor 69 and floor 68, Lin is loudly barking out orders. Listen up, everyone during this mission. We absolutely cannot let anyone find out who we are. Varuna casually adds that this means they cannot just go around using their full power, as Lin continues loudly laying out the plan. Their delegation has 15 targets, so each of you will take down 2. Vice Commander Varuna and I will handle the rest. Hearing her name called, Varuna quickly voices her concern, but what if they are protected by the Pentagon Knights? If they show up, we will not only fail to hide our identities, but also Lin suddenly grabs her sword hilt and growls. It might be a little troublesome, but as she draws her blade, her expression shifts to a razor-sharp, cold glare. I will take care of them, because no matter what happens, this cannot leave a single trace pointing back to us. After a loud command to take their positions, everyone pushes off the ground and vanishes, and here is where the fun begins. The teleport gate slowly creaks open, and seeing the group lined up right at the entrance, Lin secretly breathes a sigh of relief. There are no Pentagon Knights, so this is going to be incredibly easy. Time to make our move. Leaping out from her hiding spot without a single second of hesitation, Lin unleashes one decisive slash that sends a whole line of enemies straight to their graves. She does not forget to shout out a loud command to her allies, take down every last one of them right now. Caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, the newly arrived group panics like a headless snake. Is this an ambush? Where on earth did they come from? But of course, none of them get an answer because Lin has already ended them all. She tosses her sword right into the middle of the piled-up corpses, coldly declaring that it is over and time to head back. Over in the territory of floor 69, the bad news reaches Dantalion, making him panic and scream out, "What did you just say? Did you say the entire delegation from floor 68 was slaughtered?" Anbas solemnly confirms the bad news, telling his lord that they were assassinated and must report this to Decarabia immediately without delay. Dantalion instantly shuts him down with a harsh glare. Are you crazy? We cannot possibly report this, but Anbas immediately throws a bucket of cold water over his panic. The sword left at the crime scene happens to be one of our own products, leaving Dantalion to blankly mutter out a shocked what. Anbas patiently lays out a long explanation to finally get the facts through his thick skull. Decarabia will surely realize that someone is pulling the strings from behind, but he will use this as an excuse to pressure us, ultimately turning this alliance into an exploitative relationship. That is why it is much better for us to make the first move and offer them some compensation. Without even hearing him out, Dantalion gets so furious, his voice shakes, muttering that this is clearly Seiichi's doing. Send a letter to Decarabia and prepare for war because I will make that bastard kneel. But just as he finishes, a panicked voice cuts in. Addressing His Majesty, Dantalion impatiently barks out to ask what it is now, as the kneeling subordinate cautiously reports the situation. Wait, what? Decarabia's army has already crossed through the gate, leaving Dantalion to scream out in absolute shock. What does that madman want to turn me into his vassal? Leonard finally steps in to offer his own perspective, addressing His Majesty. The timing of this is just too perfect, almost as if they had prepared everything beforehand. Even Anbas beside them agrees that this is highly unusual, proposing to His Majesty that there is a strong chance Decarabia staged the massacre of his own delegation. This wild speculation is more than enough to drive Dantalion completely out of his mind. So he wants to tear down our alliance using this kind of scheme? Deploy every single soldier to block Decarabia's massive all-out attack. The subordinates below offer no objections, shouting back in unison. Meanwhile, over on floor 72, Seere is leisurely listening to her own intelligence reports, confirming that floor 68 has officially launched a full-scale invasion against floor 69. Looking over at her master with a highly satisfied grin, she praises him for predicting everything perfectly. Instead of accepting the praise immediately, her master asks Seere if she can let him handle this personally, making the young girl smile and shout back. Of course he can, and Dantalion, who was only waiting for those exact words, immediately adds that this is their perfect chance to reap the rewards. The idiom is too modern, leaving Seere a bit confused as she asks what reaping the rewards actually means. He patiently explains the term to his favorite student. Simply put, it means grabbing massive profits without having to do any real work. Commander Epsilon is ordered to mobilize his troops, so they can jump right into the fray when floor 69 and floor 68 clash. Standing below, the commander cautiously voices his deep concern they can handle floor 69, but the forces of floor 68 are completely beyond their control. But their master calmly breaks down the plan. They are not going to confront them head-on anyway. They only need to harass them and draw the attention of Decarabia's army, which makes Epsilon grin wide, as if discovering a brand new horizon. That is an incredibly attractive plan. I shall obey your order. Seere brightly waved her hand and cheered. I am counting on you. Epsilon bowed his head and solemnly promised. Yes, my lord. Please leave that to me. Nien then turned toward the master planner of this project. Nien continued. Also, Commander Lin, evacuate all the merchants from floor 69 to floor 70. Even though she understood the plan, she still had clear doubts, asking, but will those merchants actually listen to us? Nien had to take some time to give everyone a quick tactical lesson. There was a very simple reason why merchants flocked to floor 69. It was safe, and they were treated quite nicely. But recently, Dantalion had deceived them, and now the forces from floor 68 had breached the area. Look at this brilliant move, the perfect chance to shatter their trust in Dantalion, especially since we are about to launch a series of sweet perks for merchants on floor 70. Hearing this, Seere curiously cut in, asking, won't we need the approval of King Siak Chi for that? Nien replied with absolute certainty. Si has no reason to refuse. All she has to do is sit back and watch the money flow straight into her pockets. Feeling mostly reassured, she immediately commanded, I understand. If everything goes smoothly, I will leave the rest of this to you, Master. Just proceed exactly as we discussed. The group below chorused in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. With that, everyone left the grand hall. Hearing a soft cough, Nien turned to check on her, asking, Seere, what is wrong? Is there something you did not understand? She replied, That is not it. I just thought of a great idea. He quickly suggested, Let me hear it. Seere answered, While the 5th Legion distracts the forces of Decarabia, why do we not conquer floor 69 ourselves? Hearing this, Nien warned her that doing so is extremely dangerous since they would have to face Decarabia's actual army. But the young girl was incredibly eager, proposing, Please let me do it. I have studied quite hard in class and trained incredibly diligently, too, especially since I have learned so much magic from you, Master. Even if doing this makes me a totally disobedient bad child. With that in mind, Seere demanded, Commander Lin, let me go with you. The commander asked hesitantly, Your Majesty, you wish to join us? Why is that? The young girl replied proudly, Because I am the ruler who guides all of you. Lin observed Seere's demeanor and quietly evaluated her. It was true that Her Majesty's swordsmanship had improved greatly, along with the ancient magic she learned from Nien. She would definitely be a huge asset in battle. However, there was surely a reason why Nien kept Her Majesty off the battlefield. Thinking this, Lin could only bow and refuse. My apologies, Your Majesty, but we must carry out this mission by ourselves. Seere remained unfazed, pointing directly at Lin's face and asking sharply, Who is the master you serve, Commander Lin? She replied firmly, No matter what anyone says, the only master I serve is Your Majesty, Seere. Pointing to herself, the young girl pressed further. So, which is more important, my command or my master's? Lin hesitantly replied, Your Majesty's order is supreme. Seere, having expected this exact answer, smiled. Excellent. Then it is decided. I will accompany you, Commander. Lin worriedly reminded her. Understood, Your Majesty. However, please do not advance too far ahead, in case something happens to you. Seere walked away, replying, I know. Lin anxiously insisted. Your Majesty, you promised. Seere patiently replied, I told you, I understand. Deep down, she whispered to herself, Master, please just wait for me a little bit longer. I will wrap this up quickly so we can go on a trip together. Meanwhile, Dantalian stood atop a high platform, his voice echoing to his troops. Stop them at all costs. Do not let Decarabia's forces get anywhere near us. Once his troops lined up in formation, he ordered the archers to unleash their volley. Down below, Decarabia's advancing troops were struck by a fierce rain of arrows, dropping them in heaps as the artillery units locked into position. Dantalian yelled out, "Rain hell upon their heads!" In an instant, waves of heavy artillery fired, absolutely terrifying the enemy ranks. Just look at that raw power. Dantalian's heavy artillery literally shatters the most massive boulders. This terrifying scene left Decarabia's army trembling in sheer horror. Some soldiers were completely crushed under massive falling stones, meeting an incredibly agonizing end. Seeing the tide turn against them, they could only watch in despair. Damn it, they are firing non-stop. We cannot break through. Moments later, the retreating orders echoed through Decarabia's ranks. Banthara stood right in the middle of the explosive battlefield, calmly observing. Shells and bombs continued to rain down around him non-stop. He cast a cool glance, tracking their trajectories. As an incoming shell flew straight toward him, Banthara drew his sword and blocked it effortlessly. Having neutralized the explosive projectile, he raised his voice to reassure his panicked soldiers. Do not fear, my soldiers. The first star of Decarabia's elite pentagon, he proudly announced. Banthara is here. On Dantalian's side, terrified soldiers hurried to report. Your Majesty, they are too numerous. If the Pentagon star has joined, we stand no chance. Absolutely furious, he commanded. Stop whining and keep firing. He wastes no time launching a decisive blow. Damn useless trash. That is what you get for hiring mercenaries. Then, Dantalian secretly buffs his army with hellfire. Burn them with hellfire? Sharp as always. Banthara instantly notices this change. He accidentally gets caught right in the massive hellfire blaze, causing his panicked soldiers to scream out, Lord Banthara. Seeing the tides turn, Dantalian's men cheer happily. This is amazing. Your Majesty, your magic really is the absolute best. But he is not happy at all, warning them to cut the flattery and prepare for the next attack. The castle gates fly open as the drama intensifies. Dantalian's enemies seize the moment Banthara vanishes to charge forward. The enemy commander is dead. Our chance is here. All forces charge. High up on the castle walls, he smiles while calculating his next move. Defending always has the advantage over sieging. And now that one member of the pentagram has fallen, we can win this alongside Leonardo. The tide has finally turned. Just hold them off, right? Well, watch this, because old Leonardo suddenly gets a sword run straight through his midsection out of nowhere. He collapses right then and there, ending his life in a completely boring, pathetic way while his troops panic. Banthara confidently steps right out of the blazing fire mountain and scoffs. It is a bit warm, but that is about all you got. You are pathetic, Dantalian. To think you would ally with such a pathetic power? Do you really believe you can stand equal to the great Decarabia? Seeing Banthara reappear, Dantalian tenses up with pure dread. He screams back, you damn insect. You are only alive because of that magic armor. How dare you talk back? Banthara does not hesitate to shoot back. This magic armor is a gift from His Majesty. So blame your own weakness for not even being able to scratch it. Looks like you are fresh out of tricks. It is time. Just then, a massive boulder crashes down exactly where Banthara is standing. But his sharp instincts kick in, and he dodges it with a smooth slide. Seere steps out of nowhere and mutters, what a shame, you actually dodged it. Banthara asks in confusion, are you Seere? Syandavada. The young girl smiles and replies, that is right, it is me. Dantalian is completely shocked by this sudden appearance. Why is Syandavada here? She seems to be helping, but there is no way she would mobilize her forces without some kind of hidden agenda. What on earth is she planning? Down below, Seere casually chats with her enemy. You are Banthara of the Pentagram, right? He bows politely. It is an honor that you remember my name, but what wind has brought the Demon King of the 72nd floor here? She simply replies, I have an important schedule to keep, and since you are blocking my path, I will personally deal with you. He smiles back knowingly, perhaps because of your youth, you do not quite realize your own limits. With that, Banthara raises his sword and charges right at Seere, thinking to himself that this is actually the perfect opportunity. If I take this chance to conquer all the way up to the 72nd floor, my master will be highly pleased. Suddenly, Seere unleashes her battle aura. Her hair flutters wildly as a radiant, powerful aura erupts. Seere unleashes her first spell, ready to burn everything down. Instantly, a massive, fiery, head-shaped figure conjures right in front of Banthara, radiating intense, scorching heat. Banthara panics in total disbelief. Is she really casting magic without even chanting? Damn it, my magic armor is literally starting to melt, and the attack has not even touched me yet. This power is on a completely different level compared to Dantalion. But how ridiculous of you to think magic alone is enough to defeat me. With a single slash, he completely cuts through the raging heat of the fire, mocking her, "You have got some decent talent, kid, but this will never." And before he can even finish his sentence, boom, she slices his head off. Talk about a crazy speed blitz. Is that really all? Watching the fight, Dantalion is completely stunned by Seere's terrifying godlike speed. What on earth just happened? I could not even track her movements. Meanwhile, Lin has been desperately chasing after Seere this whole time. She anxiously warns her, "Your Majesty, you cannot just charge out here all on your own like this." The little girl simply waves in greeting. "Commander Lin, you are finally here." But as Lin takes a step towards Seere, she suddenly freezes in absolute shock. Wait a second, is that actually Banthera? Varuna sighs in deep frustration this time. Her Majesty has truly caused a massive disaster. Lin can only facepalm. "You shut up," Lin snaps. She then turns to explain, "Your Majesty, a full-scale war with the 68th floor is now completely unavoidable." Seere just looks confused. Pointing at the remaining enemy troops, she casually says, "If we just wipe out everyone here, nobody will ever know." Lin explains these guys are not all of them. The other members of the pentagram have definitely realized what is happening by now. Seere nods. "Oh, is that so? In that case, let us just blame the 69th floor. We were only passing through." But Dantalion actually begged us for help. Standing high above, Dantalion only catches bits and pieces of their conversation, growing even more confused. What is this? Why did I suddenly get this icy chill down my spine? Down below, Lin quickly warns her about the too many witnesses, but Seere fearlessly replies, "We are going to slaughter them all and force Dantalion to play along with our story. My master told me never to hesitate when it comes to killing or threatening people, so I will do exactly that." Lin whispers in absolute bewilderment that her master taught her incredibly well, before Seere smiles and asks if she can easily handle the soldiers. With no other choice, she simply bows and says, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lin then raises her voice to order the entire army to prepare for battle and destroy the enemy, while Dantalion's clueless soldiers celebrate in absolute joy. It seems the 72nd floor is helping us, so how should we reward them? Maybe with a pile of cash. Hearing these incredibly stupid words, an enraged Dantalion swears to deal with these absolute fools the very second this war is over. Get ready, because here is where the real show starts. Down below, little Seere is focusing all her power to prepare a devastating dark spell. Seere stands proud, raising her hand high to gather raw dark energy. She condenses a massive dark sphere of demonic energy, crackling with unnatural lightning. Standing right before the massive and sturdy city gates, her tiny figure shows absolute resolve as she directs a devastating wave of mountain-cleaving dark magic straight at the main entrance. A massive explosion rings out as the violent shockwave completely obliterates the sturdy gate, turning it to dust, and leaving Dantalion's soldiers paralyzed with absolute terror. "An earthquake! Someone save me!" Clinging to a crumbling wall, Dantalion trembles and yells out, "Seere, why are you attacking us?" But the young girl just looks up and retorts, "Attacking you? No, you have been conquered. If I had not stepped in, I would not have saved this castle with my own hands, so now it is mine." "Got a problem with that?" Dantalion mutters under his breath, "Damn it. So this was your plan from the very start. Do not make me laugh," he thinks. A simple spell like this is absolutely nothing, as he tries to use earth magic to dispel it, only to freeze in sudden panic. "What?" he gasps. "Why is my magic not working? Do not tell me this little brat has already mastered dispel magic." Seeing his struggle, Seere calmly warns him, "Struggling is totally useless, so make your choice: either get buried with your castle or take my hand and serve under me, and in return, I will keep your 69th floor completely safe." Dantalion finally realizes that this is the terrifying power of the 72nd floor demon lord. He knows that if things had gone any differently, he could have easily ended up just like him, so it is probably best to take this chance and form an alliance. Deciding to play along, he quickly agrees, "Fine, I get it, just stop this spell before everything collapses." Seere cuts him off, asking what kind of loyal subject speaks so rudely to their own sovereign. Having no choice, Dantalion humbles himself and replies, "I understand. I will submit to you, Your Majesty, so please stop this now." Seere happily replies, "Great, let us sign a peace treaty right away," and soon, everyone is gathered inside the meeting room of the 69th floor Demon Lord's castle. As Seere suggests reviewing the terms one last time, Lin anxiously whispers, "Your Majesty, are you absolutely sure about this? This is the first time you have gone against Master Nan's advice," and she can see that Seere is actually trembling with nervousness. "Commander Lin, Have you forgotten I am a demon lord? So while my master might get a little angry, I am still a demon lord. Yes, I am a demon lord. But seeing her nervous face, Lin panics internally, wondering where all of Her Majesty's confidence went. Just when you think things are settling, Nan suddenly bursts through the door, desperately calling out for Seere. His sudden appearance throws everyone in the room into a panic, while Seere looks completely terrified as she stammers out, "Master." She stammers, desperately trying to explain that she had a good reason for doing this. But before she can finish her sentence, without saying a single word, Nan rushes forward and wraps her in a tight hug, sighing with relief as he tells her she is safe and he is so glad she is okay. Seere tearfully apologizes to her master, while Nan coldly turns to Keen and asks how Commander Epsilon's report is going. Keen starts to stammer, hesitating for a moment before he finally decides to tell the absolute truth. He confesses that Her Majesty Seere has actually headed straight to the battlefield, making Nan whip around in utter shock. He feels a dark wave of anxiety washing over him, unable to believe that she would actually disobey his direct orders like this. Nan immediately turns to go check on her himself, while Keen frantically tries to stop him, insisting that Her Majesty will be perfectly fine. Glaring with a deeply frustrated expression, Nan wonders what he could have possibly done wrong to make her run off like that. But he pushes those thoughts aside as his anxiety grows, trying to convince himself that she must be safe. Yet the terrifying thought of her getting hurt consumes him, and he desperately runs out to find her, calling her name. Nan's sudden appearance leaves Seere absolutely stunned as she quietly gasps out, "Master." Looking at him with wide, trembling eyes, she tries to stammer out an explanation, but Nan does not even wait for her to finish before pulling her into a tight, protective hug. His tensed nerves finally relax as he whispers how glad he is, while Seere's eyes tear up as she looks at her master. Then Dantalion politely asks, "If you do not mind, could you give us a moment of privacy?" Andromalius immediately jumps out of his chair. Andromalius yells, "Hey, who do you think you are, barging in here?" But Dantalion immediately loses his patience and growls, "Didn't you hear me?" Dantalion snaps, "Out." Andromalius freezes from that pitch-black aura, gasping, "What is this? What is this terrifying mana? What on earth is he?" Dantalion then turns and speaks in a worried voice, "Seere, can you tell me what happened now?" Seere mutters, "I just wanted to help." Dantalion bends down and patiently says, "I told you that you did not have to do this." But the young girl stubbornly shakes her head, getting flustered. Seere insists, "But I did great without any mistakes. I conquered floor 69 and killed Balthazar of the Pentarchy." Seere adds, "I even captured Growly alive." Seeing her absolute persistence, Dantalion narrows his eyes. "Good job. I never said you did poorly." Dantalion sighs. "But a territory losing its demon lord falls into chaos. Your responsibility is heavy. Be more careful from now on." Seere whispers, "Yes, teacher." Dantalion slowly speaks up. "Besides, I do not want you revealing your true strength yet." Looking up, she asks, "Why not, teacher?" Dantalion patiently explains, "Information is absolute power. It is best not to let our enemies discover your true capability." He then slowly stands up straight. "Well, what is done. Now let us figure out our very next move. Is that document the peace treaty?" Hearing his question, Seere turns to him and replies, "Yes, would you like to review it, teacher?" Dantalion slowly picks up the peace treaty, scanning its contents carefully. "So the plan is to hand floor 72 back to Andromalius, and turn floor 69 into our brand new base of operations. We will also take complete control over all the merchants stationed on floor 69. Without any real power base left on floor 72, Andromalius will just become our loyal manager." Dantalion narrows his eyes with a satisfied grin. "You handled this cleanly, Seere." Hearing this, the girl eagerly asks, "So, will you grant my wish now, teacher?" Dantalion slowly replies, "Ah, you mean going on a trip?" "Of course." Seere's eyes instantly light up with uncontrollable, pure excitement. "Really?" Dantalion says softly. "But first, we must deal with floor 68. I do not think Decarabia will just sit back and watch." Hearing this, the girl's eager expression dims down just a little bit. "Exactly." Dantalion quickly adds, "Let us get this meeting started again." Waiting for everyone to return and take their seats, Dantalion asks, "Andromalius, do you know the total military size of Decarabia's forces?" Andromalius slowly replies, "From what I know, they have exactly 250,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 magic warriors." Dantalion crosses his arms in deep thought, knowing that is a massive force. Meanwhile, Seere keeps pointing her finger, confusing Andromalius. "Is Her Majesty all right? Is it because I am speaking too casually?" Shaking his doubts off, Andromalius continues presenting his report to them. However, we can safely say their numbers have been cut in half after today's battle, my lord. Dantalian softly replies. Even so, that leaves around 150,000 troops. Seere raises her hand to show she gets it. It is best to proceed with extreme caution. Dantalian slowly rubs his chin, saying, I assume there are virtually no private forces left on floor 69. Andromalius awkwardly confirms. It is honestly quite embarrassing to admit, but that is the case. Dantalian hesitates for a brief moment before speaking up again. Is there a way we can wage this war while fully preserving our current infrastructure? Before Andromalius can even reply, Seere eagerly chimes in. Seere says, we still have Seere. But Dantalian slowly explains, this is going to be an all-out war, so collateral damage is completely unavoidable. Rebuilding will not be easy either. Hearing his blunt words, the young girl looks deeply dejected. Seere sighs. This is all my fault. Dantalian patiently comforts her. Do not be so discouraged. Just treat this as a learning experience. Still, his heart feels heavy. Everything only goes smoothly because he has played through this game dozens of times before. Watch how his brilliant mind works here. To fix the mood, he gently tells her, I really do not want to use it, but there is still one way left. In pure shock, Seere asks, really? What is it, teacher? Dantalian simply chuckles, nothing too special. I will personally take care of this matter myself. Meanwhile, inside the castle of floor 68, furious screams echo through the halls. Decarabia roars in pure anger. Balthazar is dead, Growly is captured, and you lost most of our army, yet you still failed to conquer floor 69? He screams out in a blind rage. And you idiots actually dare call yourselves the Pentarchy? I trusted you with everything, and this is the pathetic result? And Rubia and crew all bow down low, trembling as they reply, we have absolutely no excuse, your highness. Please, your majesty, grant us just one more chance, and begs desperately on behalf of the group. This time, we will absolutely destroy Dantalian for good. Decarabia grinds his teeth. Very well. But this time, I do not just want Dantalian. Bring me the head of that little brat, Seere as well. If you fail, your own heads will roll. Shaking in absolute terror, they accept the order. Later, and sighs deeply from exhaustion. I only talked big back there just to keep us alive. Looking over to his side, Anne asks, crew, do you have any actual plan? He helplessly shakes his head, muttering that they have nothing left now that even Bant has been defeated. But Rubia loudly snaps back at him. How could Bant die? He wore demon armor, Rubia yells, and frowns, pointing out she was down there with him. You should know best, Rubia, he says. Angry, she slams her hand on the table. I was busy fighting elsewhere, and with Linera suddenly showing up, I barely had time to escape, she snaps. Though Anne actually agrees it was pretty impressive. Crew nods alongside him, adding that retreating is not a bad call when facing Linera, though he quickly scowls in deep annoyance right after. Honestly, it is pretty surprising that such a young demon king has already managed to build up a force of that scale. Anne's face turns grim. That is exactly why we must crush this immediately. Right now, in the cradle. Who knows? Siandavada might have even been reincarnated by now, he says, leaving Rubia looking completely lost and confused. But how, since we only have 3 of us left, she asks. But instilling his resolve, declares that they still completely outnumber them in a decisive clash. We will crush them, with absolute power. Sichi might be allied with them, but even they won't want to clash with us, he notes, while Rubia sighs, asking why he makes it sound so complicated. You basically want a preemptive strike, she says, and he simply nods. Yes, that is indeed it. He tells them to get ready since they understand, but before he can even finish, a panicked soldier bursts in with an urgent report that the enemy is already attacking. Crew gasps in utter shock. But get a load of this contrast. Nahen is just chilling calmly on a cliff, enjoying the surprisingly warm and cozy breeze. Standing behind him, Lin quietly replies that it is thanks to their rapid march. It seems there are no ambushes at all, and Nahen nods in approval, telling her she did a great job. She slowly follows up, asking if they can really pull this entire plan off without getting any support from the Sichi, causing his expression to suddenly grow quite heavy. I do not know, and I am not even sure myself, he confesses, shocking Lin, but Nahen just chuckles and asks why she looks so surprised. Lowering her head with a grim look, she says the Nahen she knows is always highly calculating and never moves without a rock-solid plan. He chuckles, admitting he used to be that way. But this time, things have gotten pretty complicated. I do not blame you, Commander, as it is my own fault for failing to see through their intentions, he says, as Lin stares back in total confusion. Then why take such a massive risk, she asks, to which he simply replies that it is the absolute fastest way to minimize casualties. With that, Nahen calmly instructs her, "Commander Lin, you must stay behind here with the troops." Her face instantly falls. "Are you going completely alone?" He brushes back his hair. "No," he says calmly. "I am taking those 2 humans with me," he says, leaving Ree startled as she stammers. "What? Humans? You cannot possibly mean them." Glancing over at Den and Ree, he explains that he knows the commander still does not trust them, which is exactly why he is testing them today. Nahen softly tells them to show him how much they have truly grown and to prove their worth on the battlefield today. The boy and girl shout back in unison as Nahen strides forward, his mind completely racing with doubts about whether he can actually do this. He is still pretty unsure, knowing he only defeated Andromalia so easily because it was a complete surprise attack. He circulates some mana and falls silent, knowing his new body is extremely powerful, but he still does not know its exact limits. This anxiety, this uncertainty about the outcome, he smirks, realizing it is this very fear that made him keep Seere out of the fight, since he has no second chances. Dan and Ree speak up together. "Lord Nahen, we can sense the enemy right ahead," they report, and Nahen nods, mockingly calling it quite a massive welcoming party. "They are crawling all over the place," he mutters, before flashing a combat-hungry smirk and telling them to back him up when the time is right. Down below the cliff, and peers into the distance, confused since scouts reported the enemy had already reached the other side of the valley. Why is there only a single person out there, he wonders aloud, asking if his eyes are playing tricks, before telling Crew it has to be a trap. Crew frowns and nods, agreeing that they should hold their ground here and send a scout team ahead to assess the situation first. Rubia eagerly suggests they might have run away, making Anne turn and stare at her. "Does that even make sense to you after they marched all this way?" Anne asks, while Crew speculates they are probably lying in ambush along the slopes. But Rubia instantly dismisses this, telling him not to be ridiculous, because she would definitely feel it if they were preparing any magic. Crew scowls in annoyance, asking if she truly cannot sense even a single shred of mana out there. She snaps back that it is exactly why she is convinced they have probably already tucked tail and run. He ponders for a moment, realizing that if they knew Rubia was here, they might have completely avoided using magic, calling them a bunch of cowards who only want to believe this is a trap. And watch this. She suddenly spreads her wings and takes off on her own. "Stay here and wait, I will go check myself," she yells, leaving Crew and then shouting after her in vain as she completely vanishes, leaving Crew absolutely furious. That brat. What kind of ending is she even hoping for? Even Anne has a speechless look on his face, muttering that she should be fine since she already wrapped herself in a layer of defensive magic. Honestly, Rubia is absolutely burning with furious rage inside. "You flightless bugs are all the same. How long do you plan to keep sending scouts?" Sneering, she charges at full speed toward the approaching shadow. "You should have faced us head-on." Rubia grits her teeth as she charges, shouting for them to look closely and witness the true terror of Happy. Nahen calmly murmurs to pierce her, and immediately, his dark power thrusts up from the earth, impaling her body straight through without mercy. Rubia mutters, asking if she is dying like this, before her heavy body crashes down. Watching from afar, An and Crew panic completely, and Crew calls out her name, his voice shaking unlike before. "Damn it, Rubia, dying just like that," and screams in absolute rage, demanding to know who he is. Nahen slowly walks forward with a dark, grim expression, noting that they talk far too much on the battlefield. Right then, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly snap open. Leviathan emerges right behind him, casting a massive shadow over the ground as Nahen cold-facedly lets out a sinister smirk. "Clean this place up." Countless factors decide the outcome of a war, from the commander's experience, troop size, and gear quality, to brilliant tactics. They are all highly important. But watch this, there is one single factor that can instantly turn the tables, and that is absolute, overwhelming power. As the clash reaches its absolute limit, he coldly repeats his command for Leviathan to clean up the area. The enemy troops are left in utter panic and helplessness, their horses running wild through the dark, smoke-filled battlefield. Having nowhere left to run, the men can only scream out in vain as the relentless, frenzied attacks keep pounding them. Blood-curdling screams echo everywhere, plunging the field into horrific chaos, with desperate survivors pleading for someone to save them. "Please save me." Meanwhile, Leviathan obeys the order, continuously unleashing devastating high-caliber blasts that tear the ground apart. Watching the destruction from afar, and panics completely, and mutters that this is a disaster, having never even heard of such power. He rides his horse over to Nahen and curses, demanding to know who he is, only for Nahen to coldly ask back, "I ask myself that too." Standing nearby, Ri asks Den if they really need to step in, prompting a hesitant reply. Probably not, but we have to do something to prove our worth. And Ri completely agrees with that sentiment. Yes, they made their choice, so Ri tells Den to go while promising backup, and Den leaps high, leaving it to her. Standing below, Ri unleashes her support magic, granting Den the very speed of the wind. Seeing Den charge in, Crew sneers in disgust, mocking how a mere, lowly human actually dares to try. He launches a heavy attack, but Ri quickly reacts, casting a solid shield to protect her ally. A colossal wave of raw energy laced with blinding lightning shoots out like a fierce storm, violently crashing into the enemy's defensive starlight barrier to trigger a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Watching on, and confidently smiles, thinking he's dead. He orders the entire army to charge, but check this out, Den suddenly walks right out of the smoke, leaving them stunned. Charging forward like a wild storm, he readies a relentless assault, and a moment later, a loud, regretful scream from the crowd echoes across the battlefield. Lord Crouch furiously snarls in sheer disbelief, asking how a mere, lowly human like him could ever dare. He screams that he will tear him apart, but Den coldly retorts that he shouldn't lower his guard on the battlefield. Nahen channels his full power, unleashing a massive sword strike backed by devastating force, slicing right through the chest of the wildly roaring monster Crouch and crushing his spirit. Nahen mockingly whispers not to make a fuss, promising to send Decarabia down to join him soon. Watching from afar, Ri can only stare in disbelief, wondering if they actually manage to pull it off. Suddenly, Seere appears out of nowhere, startling the young girl and demanding to know where her master is. Ri stammers that he is right down there, and the moment Seere spots Nahen, she happily asks if he did this. Ri quietly notes that she never expected Nahen to make such a gentle face. Meanwhile, Seere excitedly wonders if she will be able to do something like that one day too. Hearing her, Ri hesitantly assures her, reminding her that she is a truly great demon lord, after all. Flattered, the young demon lord turns to praise Ri for being so smooth-tongued, which only makes Ri feel incredibly embarrassed. Shifting the topic, Ri asks if Lord Nahen knows she is here, to which Seere replies that she came in secret. She snaps back, asking what that has to do with Ri. Leaving the poor girl confused and quickly apologizing, Ri begs for forgiveness for misspeaking, and Seere's playful mood suddenly turns dead cold. She demands to know. Startled by the news, Xiang demands to know what she just said. The girl looks up, pale with fear, stammering out her reply. "Isn't that what you meant?" Seere realizes she went a bit too far and quickly backtracks, saying never mind. Her mistake. Their conversation ends when Nian runs over to call Seere, who happily answers, while Den looks up in shock to see his master completely safe. Den replies that it was all thanks to her, while Nian turns to Seere and curiously asks what she is doing there. She casually says she came to see her master, prompting a warm smile from him as he thanks her, quietly noting he already cleared out every single threat. Thinking she needs more combat practice, Nian pats her head and speaks. Since the Demon King's castle on the 68th floor is basically empty now, he suggests Seere and Captain Lin go clear out the remaining monsters. Seere happily agrees, prompting him to praise the other two for their hard training. He promises to assign them tasks once they get back, telling them to rest up until then. Both Den and Ri bow deeply, as Nian notes the floor is almost conquered. Now Nian just needs to find that specific item, but check out Decarabia, who is literally shaking after the terrifying beatdown he just took. Standing before him, Seere cheerfully remarks that the Demon Lord was not even that strong. Captain Lin quickly reminds her that it is only because her master has become way too powerful. Staring at Seere, Lin wonders how Nian could possibly know such ancient magic, especially since combining it with top-tier swordsmanship should have been lost to time. Everything should have disappeared long ago, yet despite his terror, Decarabia can only spit out furious curses. He screams that Seere is a crazy bastard who created a monster, while Lin warns her that Lord Nian strictly ordered to keep Decarabia alive. Staying completely silent, she grabs Decarabia by his collar and lifts him high, making him panic and desperately ask what she plans to do. Ignoring him, Seere simply tells Captain Lin that she knows the rules and only needs to keep him breathing. After she lands several brutal punches on Decarabia to vent her anger, a worried Captain Lin warns her that she might actually kill him. With his face swollen to a pulp, the defeated demon can only beg her to just end his life, leaving Seere quite flustered. Wondering why he is so incredibly weak, she suggests blaming it on Captain Lin so their master does not get furious when he finds out. She desperately begs for help until an exasperated Lin finally agrees to go along with the story, earning a joyful thank you. Right then, Nian walks in and asks what she is thanking the captain for, sending Seere into a total panic as she tries to hide Decorabia. She stammers that it is absolutely nothing, and Captain Lin quickly backs her up, telling the Emperor that everything is perfectly fine. Nien immediately senses something suspicious and asks if that is Decorabia lying on the ground over there. Seere flinches, but Nien sternly warns her that she must never lie and should always own up to her mistakes, forcing her to bow and apologize. He bends down to inspect Decorabia, sighing at how terribly battered the demon is, though he is glad the guy is at least still alive. The broken demon can only mutter to just kill him, leaving Lin to wonder aloud why Nien decided to spare Decorabia in the first place. He is definitely not the type to bow down to anyone like Dantalion did. Nien clarifies that he is not sparing him out of mercy, but simply needs information, before asking Seere if she knows about the nebula stones. She confirms they are a rare specialty of the 68th floor, and Nien explains he intends to cross-reference Kry's testimony with Decorabia's. Only the 68th floor lord and his inner circle know the exact location of the mine from the game. Since the mine's location always randomized with every playthrough, Seere wonders if it would have been way easier to just capture the other members of the Pentagon. Nien uses a cloth to wipe the blood off his hands before replying. He explains their resistance was way too fierce, leaving him no choice but to eliminate them, while secretly realizing he had no idea he was this strong. He warns her not to lie, yet goes ahead and does it himself, talk about a total double standard. Curious, Seere asks how he plans to make him speak, since brainwashing has absolutely no effect on a powerful demon lord. Nien just smiles, and right on cue, a brand new ally appears as Lady Si-Chi suddenly drops in, announcing she heard he needed her help and came right away. She comments that the scene is quite impressive, asking if that bloody, mangled mess is actually Decorabia. She complains that he has been impossible to find lately, even skipping training, forcing her to drop everything just to come over. But the moment Si-Chi finishes speaking and looks at Seere, she immediately freezes up. Seeing that terrifying glare, she silently realizes that Seere's hostile look is exactly why she never visits anymore, wondering if the kid might do something far worse than just glaring if she uses her powers. A deeply terrified Si-Chi quickly hides right behind Nien, urgently pleading to take the Emperor and leave the place immediately. Nien asks if she really needs to be that focused, and she firmly confirms it. Urging him to go immediately, she gets Nien to tell Seere that they will wait outside, instructing her to follow them. Seere happily complies, and once they make it outside, she curiously asks her master how Lady Si-Chi could possibly locate the hidden nebula stones. He answers, isn't fire magic her main power? Well, that's actually both right and wrong. Si-Chi actually has a unique ability. Inside the room, she begins casting her spell, Decorabia. There's something I need to know. Despite his swollen mouth, he remains defiant, yelling he won't tell her a single thing. But her power forces any member of the opposite sex to fall in love with her forever. And here's where it gets wild. Si-Chi unleashes her charm, teasing, come on, tell me where the nebula mine is. You can tell me, right? But the thing is, this spell has zero effect on anyone who stands as her equal. But in his current battered state, they figure he will fold easily. Sure enough, once Decorabia gets hit, he starts spilling the truth. It's 50 kilometers to the west. Si-Chi pushes for more, teasing, yes, that's it, keep talking. He nods, and from there, once Si-Chi gets every single detail she needs, she smiles coldly, thanks for the info, you total idiot. As a special reward, I will give you my heart, though it might be a little hot. Completely lost in blind, brainless love, Decorabia mutters in a daze, so this is your heart. Thank you so much. I love you, Si-Chi. Right outside the door, Nahen speaks up politely, thanking her for the help. Si-Chi just strokes her chin and replies casually it was nothing. She asks if he plans to sell the nebula stones. Nahen directly shares his plan, I cannot rely on weapons and slaves forever. I need a new stream of income. He says that, but his true motive remains locked deep in his mind. There are also things I absolutely must get from that nebula mine. Si-Chi suddenly laughs playfully, her voice turning fake and polite. But you know, I am not being greedy or anything, but I did help you find the nebula mine. Nahen, sharply catching her hidden meaning, cuts her off. I was planning on giving you a cut anyway. However, Nahen's next declaration freezes Si-Chi completely solid. Since you are being so incredibly shameless, I've changed my mind. Stunned, she screams out, no way, that is completely unfair. After enjoying her hilarious, panicked expression for a bit, Nahen finally decides to compromise. All right, I will share the nebula stones, so please act as if Her Majesty has conquered the 68th floor. Si-Chi gets hit with this massive offer and can't believe her luck. Do I get the Demon King's castle too? But Nahen, fearing this girl will start overthinking things, quickly jumps in to correct her. On paper only, Just make it look like Her Majesty has conquered the floor, getting a Demon King's castle for free without sending a single soldier. Don't you think that's being a bit shameless? Yet Seere actually musters the courage to talk back this time. No, it's just like last time, so they might end up totally misunderstanding things. Besides, if rumors spread that I'm clearing the floors, they'll be on guard, making it harder to regain my power. Nahen immediately claps his hands in mock praise. Oh, so you finally realized? Realizing she was just being toyed with, Seere screams out in frustration. Hey, do you think I'm a complete idiot? Nahen suddenly reaches his hand out and shifts to a serious tone in exchange. I'll give you half the nebula stones. Having been tricked earlier, Seere cautiously asks, is that for real? He prompts her, asking what her final choice is going to be. She reaches her hand out without hesitation, but her expression is still pretty playful. If she gets half the output, that risk is totally worth it. Honestly, you can see Seere getting pretty impatient standing there, so she just takes charge. So, it is a deal then. Nahen looks at her bright, smiling face, slightly startled, and mutters that Seere should really handle these things on her own. But on the other side, Seere isn't feeling nearly as lucky, so she just stammers out her agreement. Yes, I should do that with Her Majesty. Just deliver the stones as promised. I'm leaving. Watching her run off like she's seen a ghost, Nahen is completely baffled. What is wrong with her? Seere, fully knowing she's the reason Seere fled, just smiles brightly and makes up an excuse. She probably just remembered something urgent. Not dwelling on it, he quickly shifts the conversation to something else. Oh, that's right, Seere. About our trip, do you want to handle the war aftermath first, or should we set off tomorrow? The young girl thinks for a moment before deciding I'll handle the work first, since I'm the Demon King. Nahen immediately makes a bold suggestion, then why don't you try doing it yourself? Leave the mine to me. Seere doesn't even hesitate before happily passing the work over. Yes, master. A little later in her room, Seere stares at her hand in a daze. Thinking it's been so long since she last held her master's hand, her young heart is swirling with teenage confusion. She knows she isn't a kid anymore, which means he can't go around babying her forever. But this time, when it is just the two of us, I'm going to hold his hand as much as I want. Meanwhile, at a completely different spot, Aegon's complaining voice rings out, is this nebula mine completely abandoned or something? There's absolutely nobody here. Standing beside it, Nahen calmly explains, I told them to start work later, so they wouldn't get in our way. It shows off its laziness without any shame. Is there even anything here for me to protect? Can I just go back to sleep now? Nahen holds back his annoyance to knock some sense into it. Stop talking nonsense. I came here to find something using your unique ability. You can distinguish different ores, right? Aegon shrinks its neck back, muttering softly, so that's the only reason you brought me along. Nahen wastes no time putting his capitalist instincts to work, ordering a thorough sweep of the most rocky area inside the mine. There is bound to be a gold bracelet in there, and this damn quest actually manages to spark Aegon's curiosity as he replies, Understood, Lord Nahen, but why on earth is a gold bracelet buried deep inside some raw ore? Nahen just shrugs and tosses back a totally irresponsible reply. Nahen claims he does not really know either, forcing Aegon to comply and mutter that he gets it and will find it. Still, Aegon wonders if there is a hidden reason behind this, totally unaware that Nahen is just as deeply puzzled by the whole thing. Even Nahen finds this setup incredibly weird, since it does not have any logical explanation. If something was made just to be hidden away forever, then why even create it? Is this just some sick joke by the game developers? Look at that haul. The stone reserves here are absolutely massive, proving Decarabia ruled like a wealthy oil tycoon off these stones alone. This thought makes Nahen giggle, realizing half of those profits now belong to them, while Aegon looks at his boss's greedy face with a sudden, icy shiver. Aegon wonders why his boss is acting weird, but Nahen finally stops laughing and gets serious. He needs to prepare, because his conquest of the 69th floor will definitely reach the ears of low-ranking demon kings very soon. With their financial future completely secured by the massive nebula stone supply, Nahen knows he must start building a powerful army, because advancing further without any casualties will be impossible. Right then, Aegon cuts off his master's thoughts, calling out to Nahen that he might have finally found the hidden item. Aegon excitedly rushes over to report that something other than nebula stones is buried nearby, making Nahen ask if it is really true. Nahen tells him to step aside, immediately extending his palm to unleash his materia power, followed by an active extraction magic circle. The extraction magic overflows directly from his hand, suddenly flooding the pitch-black cave with a brilliant, shimmering starlight glow. Watching the ancient item slowly emerge from the rock, Nahen is so pleased that he praises his loyal helper, saying he did an amazing job. With the item finally secured in his hands, Nahen relaxes, identifying it as the legendary ancient gold bracelet. Back in the game, this accessory is known to boost growth rates, leaving Nahen to wonder how its effects will translate in this reality. Aegon, who has been quietly standing aside, suddenly speaks up from where he is trembling on the floor, begging Nahen to turn off his overwhelming power if he is done. This snaps Nahen back to reality as he realizes his mistake, admitting he did not expect his sheer energy to weigh so heavily on Aegon. Asking if the pressure was too much, Nahen watches as Aegon struggles to lift his head, honestly whimpering that his entire body felt like it was shattering. Nahen awkwardly scratches his head and offers a quick apology for his carelessness, making a mental note to be far more careful with his magic from now on. While back inside, Dantali is seen timidly trying to negotiate. Dantali asks if a blood seal is absolutely necessary, but Seere firmly shoves the contract forward, demanding to know what could possibly be more secure. Seere is absolutely burning with determination right now. Since her master trusted her with this task, she wants to handle it perfectly, and she does not hesitate to threaten him by asking if he refuses to sign. Or maybe he has a secret motive, making her ask if she should end him, just like they did to Decarabia. Dantali panics and quickly backs down, promising to sign as he shakily lifts his blood-stained finger from the contract to confirm it is done. With the seal complete, Seere reminds him to always pick up her calls on time, expressing confidence that a former demon king like him should handle this easily. Dantali stares at the binding seal on his hand and submissively agrees to her terms. Calling her Your Majesty, he is quickly dismissed by the young girl who has no more use for him. Once he is gone, Seere immediately drops her tough act, cutely asking her master if she did everything right or made mistakes. Nahen gives her an immediate thumbs up, assuring her she did an amazing job acting like a real demon lord, which gets Seere excited to plan their move into the renovated castle on the 69th floor. Honestly, you have to admit his timing is perfect. He notes that since all major issues are settled, they should get ready to move, prompting Seere to quickly squeeze in her personal request. She wants a quiet and scenic spot away from any crowds, forcing Nahen to hold back a chuckle while comforting her. He promises to scout out the perfect location tomorrow, telling her to just relax and get some good rest for today. Seere happily chirps her agreement, but her face completely freezes when Nahen suddenly pulls out the ancient gold bracelet, presenting it as a special gift he went through the trouble of preparing just for her. She accepts the bracelet with both hands, squealing like a happy little bird as she asks if it is really hers and thanks him. Nahen gently tells her to keep it on at all times, completely unaware that his kind gesture is actually tightening the emotional shackles inside her heart. Resolving never to let her master go, the scene shifts to Seleno City, where Den is casually reflecting on how long it has been since visiting the human realm. He is right, but his companion suddenly cuts in to ask if she remembers Lord Nahen's instructions, prompting both of them to recall their master's parting words. With human intrusions on the 72nd floor dropping significantly lately, they must disguise themselves as human adventurers to gather intel and send periodic reports back, carefully mapping out their next steps. I am heading to HM City, so you should stay here. We will meet up in Seleno City once a month. Go sign up as a new adventurer at the guild and get to work. Remember our aliases? He is Daniel, she is Eli. Rhee silently worries, but says she gets it. But will we really not get caught, even with fake papers? Daniel raises his short sword and immediately warns her to listen very closely. Hard to accept, sure. He pauses, placing his hands on her shoulders to emphasize his point. Nobody here remembers us anymore, so you just need to be careful. Do not go starting any unnecessary trouble with those local scum. Annoyed by his teasing, Rhee immediately protests that she is not that stupid. Done playing around, Daniel finally pulls out his secret weapon. Still, if you are in danger, shatter this. Rhee looks at it blankly and asks what it is. He shakes it in his hand and casually gives her a brief explanation. It is an alarm device, so if she shatters her piece, his will break too. Watching his retreating back, Rhee calls out softly that she understands and thanks him. Pleased, Daniel says his farewells and leaves first. Stay safe. See you in a month. As Rhee turns to head the opposite way, she cannot help but grumble to herself. Does he really think she is some magnet for trouble? What could possibly happen out here on such a quiet, peaceful mountain? But wait, Daniel's warning comes true almost instantly when a smug, annoying voice calls out to her. A group quickly surrounds her, making aggressive threats. Hand over all your belongings and get lost, or things are going to get pretty ugly. Internally, Rhee lets out a massive sigh. She is only half listening, and when she finally speaks, she does not hesitate to expose them. She asks them why they are even doing this when they do not look like real bandits. Caught red-handed, the embarrassed men look down and start mumbling. Surprised, one of them weakly asks how she knew. He explains that with the country in this state, They simply have no other choice. This immediately sparks Ree's curiosity. She wonders what could possibly be going on in the Holy Kingdom. Another man quickly steps forward, venting his anger in a rush. Are you clueless? The higher-ups have lost their minds, putting citizens on trial and burning down entire villages. Supposedly, they are hunting hidden demons. Ree's shocked expression completely bewilders the men. Do you really not know? Ree ends up giving them a half-truth, saying she has been stuck on the mountain for 5 years. The men all let out a heavy sigh together. Hearing them call her a poor thing leaves Ree completely bewildered. Why are they pitying her? The kind man comforts her, guessing she lost her memory from the shock of losing her homeland. He adds that their own situation is not much better. Come with us, we will take care of you. Startled by this kindness, Ree insists she is perfectly fine. He does not buy it at all, asking how he is supposed to believe a young girl survived alone on a mountain for years. If the Holy Knights hear about this, you will immediately be branded as a witch. Rye turns pale, her voice trembling in fear. A witch? The kind man explains that the Grand Temple just issued a massive decree. The disappearances of people in the demon realm started 5 years ago. They claim it is actually caused by witches hiding in the human realm. Now, Holy Knights are tearing apart cities and villages, burning them down to purify the land and taking children away. Ree stammers, trying to process this. Did they really do something so horrible? And what about the adventurers? The men take turns groaning, explaining that those crazy bastards are now acting as lapdogs for the Holy Knights. One sighs about how much he misses his daughter. Ree suddenly grows quiet, her mind spinning with endless questions. It is strange that Holy Knights are acting without clear proof, and even the adventurers are riled up. It would make sense if it were just some random thugs, but dragging the guildmasters into this would be extremely difficult. The kind man tries to remind her of something. You do not quite get it, do you? Kid, I already told you that this decree came straight from the Grand Temple itself. In the Holy Kingdom, the Pope's will is absolute, leaving them no choice but to obey. Now watch, as the scene shifts deep inside the Grand Temple itself. Inside the temple bathhouse, the shower suddenly cuts off. The master of the palace steps out in a cheerful mood, feeling completely refreshed. He asks his waiting guest if they had been waiting long. The person waiting outside smirks, immediately asking if the ongoing investigation is making any real progress. Grinning widely, Pope Sus continues to share his absolute delight with her. Just as she predicted, his nationwide search revealed plenty of the devil's lapdogs. The old man turns toward her, greedily rubbing his hands together in a groveling manner. He credits everything to her. She offers a cold smile and politely deflects, saying it was all due to the Pope's own hard work. Sus even drops down to his knees to show the absolute depth of his devotion. He whispers that only she recognizes his efforts. Pausing as if overwhelmed by emotion, he takes a long moment before softly uttering her name.